Chapter 1, The School Beauty Queen I support is preparing to take revenge on me. How did you know I like this brand? The luxurious and glamorous box room was filled with revelers. Su Qingwan was sitting in the corner, but she was still the center of attention. At the moment, she was looking at a small waiter. There were so many brands of water in the refrigerator in the box room, but he took this one. Looking at the waiter wearing a mask and meekly hanging his head, Su Qingwan always felt like she had seen him before. You. If you're fine, I'll leave first. If you need anything, just call me. Under the mask, Chen Shu tried hard to control his emotions. The most embarrassing thing in the world is to attend your class reunion. They have become the mainstay of all walks of life, and you are the waiter in the private room. Especially, the person in front of you was once his patron. Chen Shu closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. He was just about to touch the door of the private room and was preparing to leave, but he didn't want to. Hey, that waiter! Chi Randong, who was sitting across from Su Qingwen, suddenly shouted, "Pick up the bone dish on my side." A little bit. It's just a little bit off. Chen Shu watched as the door, which had been pushed open, slowly closed. As if he was bravely sacrificing himself, he took the tray and walked back to him, gritting his teeth and saying, "Okay. President Su, I'll toast you." Chi Randong raised his glass and drained it in one go, then as if he had thought of something funny. "Mr. Su, do you remember that rich second generation who chased after you in college? I heard that his family went bankrupt during our senior year, and he dropped out of school without even getting a diploma. I wonder where he went to get rich with just a high school degree all these years." As soon as these words came out, the people around him all laughed out loud. What getting rich? He was able to get into our prestigious university only because his nouveau riche father paid for it. What kind of development can someone with no education have? That's right, he used to look down on us ordinary students because he had a bit of money. Now. Ha ha. Does anyone in our class still have contact with him? I guess he doesn't know that the female student he bullied the most in school is now the boss of the largest technology company in the country. How could he not know? She got her first pot of gold, her first investment, and released her first product. He knows all about it. The narrator unconsciously glanced at Su Qingwan, who sat still and unmoving. Her face had long since lost its former greenish pallor and innocence, and even when she mentioned the humiliating past, she remained completely composed and expressionless. But she was still strikingly beautiful. Back then, it was because of this face that he had directly announced in school that she was his and no one else's, and then launched a mighty pursuit. In the classrooms, in the cafeteria, in the library, everywhere she worked part-time. Childish and immature. Because of his pursuit, she was warned by the teacher and scolded by the boss, and he lost one part-time job after another. Then when her grandmother had a sudden stroke, he couldn't afford the medical expenses, and then he took advantage of the situation and proposed an arrangement. 300,000. But it was the price of a single piece of clothing and a pair of shoes back then. But it was all of her pride. I didn't understand the statement back then. Now she hates herself for not knowing better. There was a better solution, but he chose the worst one. Su Qingwan must hate herself. Even though she looks very calm now. Sure enough. Su Qingwan nodded, but there was a storm brewing beneath her calm voice. Of course I remember. How could I forget? After graduation, I looked for him for many years, but I never heard from him. Hearing this, Chi Randong strongly agreed. Exactly. If it were me, I would find him and humiliate him back. The other students followed suit. Yes, he's treating people like dirt. It's not like he has a lot of money. Our boss Su is now an industry upstart, and he's the one who's done the best out of all of us old classmates. Boss Su, in the future, if there's any cooperation with the company, you must think of us old classmates. Yes, when we were in school, I could already tell that Boss Su was definitely not someone to be trifled with. One compliment followed another. They were no longer the young, reckless, and passionate youths they once were. They had already had their edges smoothed out in their careers over the past few years. Su Qingwan in front of them was their old classmate, but more importantly, she was their benefactor. If she were to let a little bit slip, it would be enough for them to eat. Su Qingwan, who had been flattered to the skies, smiled and glanced subconsciously at Chen Shircheng, who was standing next to Chi Randong, head bowed, tidying up the bone plates. Her voice was careless but meaningful. Yes. I really want to see his expression when he sees me like this. No way? After all these years, you still remember? Upon hearing these words from Su Qingwan, Chen Shu's hand trembled as he gathered the bone plates. The chicken bones in the plate rolled to Qi Randong's body, leaving speckled oil stains. What are you doing? Qi Randong stood up abruptly, looked at Chen Shu beside him, frowned, and angrily said, "The garbage is all over me." I'm sorry. Chen Shu quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe it. I didn't mean it. Do you know how expensive this shirt of mine is? Looking at Chen Shu, who had been wiping for a long time but had only made the stain bigger, Qi Randong simply slapped his hand away. Disgusted and arrogant. You make a few months' salary. You tell me what to do. Feeling the amused gazes of the others on him, Chen Shu keenly noticed a plain gaze that did not contain any ill will. He knew that the owner of that gaze was Su Qingwan. Obviously, he had not encountered this kind of difficult situation before. But this time, a surging sense of inferiority struck him instantly. Chen Shu's throat went dry. I'm sorry, President Qi. Su Qingwan suddenly spoke up. I remember your group just acquired a piece of land, didn't you? I didn't realize that President Su was also interested in real estate. Qi Randong suddenly lost interest in arguing with Chen Shu. After all, how could a mere waiter compare to the tech upstart Su Qingwan? But he still turned his head and glared at Chen Shu. What are you still doing here? Get out. Chen Shu was on the verge of losing his calm expression under the mask, and took a deep breath before saying, Okay, just call me if you need me. Click. The door to the private room closed. It completely blocked Qi Randong's voice, which he was trying to curry favor with Su Qingwan. It also blocked Su Qingwan's gaze, which had fallen on him. Chen Shu took a deep breath and let out a puff of air. Damn it! He definitely had been recognized. Even though he was still wearing his uniform work clothes and a mask. Thinking about the glaring gaze that had just landed on him, Chen Shu's body stiffened. The once upon a time little poor thing would never have looked at him with such a sharp, probing gaze. She had now become confident, able to stand on her own, and had become a towering tree. And she still held a grudge against him. She's not trying to get revenge on me, is she? Just thinking about the possibility made Chen Shu involuntarily draw in a cold breath. This woman doesn't hold a grudge that long. When they were together back then, he didn't do anything. Okay. The things he did back then would be enough for anyone to hold a grudge for 300 years. No way. He absolutely couldn't just sit there and wait for his doom. He had to run away. Chen looked at the time. It was already past the peak of the lunch rush, and there were enough people waiting to be served that he could leave at this time. He told his supervisor, changed his clothes, and was ready to go home. But just as he walked out of the fitting room, he was called by his name by the manager. Hey, Chen, right? One of the customers has had a bit too much to drink and specifically wants you to drive him home. Chen felt something wasn't right and was about to refuse. But the manager continued, 800 yuan for the designated driver. 800 yuan. What a good deal. Chen's eyes lit up. I'll do it. He mentally recited the license plate number and walked to the underground parking garage. Black Maybach, 0603. 0603. It's the same number as his birthday. What a coincidence. Underground garage. Chen Shu saw this incredibly handsome car from afar, with its smooth metallic lines and every detail showing the designer's care. Since his family went bankrupt, he had sold all his cars to pay off his debts. Seeing such a nice car at this time, his eyes were fixed. He didn't notice Su Qingwan, who was standing on the other side of the car. Su Qingwan, however, had seen him since he got off the elevator. Seeing the way he looked at the car with his eyes shining and his mouth watering, it was as if she saw the arrogant teenager from those years again. Here? Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Shu suddenly looked up, and Su Qingwan's name came out instinctively. Then he remembered what the manager had said. Someone had specifically asked for him. She really recognized him. Should I say she had a good memory? He was clearly wrapped up so tightly. Didn't you see that so many classmates didn't recognize him? Can he turn around now? Su Qingwan watched Statement, who was still standing there, and curled her lips up in amusement. Let's go. Take me home, she said. Su Qingwan tossed her keys to him, then without looking, pulled open the back door and got in. Statement, who had been busy taking the keys, looked through the window at Su Qingwan, who was resting her eyes. Okay. It's too late to turn around now. Let's just pretend this is a normal ride. Taking a deep breath, Chen sat in the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and looked at the woman in the rearview mirror, who was closing her eyes to rest, and asked, Su, where is your home? Just drive. Su Qingwan leaned lazily back in her seat, and her eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened, landing directly in the rearview mirror. Her sudden opening of her eyes made the sneaky statement jump, and it shrunk back like a little quail. For a moment, she didn't know where to put her eyes. Looking at the flustered statement in the rearview mirror, Su Qingwan couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips. You really don't know where I live? Ha, how would I know that? Statement smiled sheepishly, but in fact, he really did know. Su Qingwan had just spent a huge sum of money, even risking a broken capital chain, to buy a courtyard house in the city center. She now lived in that courtyard house. And that courtyard house. It had previously been the ancestral home of their Chen family. After going bankrupt, he had sold it at a very low price in an attempt to save the Chen family from ruin, but that little money was really too little, like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, and it made no difference at all. Unexpectedly. In the end, this courtyard house was bought by Su Qingwan. The wheel of fortune turns. Chen Shu expressed his feelings with emotion. Of course you don't know. Su Qingwan's expression was calm, even a little cold. I mean, you can check the car navigation. Ah. Oh. Shit. Did he misunderstand? Chen Shu was so embarrassed that his hand trembled when he tapped the screen. The person behind him had an aura that was too strong, always making him feel at a loss. This helplessness was tinged with guilt towards her. Even though she was now a big boss in her own right. The navigation was activated. Chen Shu dialed home. The navigation immediately popped up a question. Are you leaving for Chen's old house? It will take about 36 minutes, with a total of 6 traffic lights. Chen's old house? Chen Shu looked at the destination below, 307 Fenghuang West Road. It was Chen's old house. But that was once Chen's old house. Su Qingwan. Why did you make this note? What? Is there a problem? Su Qingwan's light query came from the back seat. Is there a problem? Of course there is a problem. Statement was full of doubts in his heart. Of course he didn't think that Su Qingwan still had feelings for him, but she still made this note, which meant she was reminding herself in this way how she was humiliated by him back then. This woman never forgets to take revenge. She is sleeping on a straw mattress and tasting doll. If Su Qingwan failed, who else could succeed? Thinking that she was the target of her revenge, Chen Shu felt a bleak future ahead of him. He nodded to confirm. No problem. Then let's go. Chen Shu gripped the steering wheel, his body stiff and his eyes straight ahead. The car slowly started. Inside the car, there was silence, no one spoke, only the occasional sound of the navigation system. Looking out the window at the increasingly familiar scenery, Su Qingwan spoke first. Don't you have anything to say? Ha? Statement was stunned, and then said, I'm just a little waiter, chatting with President Su. The meaning behind his words was self-evident. The two people's classes were an insurmountable gap. What topics could they possibly have in common? I mean you. Su Qingwan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She didn't like the way Statement spoke to her like that. He should have always been carefree and easygoing, even willful and reckless. Especially when he actually saw him groveling before Qi Randong. Su Qingwan felt as if a flame of anger had ignited in her chest. She couldn't help but want to burn Qi Randong to ashes. She raised her voice slightly. After all these years, don't you have anything to say to me? President Su. Chen Shu's throat lurched violently up and down, and his fingers, which were tightly gripping the square tray, turned slightly pale. Finally, he softly reminded. President Su, you're home. Su Qingwan's body, which had leaned forward slightly, suddenly relaxed. She leaned back against the chair again, closed her eyes and then slowly opened them. Aren't you going to walk me in? In the past, you were desperate to take me straight to the girls' dormitory. When it came to the past, Chen Shu suddenly became restless. President Su, you've got the wrong person. The wrong person? I'd know you even if you were turned into ashes. Su Qingwan murmured, who was it that brought me breakfast every day? Who used a candle to spell out my name outside the dormitory and confess to me with a megaphone? Who got me into trouble and disqualified me from receiving a scholarship? And who gave me 300,000 yuan? Ha? Young Master Chen, you don't remember any of this? Damn it! Su Qingwan really came for revenge. She remembers all these trivial matters so clearly. Statement's forehead was sweating with cold sweat. If he admitted it at this time, he would really be finished. In a pinch. Chen Shu smiled sheepishly and pretended to be stupid. Ha, really? Oh, well, I don't know about that, ha. Looking in the rearview mirror, Chen Shu desperately wanted to escape and leave. Su Qingwan murmured, "Can we go back?" Go back? Chen Shu was stunned and subconsciously replied, "There's an extra charge for going back." Su Qingwan. You insensitive lump of wood. I don't have any money. Su Qingwan rolled her eyes and said, getting out of the car. If you want money, come with me to my room. Hey. I haven't seen you for so many years, and you've learned to be a scoundrel. He watched Su Qingwan's back as she left. In the end, Chen Shu didn't chase after her. Who knows what could happen to him when he enters the room as a young bachelor? Su Qingwan is so vengeful, and she will definitely retaliate when she gets the chance. It's only a few hundred yuan. Chen Shu gritted his teeth, and if the worst came to the worst, he would just give it back. It was today. He had clearly wanted to avoid Su Qingwan by leaving work early, but in the end, he still hadn't managed to do so, which made him feel a little depressed. Chen Shu glanced at the time. There were still 2 hours until his next part-time job started. While he had some free time, he could still get lucky. He thought. Chen Shu gave a final glance at the familiar courtyard, not knowing if he would have the chance to come back again in the future. Inside the house, Su Qing looked at Chen Shu's departing back, and a determined smile slowly appeared at the corner of her lips. I've found you. The days ahead are still long. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Find someone. In the past few years, find out where he lived and what he did. Chen Shu, who was walking on the road, suddenly shivered, couldn't help but rub his arms, and muttered. Has the weather changed? Chapter 2, the school beauty I used to date has become my direct supervisor. Just as expected. The weather in June is like a child's face. It changes suddenly. The rainy weather that had persisted for several days had also made Chen Shu's mood become more and more excited. It costs 2 yuan more to deliver food on a rainy day. If I make 10 deliveries, that's 20 yuan more. Come on, rain. It'd be best if it rained as hard as the day Yipping asked for money. In the office, Chen Shu was standing in front of the large glass window, the steam rising from the thermos in his hands. Looking down at the pedestrians and vehicles on the road below, which looked like tiny ants, Chen Shu couldn't help but feel a sense of grandeur, as if he could trample everything underfoot, even the fear of running into Su Qing, who had been having nightmares for several days. Just. Chen Shu, process this document. Chen Shu, where is this progress? Chen Shu, the client has been arrested and your performance has been cancelled. Chen Shu? What the hell? The client has been arrested, not me, so why cancel my performance? Chen Shu no longer had the desire to admire the scenery, turned his head and glared fiercely at his supervisor, and then said. Got it. Ugh. Who says workers are inferior? Chen Shu poured water into his thermos cup, charged his mobile phone, and then grabbed a handful of paper towels and went straight to the toilet. If he couldn't be a person above others, he could at least be a loafer. After all, the salary he earned by loafing around was really money earned from the capitalist. After coming out of the toilet, Chen Shu went into the pantry again and grabbed 2 cups of coffee. He heard Lin Shanshan, the assistant to the general manager, gossiping. Did you hear? Our company has been acquired. The boss is coming to inspect in a while. You guys had better be on your guard. If the boss gets carried away, he might take it out on us little fish. Acquire the company? What a fool would think of acquiring such a small company that is bound to go bankrupt. But if they really take it out on us, they will definitely have to pay compensation and +1. At this thought, Chen Shu's eyes lit up. Although his salary is low, he has been slacking off. Working for a long time. If a deal can be negotiated, it will definitely be a huge sum of money in a short period of time, which will just give him a chance to catch his breath and take a break. Sister Shan Shan. Chen Shu ran over to Lin Shanshan. Do you know what the boss's name is? It's Su. Lin Shanshan was about to say it, but she didn't expect her phone to suddenly ring. The words General Manager Joe flashed on the screen, and she immediately put down her coffee. Her face showed a twisted expression as if she had entered a cave of demons, but her voice was extremely sweet. Mr. Zhou, I'm here. Okay, I'll let everyone know right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shanshan's expression instantly fell. TSK. Women really can change their faces. Especially Su Qingwan, who used to be a soft and plump little white rabbit in front of him, but now has directly turned into a cold-hearted, unforgiving devil. Wait. The boss's surname is Su, and Su Qingwan also has the surname Su. It can't be that coincidental. Chen Shu was shocked by his own speculation. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. His mind went blank. He didn't even notice what Lin Shanshan was saying. The big boss is here. Lin Shanshan took a deep breath, closed her eyes in despair, and called everyone together for a meeting. A meeting? As soon as the big boss arrived, he was ready to stir up trouble. Chen Shu was frowning, his face full of worry, completely unaware that everyone else had already rushed out of the break room. No kidding. In a meeting with multiple people, you must never be the first to arrive, but you also must not be the last to arrive. The former is a time for the executives to suck up to you, and the latter is a highlight moment when everyone is watching you. Neither is something that ordinary workers like them can bear. Especially. Their meeting room is very small. They must seize the opportunity to grab the corner living space. When Chen Shu came to his senses and grabbed a small stool and rushed to the meeting room, the scorching gazes of 30 to 40 people fell on him all at once. Chen Shu's gaze fell directly on the main seat. No. It wasn't Su Qingwan. Chen Shu suddenly let out a sigh of relief. He had said that Su Qingwan, the boss of such a large company, would never lose money acquiring such a small company. Even if it was because she wanted to get back at him, the cost of this investment was too high. The huge stone in his heart suddenly fell. Chen Shu finally had time to withstand the gaze of his colleagues and, expressionless, began to find his seat. The conference room was too small. It could only accommodate a meeting of 20 people. Whenever there was a plenary meeting, they had to bring their own chairs and sit at the back. Chen Shu could always find a corner to hide in. But this time, Chen Shu scanned the room. It was all Su Qingwan's fault. Ever since she had appeared, he had been late delivering takeaways and had also been fined 200 yuan for speeding. Now he had even lost his usual corner to hide in. No place to sit? Behind you. Suddenly, a voice that made Chen Shu tremble with awe appeared. The sound of colleagues gasping in awe could be heard all around. She's so pretty. Isn't that Su Qingwan, who just made the Forbes list? I'm knocking. So Su Qingwan is going to be our new boss? It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Isn't the boss sitting in the main seat? How could it be Su Qingwan? President Su. Big Boss got up and directly shattered the last shred of Statement's fantasy. He looked at Statement and whispered, urging him. Go find a place to sit down. No need. Without waiting for Statement to make a move, the person behind him glanced at the meeting room, which was full to capacity. It wasn't that he was being strange, it was just that our office space was really too small. In that case, I remember the room next door is still empty, right? Assistant Shin, go to the property management office and contact the owner of that office space. Just buy it and knock it down. Buy it? This is the CBD. Even if it's commercial/residential, it'll cost 100,000 yuan per square meter. The next room must be at least 300 square meters, right? That's 30 million yuan. Is this what a rich person looks like? God. I'll never call you uncle again, because you've never treated me like a grandson. Shin Xinyan, the big boss, nodded. Okay, Mr. Su. That's all for today. Su Qingwan watched Shin Xinyan, who was carrying a small stool, hesitate to turn around and look at her presentation. A hint of a smile flashed in the indifferent eyes beneath her plain makeup. After all, there is still a long time to come. Damn it! This was definitely said to himself. At his workstation, Shen Shenyan clenched his fists and his expression was obscure. It seemed that Su Qingwan's words, "There is still a long time to come," resounded in his ears again. She actually really holds a grudge. She bought his company just to torture him? Hey. Wang Jiao, who was at the next desk, hunched his head, curled his elbows, and nudged Chen Shu's arm surreptitiously. Brother, you're something. Without saying a word, you made your boss buy you a 300 square meter office. That's awesome. Chen Shu was annoyed and snapped. She obviously saw that our meeting room was too small. What does that have to do with me? Wang Jiao said, if you hadn't been standing there motionless, how would the big boss have thought of buying an office? So, it's still because of you. Chen Shu. Ah, right. Because of me, because she wanted to kill me. This person can't see at all that he was almost scared to death at that time. Damn. Wang Jiao scanned the group message and suddenly slapped his thigh. The big boss invited all of our employees to lunch. But why did he specifically mark out the lack of vegetarian food? This is really strange. What the hell? Chen Shu unconsciously raised his voice. His mind flashed back to his school days. She and Su Qingwan were not in the same major. Su Qingwan majored in computer science, the highest scoring major at their school, and minored in finance. He, on the other hand, majored in business management, which was the lowest scoring major. Even if he didn't study hard, he could still enter the family company. It didn't matter if he was incapable, he could just pay to hire a top student like Su Qingwan to work for him. So, he had an exceptionally comfortable time in college. Seeing Su Qingwan, alone, wearing clothes that were washed until they were pale, hiding in a corner on a chair, head down, quietly eating a 1.5 yuan vegetable dish from the cafeteria and drinking the free soup, he would always rush over and dump the food, then have his henchman replace it with a full plate of braised pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, and stir-fried prawns that he had brought from home. Not a single vegetable. Then he watched with a smirk as Su Qingwan was at a loss for what to do, her face flushing from the embarrassment. Chen Shuixiang thought she would be angry and scold him, but she only said, "Classmate. It is a shame to waste food." Damn it. Su Qingwan at that time was really fucking cute. And now Su Qingwan really wants revenge, too. At this moment. If only she could travel back in time. Chen Shu would rush up to her and give her 2 slaps on the face for wasting food. I love being a vegetarian. Being a vegetarian is good for your health. All morning long. Chen Shu could not sit still, as if his butt had lice. However, by noon, when everyone went to get their lunchboxes, he sat still again. After all, Su Qingwan is the boss of a company. Why would she have time to distribute lunchboxes? Even if he just stood there watching. But getting the food under the boss's watchful eye. I'm really not afraid that they workers won't be able to eat. However, looking at Wang Jiwen's statement as he returned, dazed and with a lewd and excited smile on his face. Wang Jiwen held the lunchbox and sniffed it fiercely. This is takeaway from a 5-star hotel. Shan just said it costs 500 yuan for a box. Boss Su is so good to us. I will do my best for Boss Su in the future. Statement. You're buying me off with such a small favor, are you? Just 500 yuan. That's the tip he used to give the waiter. I didn't realize that Su Qingwan is quite good at buying people off these days. Watching Wang Jiwen mindlessly open the lunchbox and tuck in, the aroma came rushing at him. Chen Shu couldn't help but swallow, and belatedly realized. Shit. You didn't get it for me? Ha? Wang Jiwen, with oil all over his mouth, looked up. Without lifting his head and replied, didn't the group message say that no one could pick up the food for you? Didn't you read it? When did they make that rule? Chen Shu subconsciously retorted, suddenly realizing that he had been thinking about Su Qingwan the whole time and hadn't even read the group message. When he opened it, he saw the last message in bold and large print. In principle, no one is allowed to pick up the food for you. Spot on. Absolutely spot on. But if he didn't collect it, he would have to find food on his own, and to go to the fast food restaurant downstairs, he would have to pass in front of Su Qingwan. But if he collected it, wouldn't that be like handing it to her on a plate? Damn it. He wouldn't eat it. Chen Shu covered his stomach. His stomach, which hadn't eaten on time, was aching slightly. His brows suddenly furrowed, and his face turned a little pale. Chen Shu pulled open the drawer under the desk, but found that the soda crackers had been finished at some point. Sigh. Chen Shu turned his gaze to Wang Jiwen next to him, but he was engrossed in watching a show on his noise-canceling headphones and didn't hear him. Just as he was about to raise his hand to give him a nudge. Tap. Tap tap. The sound of footsteps came slowly. It was crisp and clear. It was completely different from his former hesitation. Even if he had only heard it once in the morning, he recognized it immediately as Su Qing's late footsteps. She was walking over towards him. The thought came along. Chen Shu immediately sounded the alarm. She's not going to take advantage of me, is she? Right now, he doesn't have the slightest ability to resist. Isn't that taking advantage of me while I'm sick? Pat. Accompanied by gasps of shock from the surrounding area, and the sound of Wang Jiwen's lunchbox dropping. Su Qingwan really stopped in front of his desk. A refreshing and familiar smell that made Chen Shu nostalgic entered his nostrils. Su's own. There was no way to avoid it. Chen Shu could only tilt his head up, his face turning an uncontrollable pale from the pain in his stomach, and a hazy mist seemed to cover his dark, bright eyes. Su Qingwan tilted her head slightly, looking at him pitifully like a frightened little animal. Pitiable and cute. She placed the lunchbox in her hand in front of him. Yours. Su Qingwan is that kind? This fucking thing is probably poisoned. Chen Shu shivered, but Su Qingwan, who was standing in front of him, had already turned and left, and said nonchalantly, "Isn't the central air conditioning a bit too cold? Okay, I'll turn it up right away." Assistant Shin immediately chimed in. Chen Shu. It's 36 degrees Celsius in June. He feels a bit hot with it set at 28 degrees, and now he wants to turn it up. Su Qingwan really wants to get me. Ah. If you're so capable, do it yourself. You're not a real man if you're going to mess with the air conditioning. Chen Shu was grimacing, confident that Su Qingwan couldn't see him. However, she seemed to have eyes in the back of her head as she suddenly turned around. Chen Shu was caught off guard, and his grimace instantly stopped. And he said, Su Qingwan thought to herself, his face does look better. Chen Shu lowered his head sheepishly, wishing he could shrink himself into a quail. He didn't dare to look at Su Qingwan until she disappeared into the office. Only then did Wang Jiwen quietly approach Chen Shu with a gossiping face. Are you having an affair with Ms. Su? Otherwise, why would she buy you an office and send you lunch? I repeat, Ms. Su buying me an office has nothing to do with me. Chen Shu reminded with gritted teeth. She's got money to burn. So you admit she sends you lunch? Chen Shu. She's lucky if she doesn't poison me. Chen Shu rolled his eyes at Wang Jiwen and held up the beautifully packaged wooden lunchbox. Eat. It's right in front of your face, why wouldn't he eat it? Even if it is poisoned, it'll be a good excuse to sue Su Qingwan. He thought. Chen Shu opened the lunchbox. The aroma was overpowering. Sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed prawns, steamed egg with lobster. And bright green bok choy. Hey! Wang Jiwen leaned over. I thought you said there were no vegetables. And this box is pretty average, isn't it? The only expensive thing is the lobster, and we've got abalone and sea cucumber. You're missing out if you don't take it. Wang Jiwen's nagging voice buzzed in Chen Shu's ears. He stared at the meal. This was the first time he had asked the family chef to cook for her. It was all the dishes that Su Qing loved. And now, she had also given herself this box of food. Could this be a coincidence? Coincidence? What the hell? It was terrifying that this woman could remember things from so long ago. Deeply calculating. Deeply calculating. At this moment in time, Chen Shu only felt that his future was bleak. Resign. At least he can still save his life. He made up his mind. Chen Shu picked up a chopstick of sweet and sour pork and stuffed it into his mouth, suddenly crying tears of joy at the deliciousness. This is what food is supposed to be. This is what gourmet food is supposed to be. What kind of life has he been living these past few years? Chen Shu took 2 big mouthfuls with tears in his eyes, completely unaware that the taste of the food actually felt somewhat familiar. Chapter 3 Assistant Shin, Boss, you haven't smiled in a long time. Inside the CEO's office. Assistant Shin is reporting on the company's situation, but he notices that Su Qingwan's attention seems to be elsewhere, and... Is she smiling? Laughing? Su Qingwan actually laughed? Assistant Shin's smooth voice could not help but pause. Having followed Su Qingwan for so many years, he had definitely watched her grow up, if not for anything else. Her personality. Assistant Shin did not say that he had a full grasp of it, but he could get the gist of it. When the company rang the bell to go public in Hong Kong, Su Qingwan was never this happy. The most important thing is, she actually acquired a company that had little profit and even in their eyes did not have any major development. It's very strange. Su Qingwan's vision is definitely not this bad. That is. Assistant Shin raised his hand and pushed the black-framed glasses on his nose. A dark current quickly flashed in his eyes. If someone can abandon all reason, it can only be because of one person. And this person. Assistant Shin's mind quickly flashed a picture of a cowardly face. What's so good about such an ordinary and timid person? The next second, Su Qingwan suddenly looked up, her gaze blankly fixed on him. Assistant Shin's expression stiffened. I'm sorry, President Su, I will put the documents down and read them myself later. Su Qingwan didn't seem to be pursuing him, which made Assistant Shin unconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. He put down the documents and was about to leave when he heard Su Qingwan say lightly, Assistant Shin. Recently, I will be focusing on the work of this company, so pay more attention to things over there. Assistant Shin nodded. Yes, President Su. Su Qingwan nodded slightly, indicating that he could leave. Immediately afterwards, he continued to focus on the computer screen in front of him. If Shin Shinyan could see it, he would definitely discover that this was a surveillance of the company's intranet, and it was specifically targeted at a certain person. In the surveillance, Shin Shinyan could see that in the monitor, Su Qingwan's cheeks were puffed up, as if she were eating like a little hamster. It seemed that she had eaten too fast, because she suddenly patted her chest, and then gulped down a mouthful of soup before it went down. Su Qingwan, who was watching the monitor, also let out a sigh of relief. She waited until he had finished eating, petting his lunchbox pitifully and even giving it a nostalgic kiss, before Su Qingwan couldn't help but laugh. This laugh was like an iceberg melting. A clear spring flowed. It brought infinite vitality. Shin Shinyan, who was closing the door and leaving, was stunned. An involuntary thought came to mind. The boss hasn't been this happy in a long time. Sigh. Shin Shinyan felt a sharp pain in his finger, withdrew his finger from the crack of the door, shook it violently, and shook off all the messy thoughts in his head. Go to work. Su Qingwan has entrusted him with things over there, so he has to be worthy of the salary he is paid. Shin Shinyan straightened his clothes, took his swollen finger, and left leisurely. Meanwhile, Chen Shu cleaned the wooden lunchbox. Then he took out his mobile phone and snapped a few photos. Wang Jiwen looked at him from all angles, puzzled. What photos are you taking after you've finished eating? I'm taking photos after I've finished eating. Chen Shu deleted a few photos that he didn't feel good about, and then clicked on the Secondhand website Chuanyu. It seems that this Secondhand website is still a product of Su Qingwan's company. Take what Su Qingwan gives you and sell it on Su Qingwan software. No problem. Chen Shu took out his phone and snapped. 5-star hotel takeaway packaging wooden box, 9 o'clock, 90% new, know how to come. And then posted the photos he took. Wang Jiwen watched him operate and exclaimed in amazement. You can sell that? Of course I can. You can even sell the plastic bag for milk tea. Why can't I sell the takeaway box from a 5-star hotel? Chen Shu said matter-of-factly. The most important thing is that the takeaway box is made of wood, which looks very high-end and can be completely recycled. But the real rich people don't care if it can be recycled. They only use it once. Damn it. These capitalists. It's because of them that the world's resources are being wasted like this. Chen Shuidi gritted his teeth, completely forgetting that he had been in the same situation before. 6 Wow. Putting on airs is a need for everyone, otherwise there wouldn't be so many groups posting pictures of their meals and shopping lists. Especially since this wooden box is recyclable. Putting on airs while saving money. Wang Jiwen was full of admiration, saying that Chen Shuidi really had a fucking business mind. Where did I throw the wooden box I just finished eating? I'll go pick it up. Wang Jiwen went to the trash can happily. Chen Shu, on the other hand, shut his phone and opened a computer file to type his resignation letter. And then. There was no then. Chen Shu scratched his head and chose to copy it directly from the search engine. After all, no one really reads the content of this stuff. Right? Chen Shu directly copied it and was about to choose the people to copy it to when he suddenly discovered that the company's organizational structure seemed to have changed. Sure enough. Statement clicked on the top column and saw Su Qingwan's name in the top position. Really? The wheel of fortune has turned. But I'm not waiting anymore. Statement clicked on the supervisor, the finance department, the assistant to the general manager, and then the general manager. Damn it. With such a bloated approval process, it's no wonder this company was acquired. Statement muttered as he clicked away. However, when he clicked send, the interface popped up with the message. Please copy your department head. Huh? I did copy it, didn't I? Chen Shu checked again, a little confused. There was nothing wrong with it. Chen Shu clicked again, but the same prompt appeared. Shit? What's going on? Wait. Chen Shu froze with the mouse in his hand. Who the hell changed his supervisor to Su Qingwan? Who has a supervisor who is the boss? Is the system messed up? That's definitely impossible. The only possible scenario is that Su Qingwan is doing this on purpose. Fine. You want to play it this way? Resign? Don't resign? That's the question. No, it's not. He's not stupid. Su Qingwan is so obviously gunning for him. Why wouldn't he run? He thought. Chen Shu directly added Su Qingwan as a copy recipient. Ding dong. This time, it was indeed sent out very smoothly. Ah. After choosing to resign, the air felt a little sweeter. What progress, what performance, all go to hell. Chen Shu slept a comfortable afternoon nap. Knock, knock, knock. In the midst of the confusion, Chen Shu heard someone push him. He seemed to see Wang Jiwen looking at him with a gossipy expression, telling him to go to some office. Chen Shu nodded. His eyes didn't even open much. It was as if he were a wandering soul. Then he saw Su Qingwan staring at him in front of him, calm and indifferent. Statement subconsciously reached out and pinched Su Qingwan's pretty face directly. Dreaming again? Girl, why have you lost weight again? Why haven't I fattened you up yet? His biggest dream was to fatten Su Qingwan up, otherwise she was as skinny as a skeleton, and there was no meat on her bones even if you wanted to nibble on them. It's a pity. He has worked so hard. But it's still useless. He also doesn't know if this girl has been eating regularly during the years they were apart. He hopes she hasn't damaged her stomach like he did. Stomach pain is not a pleasant feeling. Sigh. This dream is so real. Chen Shu felt the delicate and soft touch under his fingers, and saw Su Qingwan's pretty face covered in blush, her eyes so watery they looked like they were about to overflow. It was once again that feeling of wanting him to bully her. Chen Shu. Are you awake? Su Qingwan's indistinct but clear voice came. Nonsense. Of course he was dreaming. Otherwise, how would he dare to provoke Su Qingwan, who was now the big boss? She hated herself enough to want to squeeze her own life out, so how could she possibly let him squeeze her face? But this touch is too real. Wait. Chen Shu seemed to realize something. He suddenly met Su Qingwan's heavy gaze. He suddenly shuddered. His dazed mind suddenly cleared. Ha. Chen Shu laughed awkwardly, but then he couldn't help squeezing her face twice. I thought I was dreaming. Mistaken person, ha. Ha, aha. Su Qingwan's face visibly turned cold. Mistaken person? Has he treated anyone else like this besides himself? How long has it been since they parted, and already he has someone else in his arms? Her voice was deep and calm, but it was full of waves. Hands. Ha. Oh. After stating it, she realized that her hands were still on Su Qingwan's face. This girl didn't wear makeup, and her hands felt really good. Su Qingwan's mood unconsciously improved a little when she felt that Chen Shu reluctantly let go of her cheeks. Then she looked at Chen Shu, who was standing in front of her like a quail, with his head bowed. His collar was slightly open, revealing the inside collar that had been worn for a long time and had been slightly pilled. Su Qingwan, who had originally wanted to talk about resigning, directly said, "Right now. Go somewhere with me." Ha? Chen Shu was waiting for her to pursue the offense of pinching her face, but he didn't expect Su Qingwan to never mention it, and even want to take him out? Could it be that she wants to? Chen Shu's alarm immediately went off, and he looked at Su Qingwan defensively. This is not settling old scores. This is settling old and new scores together. Why else would she want to take him out? President Su. Chen Shu swallowed hard. Well, I just mentioned resigning, so I. Not approved. Su Qingwan interrupted him directly. Chen Shu was particularly persistent. I mentioned resigning, so whether you approve or not, I can still leave. Is that so? Su Qingwan turned the computer screen in front of him and pointed to the last sentence of the resignation letter. Please approve. But I'm not going to approve. So, you're still an employee of my company. Now, as your immediate supervisor, I have requirements that you must accept. She tilted her chin slightly, and although she was just sitting, her aura was still powerful. Looking at the statement in front of her, she said unarguably. You can't say no. Statement. The timid, awkward little rabbit from back then is completely gone. In its place is a powerful, calm and self-possessed Su Qingwan, ready to take her revenge. This time, there's no way to hide. Statement steadied his nerves and asked. Where are we going? Chapter 4, Throw yourself into the arms of a rich woman and offer her a dozen steel wool balls. You'll know what to do when you get there. Su Qingwan threw the keys by the table at him, got out to get the car, and told him to wait downstairs. Okay. Chen Shu caught the keys and, without looking, knew just by the feel that it was a Rolls-Royce. Just as he'd expected. Still the top model. It's really great to be rich. You can trade in your car every day. Chen Shu drove the car to the bottom of the company building, his elbow subconsciously resting on the car door, waiting for Su Qingwan to come down from the office building late in the day. Su Qingwan saw him from afar. Just like before, when waiting for someone in the car, he liked to lower the window and dangle his hands. When she got close, those hands would suddenly reach out and give her a meat bun or corn, or even all kinds of snacks she had never tried before. Then, regardless of her resistance, they were thrown into her arms without explanation. Then he hit the accelerator and drove away, leaving her to face her classmates' variously inquiring gazes. President Su. Statement saw Su Qingwan and immediately got out of the car, hurriedly opened the back door and smiled flattery. Get in the car. Su Qingwan. Looking at Statement, whose edges had now been smoothed. She still liked the way Statement used to be unruly. Aren't you getting in the car? Before Statement could ask, Su Qingwan pulled open the passenger door and got in. Seeing that Statement was still stupidly holding the rear door open, she asked with a puzzled expression. Aren't you getting in? Those are my words. Statement's mouth twitched as he closed the door and got back in the driver's seat. He raised the window to block out the scorching, rolling air outside, and also trapped the two of them in a small space. A faint fragrance drifted over to him. Chen Shu couldn't help but touch his nose. He was about to start the car. But the car's interior alarm sounded. Chen Shu glanced at Su Qingwan. Seat belt. What? President Su, you forgot to fasten your seatbelt. Oh. Su Qingwan nodded to indicate that she understood. Oh. Oh, you should fasten it. Chen Shu waited for a while. He was sure that she didn't mean to fasten her seatbelt. Reluctantly, he leaned over, stretched his long arm across the passenger seat and was about to fasten the seatbelt for her when he heard her ask softly. Chen Shu. Why did you resign? Don't you want to see me anymore? The two of them were very close together, and Chen Shu could even feel the slight shiver caused by the warmth of her breath on his skin as she spoke. It was like before, when Chen Shu had deliberately and intentionally pressed close. And this time, it was Su Qingwan who had taken the initiative. He paused. Quickly buckled his seatbelt. It seemed that it had been a long time since he had last been in a car, as he had to buckle it twice before it clicked into place. The crisp sound of the metal clashing highlighted his messy heartlessness and uncontrollable panic. Especially the low laugh that spilled from Su Qingwan's lips. It made the statements sitting in the driver's seat even more uneasy. Damn it. He knew that Su Qingwan was holding back a lot of bad water. Waiting for him to make a fool of himself. It was because he had previously mocked the little girl for not having been in a car before. It was really Su Qingwan to remember such a small detail until now. Statement automatically ignored his hot and burning ears, holding the steering wheel and looking straight ahead without looking away. I just felt that the company was not a good match for my career development. So I took the initiative to resign and prepare to go out and make a name for myself. It was definitely not because of any personal reasons. After all, I am a person who separates public and private. The past I have selectively forgotten. So I won't say a word about your humiliating past. Forgotten? Selectively forgotten? Good, very good. Su Qingwan's dark eyes were heavy, but she hadn't forgotten. Chen Shu sensed Su Qingwan's change in mood keenly, and for a moment, he didn't know which of his words had offended her. People always seem extra busy when they're in an awkward situation. Chen Shu was no exception. He pressed the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce sped out for 2 miles before Chen Shu remembered. The one thing. Where are we going? Su Qingwan. You don't know where you're going, and you're driving? After all these years, it's just like before. Get her in the car, and then there's no more. Turn right. Su Qingwan spoke, going to Robin's Mall. Robin's Mall? Is she going shopping? The car was parked directly in the mall's VLP parking space, and then they took the dedicated elevator upstairs. This was the first time in recent years that Chen Shu had come here other than for work. Looking at the mall from the perspective of both staff and customer, it was definitely a very different experience. Especially since it was a weekday. Why were there still so many people in the mall? The luxury bags, big and small, were being carried around like plastic bags, as if they were cabbages. He wouldn't dare buy cabbages like that. Like it? Su Qingwan glanced over and saw the logo on the bag. Without waiting for a reply from Chen Shu, she immediately turned around and went into the next shop. Chen Shu subconsciously lifted his heels and followed. Seeing Su Qingwan, the eyes of the sales assistants in the shop lit up like electric bulbs, shining brightly. It was obvious that they had seen a fat lamb, a rich woman. President Su. The manager, who had appeared from nowhere, quickly rushed over to Su Qingwan's side, then quietly motioned for the sales assistants next to him to start evacuating the store. Chen Shu watched as the customers in the store, who were either shopping or preparing to shop, were asked to leave one by one. Capitalist. Before they could buy anything, they were fucking told to clear out. It's good to be rich. Looking at the curious gazes of those outside the retractable barrier pulled shut at the entrance to the store, Chen Shu deeply felt the gap. You think you're rich. However, in front of people who are even richer, you are still nothing. Nowadays, the gap between him and Su Qingwan is no longer just a little. Their status. It completely reversed the moment the Chen family went bankrupt. Statement can't describe what it feels like. He watched Su Qingwan surrounded by sales assistants. He watched them attentively bring each item of merchandise to her, waiting for her favor. Su Qingwan's expression was extremely indifferent. She even frowned directly. The manager, who was reading her expression, suddenly became nervous. This was a big customer, and he had to serve her well. Go get some men's clothes. Su Qingwan tilted her head, and her gaze fell on the small, transparent statement. He brought all the sizes that he could wear. He must have mistaken her for someone else. Everyone's attention fell on the statement. Sir. Statement. Don't come over. The statement really couldn't figure out what Su Qingwan wanted. To buy something for herself? But he could not help but brag that these luxury goods would never last more than a day on him. After all, who would be so kind as to take a bag worth over 100,000 yuan to the subway? Who would wear clothes worth tens of thousands of yuan to the bus and ride a small electric bicycle? Their fabrics are all too delicate. They are not at all suitable for his current status. Seeing that Chen Shu had hesitated for a long time without making a choice, the store manager only thought that he was intimidated by the scene. After all, he was still wearing clothes that were clearly from the street market. He must have a handsome face, and Su Qingwan had fallen for him, catapulting him to the top of the social ladder. This was probably the first time he had seen such a scene, so it was normal that he didn't react immediately. Therefore, Chen Shu's opinion didn't matter. What mattered was the opinion of the other person. The shop manager's gaze fell back on Su Qingwan. Su Zong. Do you see any styles you like? Hearing the shop manager's words, Chen Shu couldn't help but purse her lips. A weak sense of inferiority arose. More than that, she thought of how he had once dragged Su Qingwan to luxury goods store after luxury goods store, taking advantage of his wealth to force her to accept gifts despite her refusal. At that time, was she feeling the same way as she did now? This one, and these ones. Su Qingwan ordered a few items and then said, "Don't take these, but pack the rest according to his size." Statement. He fucking bought the men's section of the store directly, didn't he? What about inferiority complexes and self-esteem? None of that is as real as the actual money in front of you. Let's take a look at the shoes. After choosing the clothes, Su Qingwan's eyes fell on the shoes on the shelves again. Statement pursed his lips and looked at her. Su Qingwan's long hair, like seaweed, was scattered about, and she looked at the shoes the salesperson held in front of her face seriously. Her skin was very white. Her black hair and red lips. With her light swaying movements, she looked like red wine in a glass. Intense and exciting. Over the past few years, Su Qingwan has long been accustomed to the various stares that others project on her. However, Chen Shu is different. Without turning her head, she can tell that Chen Shu is looking at her. Without thinking, she directly lifts her hand and gathers the hair that is scattered on the side of her face behind her ear, revealing her profile and the vulnerable yet beautiful neck. She knew what Statement liked best about her. She silently counted to 3 in her mind. Su Qingwan slightly raised the corners of her lips, her dark, bright eyes full of innocent, pure white, and she asked with her head tilted to the side. "Do you like this style?" "Yes." The expectedly slow response. Su Qingwan's lips curved up even wider in a smile, as if she had successfully pulled off a prank. "Then wrap it up." These words were directed at the sales assistants. Statement, however, fell into deep thought. Su Qingwan. What on earth did she want? Could it be that she still couldn't forget about him? That was impossible. Chen Shu shook his head violently. She had hated herself for those few years, so how could she still be thinking about him? Couldn't she just give him a break? This feeling of being cut slowly with a dull knife. It really made him feel like his heart was being torn apart. The whole store became busy with Su Qingwan's arrival. Looking at the long series of numbers that were longer than his life, Chen Shu swallowed involuntarily. He admitted that he had not seen much of the world in recent years. This, all for me? Of course. Su Qingwan nodded, and simply used her credit card to pay the bill. To her, this amount of money was just a number. Looking at the floor full of shopping bags and shoe boxes stacked higher than she was, Chen Shu's eyes went wide. So I can do whatever I want with it? Naturally. I'll give it all to him, so of course he can do whatever he wants with it. Seeing that Su Qingwan wasn't joking, Chen Shu took the shopping receipt, which was longer than his life, and looked at the manager, whose face was beaming with a smile. I want to return it. Manager, what? What the hell? This is a freshly printed receipt, it's still warm. What? Do you want to do? What? Chen Shu raised his eyebrows, can't I? Well. The store manager had never seen such an operation before, nor had he seen a young man do something like that directly in front of his benefactor. Wasn't this asking for trouble in front of the benefactor? He couldn't help but cast a pleading look at Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan said, then return it. Okay. With a clear instruction, the store manager finally let out a sigh of relief. In theory, they would never accept returns or exchanges unless there was a problem with the product quality. But Su Qingwan is their super VLP customer. Naturally, she enjoys privileges that ordinary people cannot enjoy. Just as the store manager was processing the refund, Chen Shu pulled out his bank card. Refund to this card. Isn't this blatantly for money? Which patron can bear it? The store manager glanced at Su Qingwan, who remained calm. Okay. Looking at the amount that was credited to the bank account, Chen Shu looked at Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan also looked at him. There was not the slightest hint of annoyance or impatience at the waste of time on her face. She just looked at him quietly, as if she were looking at a child who had used childish tactics. Short of money? I can give you as much as you want. Wow. Even the shop assistants, who considered themselves to be experienced, could not help but gasp at this moment, looking at Chen Shu's expression. Their eyes were full of envy. When will they meet such a generous benefactor? This young man's luck is really not good. Chen Shu. Okay. Bringing him on this trip was to confirm his identity as a young man, right? Ha! Think he'll be angry? Angry? Yelling about his pride? No. He won't. He'll just think, soft rice is delicious. He's past the age of dreaming. He knows that rich women are nice. He will just throw himself into the arms of the rich woman with righteous words and offer her a dozen steel wool balls. Chen Shu thought to himself. He looked at Su Qingwan, who was sitting on a soft sofa, surrounded by luxurious goods and surrounded by sales assistants. However, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I have money. Chapter 5. No one can say no to money. Money? What money? Urban village. Rental house. Chen Shu wanted to bang his head against the tofu. Why did he refuse? Why? That was money. Money. He didn't want money. What else did he want? Love? Did he really think he was young and full of dreams? A famous person put it well. Love without material things is like sand in the wind, it will scatter without blowing. Youth doesn't know the fragrance of a rich woman, and old age sheds tears over an empty bed. Chen Lai lay on the bed. He raised his arm and covered his eyes. With just a gentle movement, the iron bed beneath him made a coarse and muffled sound of crunch, crunch. Under the dim light, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his lips, which his arm did not cover. Ha! In his current situation. At this very moment. The hot, stuffy air. Suddenly there was a noise, starting off gently and swaying, and then suddenly it was like a sudden storm. Creaking. 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 The next second. There was an exasperated curse from outside the house. Can't you keep the fucking noise down at night? What? Are you jealous that I'm better than you? Fuck. Am I jealous of you for 5 minutes? 2 minutes of mocking me? The two groups of people started a fierce verbal battle amidst the crunching sound. The buildings in the city village are surprisingly close to each other. It feels like you can reach out from the windowsill and fight with the people in the building opposite. Especially with shouting like this. It's like having a surround sound system. Statement. Shit. The hesitation and melancholy I had worked so hard to cultivate vanished in an instant. As I thought about it, Statement couldn't help but laugh again. You can't hear the fresh Dolby sound effects of quarrels and the sound of getting down to business anywhere else. Buzz. The phone by the bed vibrated. Statement raised his hand, causing another crunch sound. Damn, when I get rich, I'm going to replace this 200 yuan bed sooner or later. Ha ha. The screen lights up. It's a message from Wang Jiwen. Fuck. Dude, you're the best. There really are suckers who will buy a used lunchbox. 500. He's asking for 500 straight away. I sold it without even thinking about it. You're rich, dude. Fuck. This son of a bitch has struck it rich. Chen Shu is seething. He doesn't want to deal with him at all. All rich people are my enemies. Ding dong. A notification from the secondhand trading platform Zhuanyu popped up on the notification bar of his phone. Master, someone has inquired about your new listing. Please reply as soon as possible. It's here. Chen Shu directly clicked on it. Sure enough, he saw someone in the chat box asking about the lunchbox he had listed at noon. He immediately enthusiastically promoted it. Dear, I guarantee that it is a brand new lunchbox that I ate myself. This hotel is the only one of its kind on the entire network. You can't lose if you don't buy it. Chen Shu was not lying when he said that. In principle, this restaurant does not provide delivery services. Especially not for such a large quantity of group meals. But then again, who is Su Qing in the evening? All principles can be broken in principle. People. When you have a certain amount of money, the world can make way for you. Not to mention just a 5-star hotel? Sure enough, the person on the other end was very tempted and immediately made an offer. 500. Holy shit. Chen Shu's breathing suddenly became rapid. Mom, I'm rich. Did you see that? I've met a sucker. Just as Chen Shu was about to reply that it was a deal, the sucker continued. 1,000. I'm going to fight you spendthrifts. It had doubled in price in the blink of an eye. Chen Shu's eyes were red. Deal. Don't pay yet, I'll change the price. This time. The sucker didn't say anything, but Chen Shu saw the link to place the order in the background. He quickly changed the price. The other party quickly paid. Can you deliver within the city? Of course. The customer is always right. Chen Shu naturally wouldn't refuse the request of a god. 1,020. There's still 20 yuan for postage. He originally wanted to reduce the amount for the customer, but then thought, if they're willing to pay 1,000, what's 20? Now he's richer than Wang Jiwen. He can be dealt with now. Chen Stated directly sent a screenshot of the order to Wang Jiwen. Wang Jiwen. Damn it. You little brat really deserve to die. 1,000. That's 1,000. This time. The mentality of Chen Stated collapsed and became Wang Jiwen. Chen Stated giggled with glee. Awesome. But this address. He clicked on the screenshot Wang Jiwen sent him. It was exactly the same. What kind of idiot would buy two? Isn't that? Chen Shuyi sat up, ignoring the nagging feeling in the back of his mind that something was wrong. He then sent a message to Wang Jiwen. The address you photographed is the same as the one you're delivering to now. Wang Jiwen, what do you want? Chen Shuyi smiled, the delivery order. They're both colleagues. It's better to let him have the money than someone else. No problem, absolutely no problem. Chen Shu took out the same-day delivery vest from the box under the bed, put it on, and then opened the same-day delivery backstage system and told the station master to send him the orders for both his and Wang Jiwen's addresses. 5 minutes later. Ding dong. You have received a new delivery order. Please pick it up in time. Chen Shu glanced at the backstage system. He picked up the lunchbox and cheerfully went downstairs. DD. The electric moped beeped twice. Chen Shu quickly drove out of the cramped urban village. Even though the potholed path was covered in puddles from the rain, and the little electric moped splashed water onto his shoes as it sped along, it didn't affect Statement's good mood at all. First, he went to Wang Jiwen's house to pick up the goods. Then, following the navigation system, he drove straight through most of the city to the delivery address. Xinghe Shanzhuang. The average price is 100,000 yuan per square meter. The monthly rent is in the 5-digit range. Statement wasn't here for the first time. Despite the exorbitant prices, half the residents here are tenants. And among these tenants, there are those who have money and those who pretend to be rich. In the past, he delivered many second-hand luxury goods to this address. So this place is definitely familiar to Chen Shu. He double-checks the delivery address. He makes sure of the house number. Holding 2 lunchboxes, Chen Shu flashes an 8-tooth smile and rings the doorbell. 2 minutes later. Click. The delicate and expensive door was opened. The homeowner's delicate cheeks, like blooming peach blossoms, were revealed. At that moment, Chen Shu's smile also directly froze and stopped. Su always? Chen Shu. Su Qingwan's chest panted slightly, and soon calmed down. Without the slightest bit of surprise, she called out his name. It really was Su Qingwan. The fool was actually Su Qingwan. Does she still need to buy 5-star lunchboxes to impress people? Chen Shu was dumbfounded. What did she want? To contribute to world environmental protection? Apart from that, Chen Shu couldn't think of any other reason. Su Qingwan looked down at Chen Shu, dressed as a delivery boy. It was so late, and he was still at work? Isn't he rich? Of course he is. I love working. Working makes me feel fulfilled. If I don't work for a day, I'll be exhausted. Chen Shu had a heart attack. He thought he was dead right now, and his mouth was the hardest part of his body. Su Qingwan looked at him strangely from top to bottom, and finally her gaze settled on his face. You actually like working? Is this the Chen Shu she remembers? Could it be that being apart for a few years really can change a person? Back then, Chen Shu wanted someone to do his homework for him. Chen Shu. You're such a good conversationalist, you must have offended a lot of people in the business world, right? Who the fuck likes working? If it weren't for... Chen Shu took a deep breath and gave a standard smile. Someone has sent you something. Please sign for it. Su Qingwan only then lowered her gaze to the box that Chen Shu was holding, and gestured to him to come inside. Then you can put it in the living room for me. Chen Shu hesitated for a moment. But then he saw Su Qingwan already turning to leave the door. Okay. He lifted his foot and was about to go in, but then he saw the clean and shiny floor that seemed to be able to reflect a shadow. He looked down again at his shoes. Even though he had tried hard to clean the uppers, the soles still carried dirty dirt from stepping in the narrow, messy alleys of the urban village due to the recent rain. Why don't you come in? Su Qingwan leaned against the water bar and looked at him with a puzzled expression on her face. The bright incandescent light above her body. It made her already pale skin look as crystal clear as snow. Besides being beautiful, she also exuded a strong smell of money. Having money is really fucking great. It can turn an awkward and unsophisticated ugly duckling directly into an unattainable white swan. Chen Shu's eyes flashed, and without saying a word, he took off his shoes at the door and stepped into the house wearing just a pair of socks. Then I'll just put it. Chen Shu walked through the front door, and then saw that there were already 7 or 8 lunchboxes exactly like the one in his arms piled up on the floor of the living room. Shit. Chen Shu felt a sudden chill. Su Qingwan. What the hell is she up to? A big boss like her collecting junk? Chapter 6. You still say there's no affair? Don't know where to put it? Su Qingwan had walked up to him without him noticing, and the rich fragrance from her made Chen Shu's already pounding heartbeat even faster. Before Chen Shu could react, she lifted her hand and took the lunchbox from his arms. I don't know if Su Qingwan did it on purpose. Chen Shu felt the back of his hand being gently stroked by her delicate fingertips, sending shivers through him. The next second, Chen Shu felt his arms become empty. The lunchbox had been taken away by Su Qingwan and placed on the coffee table with a bend of her waist. Time seemed to have slowed down in that moment. Su Qingwan's movements were as slow as a turtle. Perhaps it was because she was about to rest. That was why she was wearing a pair of silky, smooth pajama pants. They revealed her long, shapely legs. As she bent over, more and more of her legs were exposed. Chen Shu's eyes went wide. He had known before that Su Qingwan had nice legs. But now that he saw them again, they were even better than he remembered. They were superb. He felt Chen Shu's burning gaze fall on him. Su Qingwan, who was bent over, slightly raised the corners of her lips. Although she had become more hardworking, her preferences in certain areas had remained the same. Okay. Su Qingwan stood up and turned to face Chen Shu. Now, what was distracting people's attention had become her trembling, full breasts. Chen Shu. Okay. You want to test the cadres with this, right? I really will. The goods have been delivered, so please confirm receipt as soon as possible. I really held it together. Chen Shu felt like the man and not a man right now. Which one are you? Su Qingwan took out her phone directly and opened the turnfish background. Chen Shu quickly scanned it. There were 8 orders in the shipping queue. There were 12 orders in the shipped queue. In total, there were 20 orders. Damn. How many people are there in there? Company? There are actually so many people as smart as himself selling secondhand goods. Damn it. He is no longer the most profitable employee in the company. Chen Shu suddenly became worried. His sense of crisis suddenly became strong. No. Shouldn't he be wondering why Su Qingwan bought so many secondhand lunchboxes? Beauty is a distraction. Su Qingwan is indeed treacherous. He almost fell for her. Unfortunately. One move short. He still found out. Just as Chen Shu was muttering to himself, Su Qingwan fixed her gaze on him and asked with a half-smile. Aren't you going to ask why I bought so many lunchboxes? Why? Oops. I almost went along with her again. Chen Shu stopped in time. It definitely Definitely, 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 definitely. Definitely, 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 definitely. Definitely, 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 definitely. Su Qingwan's eyes flashed. She suddenly leaned in close to him. The rich fragrance of her body immediately surrounded Chen Shu. It made him momentarily dazed. Immediately afterwards, Su Qingwan's soft whisper sounded in his ear. I bought them specially. And they're all from the same city. So you're doing it on purpose. That's horrible. That's really horrible. Chen Shu took a few steps back. He pretended to be calm and refused. I have no interest in my customers' privacy. None whatsoever. If you don't say it out loud, you can still do it behind their backs. If you do say it out loud, then you're being completely open and aboveboard. When did Su Qingwan become such a backstabber? She really has learned bad habits over the past few years. This world. It really does harm people deeply. Shouting out curses in his heart, Shu Chen directly skated out the door, ignoring Su Qingwan's seemingly smiling gaze, as if there was a mad dog chasing after him. Once they got in the elevator, Shu Chen let out a sigh of relief. No matter why Su Qingwan had bought so many same-day lunchboxes, he would have to reduce posting such obvious things on the fish exchange platform in the future. At the very least, he would have to wait a few days before posting again. He had made up his mind. After stating his case, he realized with hindsight that his feet felt strange. He looked down. And his thumb emerged from the hole. He was looking at him from afar. He had forgotten to wear shoes. The expression on the face of the passerby in the elevator was reflected in the elevator door, which was as shiny as a mirror. Zhou Chen watched him change from surprise to understanding. Then he took out his phone and started snapping away. Even with his head down, Shen could see his inquisitive expression. Damn it! Su Qingwan! You're a disaster! The thought that he would become the center of gossip in a group made him feel like vomiting. Chen Shu's toes went straight up, and he picked out a 3-bedroom apartment. Finally, the elevator arrived. Chen Shu quickly pressed the button for Su Qingwan's floor. He hoped that his shoes were still at the door. Amen. But obviously, when someone is unlucky, amen is useless. There were 2 shoes in front of Su Qingwan's door, one of which was not his, and the other was not either. It had only been 2 or 3 minutes. There was absolutely no way that such a diligent maid would have taken them away. And there was no way that she would have left just the right pair of shoes for him. That left only Su Qingwan. She did it on purpose. Su Qingwan did do it on purpose. At this very moment, she was sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching the flat-screen monitor as Chen Shu went back and forth at the door. Under the high-definition camera. So that Su Qingwan can see every nuance of the speaker's face. Wear it. Su Qingwan raises her hand and gently places it on the screen. It looks like she is nostalgic. But it also looks like she doesn't want to see his choice. Her finger directly blocks his body. When Su Qingwan moves away again, the figure of the speaker has already gone out of the monitoring range. The shoes at the door have disappeared. Instead, there is a note stuck to the door. Su Qingwan immediately put down the tablet, quickly opened the door and took down the note. Oh, I.O.? Downstairs. Damn you, Su Qingwan. Statement dark and twisted crawling screaming. 20,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan for a pair of shoes. Is this fucking made of gold? I didn't make any money on this trip, but I lost 20,000 yuan. Make a key? How many? I'll make a few. Su Ching, you owe me 19.9 yuan. How are you going to pay me back with those flats? This is not just revenge. This is a double blow to my mental and physical health. You can kill me, but what did you do to my wallet? Resign. I must resign. But when he thought about the 20,000 yuan I owed him, Chen Shu became depressed again. What's so noble about him? Can't you just walk away? Why leave a note? You're so cheap. Chen Shu was once again torn between heart and mind. He definitely had to resign, and he definitely had to pay back the money he owed. He would go back and list his things on a secondhand platform. And he would find a new job before resigning, so that there would be a seamless transition. That way, he could pay off his debts as quickly as possible. The plan worked. Chen Shu felt better and happier. He wasn't intimidated when he saw someone walking towards him in his shoes. He was wearing shoes. So arrogant. The next day, as soon as Chen Shu woke up, he grabbed his phone and checked the secondhand website. To avoid a repeat of the lunchbox incident, he switched to a different secondhand platform this time. However, there were many people asking for the shoes on this platform, but not many people buying them. The person who made an offer was also a fool. They were only willing to pay 2,000 yuan for the 20,000 yuan shoes. Chen Shu cursed and blocked the person. Then he got up and washed up. When he was about to go out, he looked at the shoes he had placed on the stool, which looked out of place in this shabby rented room. Sure enough, luxury goods don't pit the poor. Tut. Chen Shu closed the door. He rode his small electric bicycle to pick up his free ride customer, took the person to the bottom of the office building, heard the sound of the wealth treasure being credited to the account, and then waved his hand satisfactorily before turning the bicycle around and grunting to go to work at his company. He hummed happily. La la la, la la la. I'm a money-making expert. $1 or $2 is not considered small, and little by little you get rich. Before long, Chen Shu arrived at the office. He turned down the central air conditioning to the lowest setting, filled up another 5-liter bucket of natural spring water and took it home on his electric moped. He cooked instant noodles for dinner and took a dump while he was at it. It's not all gone. I'll just take it home with me. Chen stated that he kicked it away without any psychological burden. The company is my home. I can take whatever I want from my home. There is nothing wrong with that. After doing this, it was already half an hour past work time. Chen stated that he was satisfied. Wang Jiwen came up to him furtively. Did you see the person who bought the lunchbox yesterday? Was she pretty? He mentioned what happened yesterday. Chen's expression slightly stiffened, and he said with a laugh. She was pretty. What's the use of being good-looking, you snake in the grass? Wang Jiwen's eyes widen. What's going on? You don't want to know. Chen Shui waves his hand, shrugs his shoulders, hides behind the computer and starts to sneakily eat his breakfast. Wang Jiwen is even more curious. It's okay, just tell me to cheer me up. Wang Jiwen. Chen Shui puts down his breakfast, stares at him with a serious face, and angrily accuses. Are you still a brother? Is there a brother who reveals scars like you do? Wang Jiwen's eyes widened in disbelief, his teeth clenched as he asked in a voice that trembled with emotion. If not, you really treat your colleagues as brothers? Chen Shu. Fuck you. You really know how to get to the point. You're a talent. It's obvious. I can't stay in this company anymore. They're all useless. Chen Shu rolled his eyes at Wang Jiwen and started using a job search app. The market is not good. He saw a suitable salary for Chen Shu and applied. As for whether he meets the requirements of the other company? Ridiculous. It's not like he's wasting time screening resumes. It's none of his business. Just apply and that's it. He is quickly matching the companies that need him in the fastest time possible. Next, just reverse the selection. Tut tut. It's just like me. In no time at all. Chen Shu had applied for hundreds of resumes. And look at the time. It's time for morning tea. Chen Shu went to the pantry to fill up a glass of mineral water, then shamelessly borrowed a pack of coffee from Lin Shanshan, listened to some gossip, and then slowly returned to his post. As soon as he sat down, Wang Jiwen came over again. Chen Shu subconsciously stepped away from him. This son of a bitch has been like a crow with an open beak these past 2 days, and he hasn't brought any good news. It's better for him to stay away. Wang Jiwen looked at him blankly and said, "What do you want? If you have something to say, say it." Wang Jiwen laughed. "Great news." Chen Shu's left eyelid suddenly twitched. A bad feeling welled up in him. "Sue wants to see you in her office." "Shit." Chen Shu's eyelid twitched even more violently. What kind of great news is this? It would have been better to just report his death. Wang Jiwen. You're all against me. This company, these colleagues. They're all against me. Ever since Su Qing arrived late, his entire magnetic field has been thrown off. It's all messed up. He can never go back to the way things were. A single tear fell heavily from Chen Shu's eye. Wang Jiwen widened his eyes in excitement and said, "Holy shit. You cried with joy when you heard that President Su told you to go to the office. And you still say you guys aren't having an affair." Chapter 7, It's Like He Cares. I'm dying of laughter. Who broke the defense? Go in? Don't go in? That's the question. Sticking your head out is one cut, but shrinking your head is several cuts. Okay. Since I must be cut. Su Qingwan, you bitch, you really aren't a good person. Stand in the doorway and build up your nerves. Chen Shu took a deep breath. Knocked on the door and entered. Manager Su. You're looking for me? Su Qingwan seemed to be on a video call, with headphones in both ears. She saw him coming, but didn't take them out. Instead, she just looked at him with her eyes. She took a moment to say, "Wait a minute." "Oh." Chen Shu responded. He sat very naturally on the sofa in the office. Then he listened as Su Qingwan continued talking to the other person. The person on the other end of the line seemed to hear his voice, because he heard Su Qingwan say, "No. It's an employee of my company." Liar. What employee? It's obviously the ex-boyfriend of the gold digger. Chen Shu sat up straight with an expressionless face, his ears unconsciously pricked up. Su Qingwan added, "Okay, I'll definitely keep you company this weekend. You know, I'm definitely the one who loves you the most in the whole world." You. Still the one who loves you the most in the whole world. Disgusting. Chen Shu shrugged his shoulders. When he was supporting Su Qingwan as a gold digger, he had never heard her say such mushy, sentimental things. Ha! Does he really think he cares? It's just a sentence, isn't it? Like anyone would care. I'm dying of laughter. Who broke the defense? Chen Shu crossed his arms over his chest, sneering repeatedly, and listened to Su Qingwan coaxing the person on the other end of the phone in a soft voice for a full 5 minutes before he felt like paying attention to himself. Chen Shu. Su Qingwan pointed at the chair in front of her desk. "Sit here. You just finished sweet-talking someone, and now you're thinking of me? You tell me to go, and I go? Ha ha. I'll go." Statement rose expressionlessly and obediently sat in front of her. "Ms. Su. Do you need me for something?" Su Qingwan took off her headset and looked up at him. "Don't like it here? Want to change jobs?" Shit. Could it be that his fishing expedition with the resume was discovered? Statement's eyes twinkled. No. He already submitted his resignation letter. What's there to be afraid of? He nodded immediately. Yesterday you didn't approve my resignation. Are you going to approve it today? Su Qingwan shook her head, looking at him with a crooked smile. Of course I won't approve it. I've looked at the company's various data. The project you're in charge of is the one that always takes the shortest time and produces the best quality among all the employees. How could an employee as capable as you think I would let you leave? Humph. The girl is quite discerning. Not to brag, but Chen Shu is definitely the mainstay of this shitty company. A 3-year veteran. If it weren't for the time wasted managing the team as a supervisor, he would have been promoted and received a pay rise long ago, become the CEO, marry a rich and beautiful woman, and return to the pinnacle of his career. He would never have given Su Qingwan the opportunity to be his direct supervisor. Chen Shu slightly raised his chin. I'm glad you know. Looking at his proud and arrogant appearance. A trace of a smile appeared in Su Qingwan's eyes. In that case, let's talk about the fact that you were goofing off at work this morning and sent your resume to my other company. What do you mean? Chen looked at her in confusion, his mind not quite catching up. Su Qingwan kindly reminded him. Check your phone? Chen keenly sensed her gloating expression. He wanted to refuse, but his body was already quicker than his mind and pulled out his phone. The phone's face automatically unlocked. It popped up the job search app interface, which he hadn't exited yet. Without having to open the dialog box, with his 5.0 vision, Chen immediately saw Ms. Su in the chat. Chen, come to the office. Ms. Su. Su Qingwan. Chen's vision suddenly went dark. There was only one thought in his head. What a narrow escape. He was only thinking about Kuka's CV, why didn't he look at the company name? This is great. It's delivered directly to the door. But then again, which good family's big company would have the boss recruit in person? Not busy? That's ridiculous. From now on, whenever he sees the surname Su, he'll definitely walk around it. He won't even eat the dragon beard pastry. Who told it to have a Su too? Take it out on someone else. That's how blatant it is. I've already sent your resume to all the other HRS in the group. Then what? Find me a job? Set me free to fly? No revenge? May the good man live in peace, and may there be 108 treasures in one berth. Chen stated his heartfelt and sincere best wishes to Su Qingwan. Then, I will know which company you apply to in the whole city. The implication is, you run, but you can't escape from my grasp. He ran, and she chased. He could not escape. Chen stated. A cornered dog can jump over the wall. He was desperate. Do you believe I will go straight to a black factory to screw in bolts? Of course, it is impossible to screw. How could he give up a promising variety of part-time jobs just for the 10,000 or 8,000 yuan he would earn screwing? But Su Qingwan, you capitalist. You will never receive such heartfelt and sincere blessings from me again. Su Qingwan paused, giving Chen Shu time to think, and then said gently. Do you still want to resign now? Resign. It is impossible to resign, not in this life. I will bear the flag for the company, shed my blood and sweat, and dedicate all my youth. I will do whatever the boss tells me to do, and go wherever the boss tells me to go. Chen Shu revealed a smile of nuclear goodness. Kick me. Even if you, Su Qingwan, kick the cotton. And from another perspective, Su Qingwan insisted on keeping him in the company. To a certain extent, if he is a bit more laid back in the future and gets caught, he will not be fired. If he really got fired for being reckless, wouldn't that be exactly what he wanted? Tut tut. How gratifying. Su Qingwan listened, a trace of bewilderment flashing in her eyes. This person's emotions change so quickly. But if Chen Shu can honestly stay in the company, then her goal will have been achieved. In that case, Su Qingwan glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the computer. Today is Friday, and the weekend is 2 days away. The weekend. Su Qingwan tapped her fingers on the desktop and pondered. The whole company is going to the hot spring resort for team building tonight. Go and give them notice. President Su, this isn't my job, is it? I know. Su Qingwan nodded and said with a smug air, I'm letting you do it on purpose. Chen Shu. Now that we've got that out of the way, you're not even going to hide your revenge, are you? Chen Shu stuck out his neck and said, President Su, I don't know if I should say something. Su Qingwan, then you shouldn't say it. Chen Shu. It's okay, it's okay. This is the boss, the one who pays the salary. I'm already a mature workhorse, I can pour my own coffee and work, and naturally I can find my own way down. The employees in our company are relatively introverted, and someone will definitely take a leave of absence. It's better to just send the money than to go to the hot spring villa and spend that money. After all, it's better to send a large sum of money than to ask about the cold and the warmth. Su Qingwan nodded as if she found it very reasonable. Since you said so, we'll go to the hot spring resort for team building. You, don't take any leave. Statement? What did I say? What did I say? I said you capitalists can't listen to what your employees say at all. Bah! Statement swore and turned around, leaving the office. He directly announced in the company that they would go to the team building after work. It was definitely immoral to take up the weekend for team building. But then again, it's a high-end spa resort costing 3,000 to 5,000 yuan per person. Especially after Chen Shu announced the news. Su Qing said in the group chat again that family members could be brought along and all expenses would be reimbursed. None of the employees present were in the mood to work. The sound of the keyboard crackled. It was glaringly obvious that someone was showing off. Wang Jiwen was no different. After showing off to his friends and family, he glanced at Chen Shu, who looked dejected. He reached out and poked him. "What's going on? Why do you look like you can't hold your urine?" Chen Shu glanced at him askance. "Ha! How can a mortal like you understand the vicissitudes of life? But you really don't have an affair with President Su, do you?" Wang Jiwen's small green eyes flashed with a hint of gossip. "Otherwise, she's only been here a few days, and she's been paying attention to you every day. She brings you your meals and tells you to go to the office." The more she talked, the more Wang Jiwen felt that Su Qingwan had fallen for Chen Shu. His gaze could not help but scrutinize him. Chen Shu felt his heart flutter at the way he was being looked at. Could it be that this kid really had discovered something? Then Su Qingwan really should kill him to keep him quiet. "You don't look that great either." Wang Jiwen looked him up and down and criticized. "You're just a little better looking. A little taller. A little better tempered. He knows how to dress a little. That's not much. Why can't Su always see the good in me?" Statement. It's clear that he's praising him. But for the time being, he actually doesn't know what to say. Wang Jiwen. You're a fucking talent. The company has you. It's a real blessing. Chapter 8, what a coincidence. It was time to go home. Since the company was bringing along the families of the employees, those with cars could pick up their families and leave together, while those without cars could wait for the two company buses to arrive and then leave together. Chen Shu sneaked a peek at the excited colleagues. On his phone was a message from the station manager. "It's going to be busy on Friday, so you'd better hurry. The list won't be able to keep up." Isn't this like finding money? Chen Shu's eyes went wide. He stood up abruptly. This startled Wang Jiwen. "What are you doing?" "Shit," Chen Shu said with righteous indignation. Then, ignoring Wang Jiwen's incredulous expression, he strode out of the office, went to the bathroom next door, took a leak, and then left work. Su Qing had refused to let him take leave earlier. If he just skipped work, it wouldn't be considered taking leave. Besides, he didn't lie. He did go to the bathroom before leaving. He just hid what happened afterwards. When he got downstairs, Chen Shurchun lifted the takeaway box, put on the yellow robe that symbolized his noble status, and with a long stride, he was off. Delivered? Welcome. Right now I'm a warrior protecting every hungry soul. Isn't this better than soaking in some hot spring, letting the corrupting enjoyment of the material world rot your inner nobility? He watched the cars stuck in the traffic jam on the busy street. Chen Shu controls the little electric moped speeding under him. He recklessly weaves through the traffic. 1 order, 2 orders. 3 orders. Clatter. All the sounds of money being received. Wonderful. Chen Shu can't help but feel giddy. He has no idea that the rest of the company is waiting for him. Outside the company building. Inside the bus, there is a lot of chatter. Outside the bus, the storm is about to break. Wang Jiwen never expected that Chen Shu, that bastard, would not fall into the toilet pit, but would instead escape in shame. Now he was left alone to face Su Qingwan's cold stare. He shivered. He waited for her to show mercy and let him go. Back on the bus, Wang Jiwen couldn't help but feel relieved. Thank goodness Su Qingwan didn't fancy him. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death. It's hard to bear a beautiful woman's kindness. Chen Shu, you are truly a brave man. Lin Shanchan also didn't expect Chen Shu to run away from such a good opportunity for team building. What's more, she didn't expect Su Qingwan to pay so much attention to Chen Shu. She read the message he left for her. She tried hard to choose her words. Chen Shu said that there was a gas leak in his home. He went home to turn off the gas, so he would not participate in this team building activity for the time being. Su Qingwan's delicate and beautiful face was expressionless. Only the cold air kept radiating. It made Lin Shanshan feel like a quail. She wished she could just shrink down and hide underground. Did he really say that? Air? Lin Shanshan hesitated. Of course, Chen didn't really say that. Su Qingwan reached out. Let me see. Oh, no. It's all over. Lin Shanshan heroically handed over her phone. In the chat box, Chen said, Sean, I'm not going to the team building. If anyone asks, just make up an excuse. Anyway, Dogecoin is going to fire me for this, so they have to pay me 2N plus 1. 2N plus 1. He seems quite happy. Su Qingwan returned the phone to Lin Shanshan late in the evening. Unfortunately, it depends on whether she agrees or not. Su Qingwan said coldly. Then you guys can just go. Lin Shanshan felt that Su Qingwan's words were a bit strange, and she tried to test. Then you get the invoice back and the company will reimburse it. Su Qingwan said. She turned around and got into her car to go to Crescent Bay. Crescent Bay. Lin Shanshan knew that it was an upscale villa area in the city. And it was in a different direction from the hot spring villa they were going to. In other words, Su Qingwan was not going with them on the team building trip? Lin Shanshan was a little confused. Clearly, just now, Su Qingwan still wanted to go. But after she found out that Chen Shu was not going, she also decided not to go. Lin Shanshan sensed something keenly. Su Qingwan, could it be that she and Chen Shu had an affair? The overbearing female CEO and her rebellious young husband? I'm lost. It's getting interesting. Lin Shanshan's eyes lit up. She couldn't wait to share the gossip with her gossiping partner. But as the car pulled away, Su Qingwan glanced at Lin Shanshan from the lowered car window. That glance was full of warnings. Knowing that she had spied on the big boss's privacy, Lin Shanshan was shocked. She knew immediately what to say and what not to say. Even after the warning glance, Su Qingwan's mood did not improve when she returned to Crescent Bay. Clearly, his favorite thing before was to take her to the hot spring villa to soak in the hot springs. He said that his favorite thing was to soak in the hot springs. That was why she chose the hot spring villa for the team building. Now he doesn't like it? Then what does he like? Su Qingwan fell into deep thought. Was it really because they had been apart for too long? So everything that he used to like would change? She didn't know how long it had been. Su Qingwan's stomach grumbled. She subconsciously wanted to call the nanny. But when she got downstairs, she realized that she was in Crescent Bay. Here, she was always alone. She walked in her slippers to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, which was, unsurprisingly, completely empty. Forget it. Su Qingwan closed the refrigerator door late in the evening and decided to order takeaway. She picked up her phone and opened the takeaway app. This place was far from the city center. It was another upscale villa area. Sometimes when she didn't have a nanny at home but wanted to eat, she would just call the property management company and they would come to her house to prepare and cook. Usually no one would order takeaway at all. So Su Qingwan was an absolute freak. Holy shit. A big order. Chen Shu grabbed the big order without a second thought, just by flicking his fingers. However, he remembered the lesson from the time he had sent in his resume. Chen Shu took a very careful look at the name and address of the recipient. Not only was it not the surname Su, it was also a complete departure from the hot spring resort. Very good. Chen Shu's heart went straight to his stomach. He basked in the glory and showed it off to Wang Jiwen. He. You guys soak in the bath while I make money. If I don't get rich, who will? I'll make you all go bankrupt. But the bastard Wang Jiwen didn't reply immediately. After some consideration, Chen Shu guessed that he was having a good time in the hot spring pool. So he didn't notice that when he switched the chat window to the background, Wang Jiwen suddenly replied with a message. President Su knows that you didn't come, and it seems that you didn't come either. At that moment, Chen Shu had already picked up his meal. Following the navigation, he went straight to Crescent Bay. It was no wonder that this was one of the top villa areas in the country. Even though it is covered in vegetation, there is not a trace of mosquitoes. The air is also many times fresher than in the city. A natural oxygen bar. Chen Shu gets on the shuttle bus in the villa area. There is a security guard on each side. There is also a driver at the front. He is holding a nicely packaged takeaway in his arms. He is really enjoying it. They have arrived. The driver stops the car. The two security guards get out. One sees Chen Shu off as he goes to deliver the takeaway, while the other accompanies him. Chen Shu. Why don't you just help me deliver it yourself? Oh. Because the villa is so big, his backup can't reach the front door to take delivery. Ah. I'll fight you rich people. Ding dong. Chen Shu presses the video doorbell. But there's no answer. However, the lights in the windows of the villa show that someone is living there. After waiting for 5 minutes, Chen Shu saw the handle of the door in front of him twisting. He suddenly raised a smile. Hello, you're outside. Delivery? Damn it. What the hell is the narrow road? God, you don't fucking treat me like a grandson. Now you're not even a human being, right? Am I some kind of cheap person? How could this happen to me? Chen Shu? Su Qingwan looked at the person in front of her, dressed in a yellow robe. Yesterday he was still wearing the uniform of a delivery service, and today he's already delivering takeaways. How many more surprises does she not know about? Chen Shu smiled wryly. Ms. Su. I didn't realize you also ordered takeaways in person. Su Qingwan looked at him with a stern face. Yes, I didn't realize you also delivered takeaways in person. Ah ha ha. Chen Shu was embarrassed. Serving the people, serving the people. Su Qingwan seemed to have not seen his embarrassment and invited. Come in and have a seat? No, I don't think so. Chen Shu waved his hand, mainly because he had just missed the team building event and couldn't take leave, and now he had directly bumped into Su Qingwan's face. She didn't ask why he wasn't going to the team building event, but she even enthusiastically invited him to come in and have a seat. This is a villa area of such a density. Even if he were to be dismembered, the neighbors wouldn't know. For the sake of his life, Chen Shu expressed his refusal. Oh. Su Qingwan nodded. Okay then. Okay then. Okay then. Just like that? Su Qingwan nodded. The meal was delivered. Su Qingwan suppressed the strangeness in her heart and ate without tasting the food. Enjoy your meal. Please leave a positive review if you can. Thank you. Su Qingwan nodded slightly. As he turned to leave, the door slammed shut. At the door. She leaned against the doorframe and let out a heavy sigh. Luckily he didn't really come in. Otherwise. Su Qingwan looked at the empty by Ping living room. On the walls, on the floor, and even in the air. There were dense photos hanging everywhere. And there was never more than one owner of the photos. And they were all secretly taken. If she was seen, she must feel like a pervert, right? Su Qingwan, who was holding a lunchbox, leaned against the door panel and slowly crouched down to sit on the ground. Her slender and dense eyelashes covered all the emotions in her eyes. She would never let him know. Absolutely. Never. The door. She heard the impatient sound of the door closing behind her. Chen Shu's footsteps paused. Then, under the murderous gaze of the security guard, she started walking again towards the shuttle bus. She would never come back to this place. No matter how much money she was offered. Delivering food was like being in prison. Under the pressure from both sides, Chen Shu took out her phone and ordered a delivery. Then she saw the message Wang Jiwen had sent her. Damn it. You should have told me earlier. He just happened to bump into him. In his heart, Chen Shuichang berated Wang Jiwen. Then he blocked him. What's the point of having such a useless colleague? Bah! Meanwhile, the fun was over. Wang Jiwen, who had clicked on Chen Shuicheng's profile picture to brag about his luxurious life, suddenly discovered that Chen Shuicheng had blocked him. That's poisonous. He hasn't even quit yet. Who the hell blocks a colleague? Chapter 9, This is fucking Su Qingwan. I've had bad luck for days. Chen Shu didn't dare go to the same-day delivery company or deliver food for Meituan on the weekend. He was afraid that he would see Su Qingwan again when he was making money. After all, she was his direct supervisor. He could slack off at work and work part-time after work. But if he danced in front of the capitalists, then they would strike hard. Chen Shu didn't mind touching Su Qingwan's bad luck. But he was afraid of Su Qingwan's retaliation. What if she got rid of his hard-won part-time job? Wouldn't that be the end of him? He could lose his head, but he couldn't lose his part-time job. He would sell his son. 10 yuan for one, 3 for the price of 2. In the park, Chen Shu was wearing a frog suit and carrying a bunch of green suns on his shoulders. He walked through the crowd with ease. Dressed in a frog costume and with a bunch of green suns on his shoulders, Chen Shu was completely at ease among the crowd. From time to time, he approaches passers-by and whispers in their ears. "Brother, do you want a son?" The passers-by are shocked. Someone is committing a crime in broad daylight. They see a bulging green frog being held up in front of their eyes. Cheap. Only 10 yuan each. Fuck you. If you want to sell frog balloons, just sell balloons. What do you mean, selling suns? It's like you're meeting a human trafficker. He's practically pushing the demon out. It's the weekend, and it's evening, the breeze is not too dry, and the temperature is just right. Parents with children are everywhere, and every now and then you can see young lovers hiding in the bushes, their hormones raging as they nibble on each other's mouths. Tut tut. The world is going to hell. The world is going to hell. Chen Shu pouts his lips, looks for a quiet place, pulls off his hood to rest, and in the meantime, produces a few more suns to replenish his stock. Just as Chen Shu was puffing and blowing, an uncle said, "You're so handsome. Everyone knows it. Children never lie." Looking at the little girl in front of him, who was only 4 or 5 years old. With fair skin, big eyes as bright as the moon, and long, thick eyelashes that blinked sincerely when she looked at him. Chen Shu shook his sweat-soaked bangs and said smugly, "I didn't realize you were so young. But you have a sharp eye. You have good taste." "What do you mean, I like what?" The little girl's face is full of the kind of innocent stupidity that hasn't been contaminated by knowledge. "Uncle, what does that mean?" It seems that the little girl hasn't been to school yet. Chen Shu smiled and said, "I'm praising you for having good taste. I also think I have good taste." The little girl's eyes were sparkling, her face a little shy, and she nodded unceremoniously in agreement. "Ha! This shameless feeling. It's a bit familiar." Chen Shu stroked his chin and asked her again. "Little girl. Where are your adults? Why are you here alone?" The little girl replied in a serious tone. "My mother got lost. She ran away." Chen Shu. This serious and decisive look. Chen Shu really believed it. Bullshit. Sure enough. Children really don't know how to lie. But they can make things up. Statement looked up and around, then turned back to her and asked, "Do you know where your mother wandered off and got lost?" "Uncle." The little girl seemed a bit helpless. How could Statement ask such a question? "If I knew, my mother wouldn't have gotten lost." Statement. I always feel like I'm being looked down upon. Are kids these days really so rebellious? Chen stated that he could not keep up with the times, with the post-10s. Chen glanced at the short little girl, and it could also be the brain circuit of the post-20s. Chen was silent for a long time, looking at the little girl who didn't seem in the least bit anxious. "Do you want me to call the police for you?" "No need to trouble you, uncle." The little girl waved her wristwatch, sweetly saying, "There's a positioning system on it, and my mom will be able to find me right away." Sure enough. Technology has really changed our lives. Chen Shu finally understood the meaning of the exclamations of the 60s and 70s. Back in our day, we didn't have anything like this. The little girl spoke again. "Uncle, can you wait with me for my mom?" "Sure." Even though there was a positioning system, Chen Shu still felt a little uneasy about leaving the little girl alone in the park. He was taking a break anyway. Why not keep her company for a while? "Don't worry, uncle, I won't keep you waiting." The little girl held out her hand, as if she wanted to pat Shu Chen on the shoulder, but because of her height, she could only settle for patting the frog's head that Shu Chen had placed next to him. Her little girl's voice was mature for her age. "I'll pay you the going market rate per hour." "I'm going to the market. And I run into a bossy little girl?" Shu Chen laughed at his own sudden thought. Looking at her serious expression, he teased her with a smile. Do you know how much I earned this afternoon? And you want to pay me? I'm very expensive. The little girl was really impressed. Her round little face tensed up, and she swallowed, nervously saying, Do you earn more than my mother in a day? Maybe. There were a lot of people in the park today, and his business was also good. Just now, I counted that I received 320 yuan on WeChat alone. Together with the various bonuses and cash, and after deducting the costs, I can definitely earn 500 to 600 yuan. If I can earn this every day, plus the other things, I can earn 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. If it were an ordinary housewife, I guess she really wouldn't earn as much as him. So he looked at the little girl and asked with a smile. So, how much are you going to pay me? The little girl was well versed in the ways of employing people, and instead, she passed the power of pricing to Chen Shu. Why don't you introduce yourself first? And tell me, how much do you think you're worth? What makes you so special that I should pay more for you? Chen Shu? Why does it suddenly feel like I'm being interviewed? I'm just babysitting the kid, damn it. Besides, the more I look at this little girl, the more familiar she looks. Those eyes, that nose, that mouth. Especially that aura about her. All of it made Chen Shu feel like he had seen her somewhere before. But it was just a fleeting moment. Chen Shu couldn't remember where, so he could only console himself. It must be that all good-looking children look the same. Ugly children are so diverse that they dazzle the eye. Uncle, aren't you going to make an offer? A trace of doubt flashed in the little girl's eyes. Her mother had always said that, and then the uncles and aunts sitting in front of her would be like someone had flipped a switch, and they would start talking nonstop. But why is this uncle different? Oh. Shengli snapped back to reality and thought for a moment before casually extending 5 fingers. 5 yuan. For a child of this age, this should be a huge sum of money, right? It's just for fun. He didn't plan to actually take it. 5,000? The little girl looked at Shengli's fingers and hesitantly asked, and when she saw Shengli's suddenly widened eyes, she immediately corrected herself. Is it 50,000? 500,000? Looking at the increasingly distorted expression on Chen Shu's face, the little girl's face crumpled up, and she said in a plaintive voice. Uncle, really, you can't add anymore, I don't have that much money. Chen Shu. So you really do have 500,000 yuan? He finally understood why some people kidnap the rich and the richest children. You really are fucking rich. You damned rich people. I'll fight you to the death. If it weren't for the fact that I was destined to be kidnapped, I wouldn't have been able to spend the money. Kiddo, at this very moment, you should already be in my sack. And yet you are still standing here, talking to me. It is only thanks to my iron willpower and high moral sense that I have prevailed. Chen Shu waved his hand listlessly. Keep the flowers for yourself. I will leave when your mother arrives. Mom! The little girl suddenly jumped off her chair and waved her hands frantically towards a slender figure not far away. Uncle, look, that's my mother. I will ask her to give you the money later. Statement. Come on. Your mom's not some kind of victim. Even if she was rich, she wouldn't give me 500,000 yuan. But he was curious. What kind of parents would give a 4 or 5-year-old such a large allowance? Are they stupid? Statement thought. Squinting, he looked at the woman who was walking towards him. She was wearing a black tracksuit with white stripes. It covered her up completely. But you can still see her slender figure. Especially the aura that radiates from her, which directly sets everything behind her in the background. As she gets closer and closer, her appearance becomes clearer and clearer. Those eyes, that nose, that mouth. Every part is in his aesthetic point. After combining them, this appearance. Why does it look so fucking like Su Qingwan? No. This fucking is Su Qingwan. Chapter 10, Isn't my daughter cute? Chen immediately lifted the frog's head to cover himself. Lowering his voice, he asked the little girl in shock. Is that your mom? Yes. Your mom's name is Su Qingwan? Uncle, how do you know my mom's name? The little girl looked at him in surprise. Have you seen my mom on TV? She's super awesome. Chen. Awesome. Awesome. So awesome that he killed him along with her. What do you mean, it's a small world? This is a fucking small world. It's not like they're in a tiny country where the main character can bump into the female lead around every corner. This city is not small. How can they meet everywhere? Statement looked at the phone watch on the wrist of the little girl, who was waving it around, and a light bulb went off in his head. Could Su Qingwan have used his phone to locate him? How else can this be explained? Is he that much of a jerk? He just let her walk all over him? And when did Su Qingwan have such a big kid? Judging from the little girl's age. Before he could continue thinking, he caught a glimpse of Su Qingwan getting closer and closer. Chen Shu didn't even want his frog son anymore, and hurriedly wanted to leave. Since your mom is here, I'll go first. But, uncle. The little girl was about to say something when she heard Su Qingwan shout. Girl. Mom. The little girl immediately hugged Chen Shu's thighs and pulled him towards Su Qingwan. Mom, this is an uncle. He's a good person. Drip. Good person card. Chen Shu never thought he would get this kind of evaluation from a little brat. But what was more important now was that Su Qingwan had already walked up to him. Shit. How can I run? If Su Qingwan sees that I'm with her daughter, she'll kill me, won't she? In a flash of inspiration, Chen Shu directly put on a frog mask to cover his face. Su Qingwan looked at the big green frog in front of her and couldn't help but frown. Good person? Who would suddenly put on a mask when they saw the child's parent? It looked as if he wanted to find a crack and quickly get in. This is too suspicious. But he did help the girl. Su Qingwan still spoke up. Thank you for keeping the girl company. It was a bother. Chen Shu was about to say that it was nothing, but then he suddenly thought that Su Qingwan must be familiar with his voice. He had to improvise and nodded instead. But he didn't realize that the frog head was too big. He nodded slightly, and Su Qingwan couldn't see it at all. Chen Shu quickly waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He pointed at the frog in his hand and then at the park to indicate that he wanted to continue selling. You. Su Qingwan looked down at the green frog in front of her and wondered if this person couldn't speak. Thinking that she had just thought that he didn't seem like a good person, Su Qingwan suddenly felt a sense of guilt. Looking at the long line of frog babies in his hand, she didn't realize that this person had such a good heart. He was even willing to give up his business to take care of the lost girl. She knew how hot it was inside these kinds of dolls from her own experience working part-time while in high school. Immediately, Su Qingwan said in a deep voice, I'll take all your balloons. How much? At that moment, Nan Nan suddenly said, Mom, this uncle wants 500,000 from me. Remember to give it to him. Su Qingwan? Statement? I'll knock it off. Who the fuck asked you for 500,000? You think you can say whatever you like just because you're a kid? As she watched, Su Qingwan's expression changed. Statement didn't care if Su Qingwan recognized him or not. I didn't. Don't make things up. She said she wanted to pay me for my company, so I held out my hand to tease her, but who knew she'd suddenly shout about 500,000? 500,000. That's more than my life is worth. I'd better up the price. But he really didn't expect it. The mother of the clueless girl is actually Su Qingwan. She's not mute after all. And the way she speaks feels a little familiar to Su Qingwan. She pauses and tentatively invites her. Children just blurt things out. Why don't I buy you dinner? After all, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know where she ran off to. Dinner? That would mean taking off the hood. How can that be? Chen Shu waves his hand in rejection. No. I never want to be known for doing good deeds. Since you found the child, I'll be going now. The big green frog, breathing heavily with a sense of urgency and embarrassment, turns his head and prepares to sneak away. Something's not right. Su Qingwan narrows her eyes and watches him repeatedly reject her offer, and now even throw away the frog balloon. This person must know me. Perhaps I know him too. The little girl looked at the big frog who had turned around and was walking away, and cried out anxiously. Uncle, why are you leaving? Don't you know my mom? Shit. Shu Chen's body froze. Kid, you're making me regret helping you now. Is this how you repay a favor? do we know each other? Su Qingwan's cold, doubt-filled voice drifted over. Oh, my God. Shu Chen snapped out of his daze. He started running. He didn't believe it, that Su Qingwan could catch up to him. Although he didn't study hard when he went to college, he was a member of the track and field team and even won prizes in the national college competitions. Either Chen Shu was bragging, or the professional athletes from the sports school couldn't catch up to him. He didn't pursue a career in competition, and made countless people feel relieved. But, as the old saying goes, a hero doesn't talk about his past bravery. Extreme joy leads to sorrow. After so many years of life's trials and tribulations, he is no longer the young man who once flew across the track. Not to mention, he is also wearing a frog skin. Su Qingwan casually gave chase. She managed to tear off the frog skin from his body. Since they know each other, they should have dinner and show their gratitude. Chen Shirdi frantically shook his head, resisting. No, no, no. Yes, you must. Su Qingwan insisted. No. You must. No, no. What I give, you must take. Damn. Why does anyone still force people to eat? Are all you female CEOs so overbearing? Chen Shu wanted to cry but couldn't. He couldn't run away, either, so he hit. Chen Shu looked back at Su Qingwan through the gap in the hood. Hitting people is against the law. As a responsible, moral, and motivated citizen, Chen Shu said if he went to jail, wouldn't that delay him earning money? He negotiated. Why don't we? Splat. Chen Shu was in the middle of speaking. Suddenly, the room brightened up. The frog head that should have been on his head had somehow ended up in Su Qingwan's arms. Oh wow. Awesome, so awesome. It was like a sewer rat being caught and exposed to the bright light, so happy, so happy. This feeling of being exposed was so awesome. Seeing his panicked figure running away reinforced her judgment. Ahahaha. Chen Shu sneered, then looked confused and innocent, exaggerating. Ouch. Isn't this President Su? What a coincidence, I actually ran into you here. Looking at Chen Shu pretending to be innocent, Su Qingwan slightly raised the corners of her lips and replied. It is indeed quite a coincidence. So, why did you pretend not to know me just now? Statement. You've killed the conversation right away. Statement didn't dare to look at her, his eyes darting around, and finally settling on the little girl next to her. This is Su Qingwan's child. Su Qingwan's child is already this big. Huh? Without waiting for a response from Statement, Su Qingwan followed his gaze and saw the little girl standing obediently. A knowing and excited smile flashed in her eyes. There was a hint of mischief in her clear voice. Isn't my daughter very cute? The emotions that had just been ignored swept back. Chen Shu felt as if a ball of soggy cotton had been stuffed into his heart, making it feel swollen and a little uncomfortable. Chapter 11. You have a daughter, I have a son. How about we make it work? Damn. It really is her daughter. Even though he had just confirmed it from the girl. But when he really heard Su Qingwan say so, Chen Shu felt something break inside him. It was his lost youth. Chen Shu felt sympathy. I didn't realize you had a daughter. How about another son? Make it work? Don't worry, I have plenty of sons here. Su Qingwan? How come I didn't know you had a son? No. When did you have a boyfriend? The information assistant Shen gave her was wrong? If Chen Shu was married, then she's become a clown, isn't she? No. Even if he's married, so what? You can still get a divorce. As for the son, it doesn't matter if you think he's yours. Just as Su Qingwan was flustered, a flash of green suddenly appeared before her eyes. Could this be a hint? Did she get green-eyed in college? Su Qingwan's face turned cold as ice, and she desperately tried to recall what happened in college. Finally, she caught a hint. The day before the start of her junior year, Chen Shu pointed the way to a younger girl. The child must have been conceived at that time. Or not. Chen Shu kept talking, but Su Qingwan's expression kept changing, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. It was better in the past, when emotions were written all over your face. As soon as he got close, Su Qingwan's face turned red beyond belief. Her earlobes, in particular, were as red as blood. Now, it just looked cold. Chen Shu had no doubt at all. If it weren't for the law here, Su Qingwan could just pull out a knife and stab him right away. Chen Shu shook his head and continued to hold up the frog sun in his hands in front of her. My frog sun. 10, only 10. You can't lose with 10 yuan. It'll even bring you good luck. A full life. Su Qingwan? What the hell is that? Su Qingwan looked at him hesitantly. This green toad is your son? TSK. Chen Shu shook his head. Just as Su Qingwan's eyes were about to dim, he added, how can you call it a toad? As its father, I won't allow you to insult my son like that. He is the world's cutest little frog. Su Qingwan. She should have known better. It was all for nothing. Su Qingwan slightly loosened her clenched hands, not knowing when her palms were full of sweat. I'll take them all. Whatever you have, I'll take it. What frog son? All of them go into the warehouse and stay there. Scary. This isn't good. While verbally refusing, Chen Shu began to take out the uninflated frogs, regretting that he had not brought enough. Then he handed Su Qingwan the WeChat payment code. There are 86 sons in total. It should have been 860 yuan. You bought a lot, so I'll take a loss and give you 800 yuan. Ha. He bought 3 and got 1 free. 6 for free, still a good deal. Okay. Su Qingwan scanned the QR code to pay and passed over. She looked at the amount that had been credited. Chen stated his doubts. You were given 500 yuan more. The rest is for buying you dinner. After Su Qingwan finished speaking, she waved her phone again. Otherwise, I remember that it seems like you're not allowed to operate without a license here, right? Threatening. A blatant threat. Chen shrugged, and since there was a bargain to be had, screw the bastard. It's you buying me dinner. Does your husband mind? He just doesn't believe that any man wouldn't mind his wife's ex. Gold digger. After all, they didn't look like they were in a serious relationship before. Su Qingwan's lips curved up in a smile as she looked at Chen Shu, her eyes gradually growing deep. Do you want him to mind? What does this have to do with me? Chen Shu felt even worse. The man was actually so magnanimous. Leaving such a beautiful wife and cute child just sitting in the park, he wasn't afraid of meeting someone who would try to steal his wife. Ha. The man doesn't love her that much. I guess the couple have a bad relationship, otherwise why would Su Qingwan always find fault with him? Chen Shu felt a pang of jealousy. Is this a difficult question to answer? Su Qingwan tilted her head slightly, and this expression added a few more soft and cute points. But it also made Chen Shu feel her strong approach. What the hell? You're fucking married, your kid is a few years old, and you're still asking me this kind of question? The warmth of home has not made you give up targeting me. At this time, do I dare speak ill of the boss's wife? Chen Shu directly and bluntly changed the subject. Didn't you say you wanted to eat? Let's go. By the way, bring out your old partner for a stroll. We'll know whether it's a mule or a horse after the stroll. He wants to see what kind of thing Su Qingwan has found. The three of them arrived at the restaurant next to the park. They had only walked to the door. The smartly dressed waiter spoke up. Welcome. Our restaurant is offering a new family set menu today. It's especially suitable for a family of 3 to enjoy together. Chen Shu. Do you see how I, a big frog, look like a family with them? Su Qingwan, however, had already taken her daughter by the hand and entered the private room to sit down. She casually ordered. Then let's have the family set menu. We'll see about the rest. The waiter nodded and quickly placed the order on the iPad. Okay. In a little while. The parent-child set was served. This parent-child set is worthy of the name. The parent-child relationship is evident everywhere. Chen Shu looked at the cutlery in front of him, which had the word father written on it, and then looked at the cutlery for Su Qingwan and her daughter, which had the words mother and daughter marked on them. What talent! The person who planned this set is definitely talented. Her daughter's father is going to have a heart attack when he comes in. Chen Shu took a deep breath and glanced at Su Qingwan, who seemed to have noticed nothing. That When is the father of the girl arriving? Su Qingwan picked up her chopsticks and gave him a sardonic look. Are you concerned about when he will arrive? No, it's just that I always feel a bit strange in this atmosphere. Chen Shu whispered, you've got a good daughter and a pretty wife for free. Su Qingwan asked back with a meaning in her voice, if you've done nothing to feel guilty about, you don't need to be afraid of the ghost knocking at the door. Chen Shu. That's done. I really have done something to feel guilty about. As soon as I saw Su Qingwan, I felt guilty. But now Su Qingwan has not only developed a new relationship, she also has a daughter. The past. For her, it should be in the past, right? Chen Shu wasn't sure. On the one hand, he hoped that Su Qingwan would get over it. But he really didn't want her to. Forget about him. Even if it was just to hate, to resent, to take revenge. Damn it. He really was a bastard. Chen Shu couldn't help but slap himself. It was all Su Qingwan's fault for suddenly showing up. He was just about to get used to his current life. Those memories that had seemed like a lifetime ago had been forced down deep inside him. But now they had been reopened. It made him think about how rich and carefree he had once been. Nowadays, life is so miserable and poor. Hey! I can't go on living like this. Bring me some tofu. I want to die right here. Chen Sheng had no appetite for the meal. On the contrary, Su Qingwan was eating heartily and even asked the waiter to come back for more food. What's up? Are you happy to see your daughter's father soon? At the thought of this possibility, Chen Shu couldn't help poking at the bowl with his chopsticks. Until the piece of good meat in the bowl was turned into minced meat. He then disconsolately put it down. But then he saw the bone plate under the bowl with the word father written on it. His heart felt even more indescribable. What kind of father is he? Even this time to eat is stolen. Complain. A man and a woman come out to eat with their child, but they are not necessarily a family of three. We must complain about this restaurant. I've made up my mind. Chen Shu's mood finally improved a little. Opposite him, Su Qingwan watched Chen Shu's movements with interest. When she was annoyed, she liked to poke things. These familiar little movements had not changed. As usual, she easily saw through them. Unexpectedly, she had an unexpected gain today by bringing her daughter out to play. Su Qingwan's eyes curved, and the corner of her lips rose. The eternal ice. It is gradually melting at this moment. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the private room was knocked on. The waiter appeared in the doorway. She leaned slightly to the side, revealing the man behind her. Hello. This guest says he is here with you. Dad. The girl's eyes lit up instantly. Statement radar suddenly went off. This is the girl's father, Su Qingwan's. Current one? He looked up and down at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. He had an ordinary square face. He wore ordinary black-framed glasses. He was wearing an ordinary plaid shirt. He carried a black backpack. It looked like the attire of a good student and nerd from college. I wonder what Su Qingwan saw in him. Hey! Lu Xingwei responded, quickly walked over to his daughter and picked her up. The father and daughter embraced for a while. It seemed that he only then noticed Chen Shu by his side. A flash of surprise quickly passed through his eyes. You are. Hello. Chen Shu snapped back to reality and smiled at him. I am Chen Shu. Even if Su Qingwan chose such a man who seemed to be good for nothing. But Chen Shu didn't feel like he had lost. Lu Xingguo looked older than himself, which was a win. I have 1 win, Lu Xingguo has 0 wins, which is 2 wins. My second win, Lu Xingguo's 0 win, this is my 3rd win. Therefore, I, Chen Shu, have won. I've won. Chen Shu. No wonder Lu Xingguo felt familiar. He suddenly understood, aren't you Qingwan's big brother Xing? Su Qingwan interrupted, looking a little embarrassed, hurriedly as if she didn't want Lu Xingguo to continue. My daughter got lost in the park today, and he helped her. Lost? Upon hearing this, Lu Xingguo's gaze fell on his daughter. Nan Nan blinked sheepishly, then rested her head on his shoulder like an ostrich. It's not my fault. It was mommy who got lost first. Lu Xingguo shook his head helplessly, then looked back at the statement. This child is just too naughty. Her mother and I can't do anything with her. Thank you today. Her mother and I. Her mother. Mom. KO. Lu Xinghua delivered a knockout blow. He completely knocked Statement off his pedestal of victory. Statement's lips stiffened. You're welcome. Next to you. Su Qingwan's lips curled up slightly, taking in Statement's every reaction. Uncle is a good man. The girl heard them talking about her and immediately said. And he's very handsome. Dad, I want Uncle to be Mom's boyfriend. What do you mean? Chen Shu was shocked and his eyes widened. You want me to be your mother's boyfriend? Does your father know? Chen Shu looked at Lu Xinghua. Oh. Your father does know. Who would let their daughter find a second spring for her mother in front of her father? Don't you want the butt anymore? Give the child a complete childhood. Don't let her go just because he is a stranger. As expected, the expected stir-fried shredded pork with bamboo shoots didn't even look at it. Then I heard Lu Xinghua say. It seems that our daughter has pretty good taste. You said that Uncle Chen Shu was very handsome and very suitable for you, Mrs. Su. Chen Shu was full of question marks. Are you crazy? Or is the world crazy? Could it be that I'm crazy? Chapter 12, No one can go through life without a little drama. Xing, he is my. Su Qingwan spoke slowly, interrupting and reminding him, subordinate. Subordinate? Lu Xinghua playfully glanced between Chen Shu and Su Qingwan. Would he believe it? Moreover, he had heard about their previous affair. He just didn't believe that Su Qingwan, who had been pining for so long, would really acquire Chen Shu's company for business development. And now a subordinate, in the future, beneath. Cough. Lu Xinghua coughed, thinking that young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Su Qingwan nodded without changing her expression. Of course. Yes, President Su is very capable. Chen Shu nodded along, although he always felt something was strange. But Su Qingwan's abilities were really impressive. Otherwise, she could not have founded such a large group in just a few years. He is much better than a second-generation bankrupt like him who just sits around and waits for death. You are also very capable. Lu Xinghua looked at Chen Shu with all his heart. This person is someone that Su Qingwan has remembered for many years. This ability. It is also very strong. Chen Shu? The feeling of strangeness became stronger and stronger. This man is also too generous, isn't he? Su Qingwan was not angry at all when her daughter pulled her into a matchmaking scheme, and she even praised him, her rival in love? Could it be that Su Qingwan had planned all the events of the past few days? That she was just a part of their little game? If he thought about it like that, everything made sense. Chen Shou couldn't help but slap his thigh. That was really mean. How could he, on his own, have played both of them? Su Qingwan really had an expert behind her. Ahem. Seeing how Lu Xinghua's words made Chen Shou think more and more perversely, Su Qingwan changed the subject and said, Where's my sister? Her? Lu Xinghua shook his head helplessly. It sounded like a complaint, but there was a strong sense of affection in his voice. You know, she's always been slow. Hey. The door to the private room hadn't been fully opened yet, but Chen Shu heard someone laughing and say, Why do I hear someone talking behind my back? I caught you, didn't I? As she spoke, the door to the private room was completely opened. A slightly plump woman wearing a well-tailored black dress walked in. The woman didn't seem to think there were any other people in the box. She looked slightly startled when she saw Chen Shu. But then she was interrupted by her daughter. Mom! Honey! Mom? How many moms do you have? Chen Shu was dumbfounded. He looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared, then at Su Qingwan. And finally back at Lu Xinghua. Naturally, Lu Xinghua moved closer to the woman, holding the baby in one arm and taking the handbag she was holding in the other. This familiar gesture. Is Su Qingwan also knocked out? Chen Shu silently turned his gaze back to Su Qingwan. Unexpectedly, after leaving him, her choice of men is still so poor. Forget whoever it was in college, at least apart from being poor, they were still very motivated. This Lu Xinghua, it's like he's eating out of one bowl and looking at another. I don't know what Su Qingwan sees in him. She's even babysitting his child like she's drunk. What makes him even more angry is that ever since this woman appeared, Lu Xinghua has never even given Su Qingwan a second glance. When he was around, when had Su Qingwan ever been ignored? Recover the field. You must recover the field. Chen Shu clears his throat. Su Zong. I heard that you have just signed a contract worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and many young talents are crazily pursuing you. Su Qingwan? Is there a necessary connection between the two? Su Qingwan looked at Chen Shu with a blank expression. Chen Shu could see that she didn't understand. I've already said all this, and you still don't know how to respond? Men are like that. They only think something is good if someone else is after it. Lu Xinghua must feel the same way. If not now, when? Really? Su Qingwan didn't respond right away, but the woman's eyes lit up. You didn't tell me, Xiaowan, so I could keep an eye on you. I thought you were stuck in the past. The past? What past? Lu Xinghua seemed to have mentioned it earlier. It seemed like they knew a lot about Su Qingwan's past. Wait. Statement, I'm slow to realize things. Did I misunderstand something? What the hell? Sister. Su Qingwan interrupted her again, saying that this was all nonsense. Sister. Statement, sister? We don't look alike? Su Qingyu pulled Su Qingwan over to her side. The two looked completely different on their own, but when they stood together, they could see the similarities. In particular, their noses and mouths were like they had been carved from the same mold. Statement nodded. Inside, he was frantically calculating what he had just said. He shouldn't be subject to retaliation, right? Su Qingyu continued with a smile. Speaking of which, I have seen you before. Ha? Chen Shu recalled and was certain that he had never seen Su Qingyu's sister before. You were always sneaking around in front of my house during the summer vacation one year. Su Qingyu thought about that time and always saw Chen Shu, who was driving a sports car and full of luxury goods, except that the words rich and stupid were carved on his forehead whenever she went out. Unexpectedly, he just crouched there, not daring to look at anyone. Even she, Su Qingwan's sister, didn't know. But that was to be expected. At that time, she was already married. She didn't often live at home. Moreover, her family didn't get along well with the neighbors. She thought that Chen Shu was a bad person and wanted to call the police to get rid of him, but she didn't expect that in the end, it was Su Qingwan who stopped her. Later, when it was time to graduate, Su Qingwan seemed to have suffered some major blow and was in a state of depression for a long time. Then, she started studying and starting a business like crazy. She wasn't really sure what happened between the two of them. But Su Qingyu was very sure. Everything Su Qingwan had been doing was for the sake of the present Shu Chen. But now it seems. Su Qingyu's gaze kept going back and forth between the two of them. Their relationship seemed to have flipped. It used to be that Shu Chen chased after her, but now it was Su Qingwan chasing after him. It was expected to be lively in the future. In the past, I was ignorant, haha. Chen Shu was sweating profusely. He thought he had been very discreet. Fortunately, he had moved her. He then wrote about it in his circle of friends, and received a lot of praise. Now that he thinks about it. What a fucking idiot. Whatever a girl says, she means the opposite. If you want to woo a girl, you must be persistent. If you are sincere enough, she will be moved. I don't know what kind of idiot wrote this Bible of wooing girls back then. And he actually believed it. But who hasn't done a few things when they were young that they would be embarrassed to think about even if they were lying in a coffin years later? It's okay. Life is short. Chen Shu silently comforted himself. But he didn't expect that just such a trivial matter would be remembered by Su Qingwan's sister for such a long time. Sure enough. Is this kind of grudging against others passed down in their family? QAQ. Then he is going to be finished, isn't he? No wonder Su Qingwan had such an unnatural expression when he said he wanted to meet her boyfriend. Now that I think about it, she was clearly deliberately looking at his troubles. I knew it. Su Qingwan is not that kind-hearted, she would never invite me to dinner. It was a trap. Su Qingwan is really getting worse and worse. Now he simply can't handle Su Qingwan. He has to run. He still had to run. Chen Shu made up his mind again. Su Qingyu's eyes twinkled as she thought about the distressed look on Su Qingwan's face when she called the day before. She asked Chen Shu again. Chen Shu, you just said that there are many young talents in the company who like Qingwan. How did he know? He was just saying that. He just didn't want Su Qingwan to be looked down upon by Lu Xinghua. Who would have thought that Lu Xinghua was her brother-in-law? Chen Shu scratched his head, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Su Qingyu, however, continued smiling and said, "But that's normal. Our Qingwan has been chaste since she was little, and if all those love letters were kept, I guess they would fill an entire room. But she, since she was little, has never liked anyone. Everyone says that love and coughing cannot be hidden. But in fact, the same goes for beauty. As long as you are beautiful enough, even if you go out in a sack, people will think it's the new trend. No matter how hard you try to hide it, there will always be times when it shows. Su Qingwen is undoubtedly one of these people. Otherwise, Chen Shu would not have been so surprised and fallen in love at first sight just by looking at her." So Chen Shu nodded in agreement. But then Su Qingyu continued. But she was so focused on her studies that she didn't pay any attention to that. But after she got into university, it seems that she had a relationship, and the guy even disappeared without even mentioning breaking up face to face. Oh, that's right. Statement, I haven't asked which school you graduated from yet. It's a given. It's definitely a given. Statement's alarm bells went off. The conversation suddenly turned to him. Wasn't this a common tactic used by women? Especially. Su Qingyu said that Su Qingwan had been in a relationship in college. That person seemed to be him. Isn't this over? According to the relationship between Su Qingyu and Su Qingwan, if she finds out, she will have to kill him directly, won't she? Damn it. The number of enemies has instantly increased from 1 to 3. Oh no, it's 4. Chen Shu set his gaze on the baby in their arms. If you don't get rid of the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. He then said with a smirk. It's a coincidence that I'm still an alumnus with President Su. What's even more coincidental is that I'm also Su Qingwan's first love, who was too afraid to mention the breakup to her face. Are you surprised? Do you want to kill me? Oh. Su Qingyu suddenly realized that he was hinting at something, and looked at the cold sweat on his forehead. What's wrong? Why are you sweating? Is the air conditioning temperature too high? I'll ask the waiter to turn it down. No, I just sweat a lot. Chen Shu waved his hand and naturally took the tissue that was handed to him to wipe his face. Then he realized that the tissue seemed to have been given to him by Su Qingwan earlier. Chen Shu's hand trembled. He remembered how he used to naturally ask Su Qingwan to get tissues and water glasses for him, and even asked her to be his bag girl during the game. The cold sweat on his forehead became even more intense. A thought flashed through his mind. Good deeds will be rewarded, and evil deeds will be punished. It's just a matter of time. Su Qingwan, now is the time for revenge. Su Qingyu saw the two people's tacit actions in their eyes, and a mischievous smile swept across her eyes. But that's all in the past. Now, Qingwan is the president of a major company and an upstart in the industry. Just this identity is enough to attract all kinds of elites to pursue. The previous unrequited relationship has long become a youthful past. I just don't know if that guy will regret his decision to break up with me. Now that I know how amazing Qingwan is. What do you think, Chen Shu? What do I think? What do I think of what? Chen Shu felt as if he were being grilled over a fire. Su Qingyu gave him the impression of a smiling tiger. She was smiling, but he felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, as if a thorn had been stuck in his back, as if something was stuck in his throat. If you were that person, would you regret it? Su Qingyu asked again. Ah ha ha. You're asking me face to face. Su Qingyu probably didn't know about their past relationship. But Su Qingwan, as the person involved, definitely knew everything. At the moment, he could feel Su Qingwan's gaze falling on him. Statement laughed and said, ordinary people will definitely regret it. After all, President Su is so outstanding and perfect. After saying that, Statement clearly felt that the gaze gradually faded as he spoke. His heart suddenly jumped. There was a moment of stagnation. It's true. Su Qingyu looked like a tumbler, poking at the Statement that responded only after a poke, and directly chose to increase the intensity of the stimulation. But year after year, she saw that she was getting older and older. She couldn't keep busy with her career forever, and she still needed to find a husband to take care of her. Hey, otherwise, Jingwon, it's fine if you're with Assistant Shun. I remember that he was pretty and graduated from an Ivy League school, right? The family conditions are also good, and he is strong in his own abilities. You and him. You can see that Su Qingyu is starting to matchmake. Su Qingwan's head immediately grew big, and she said helplessly, he is my subordinate. Subordinate? What's wrong with being subordinate? If you like, subordinates are not out of the question. Su Qingyu was implying something. Besides, isn't it more exciting to be subordinate? Su Qingwan. Statement. You are worthy of being a wife. This car has already rolled over my face. And this is in front of the child. I don't know how to pay attention. While Chen Shu was condemning, the little girl suddenly held up her phone watch. Uncle, I like you, can I add you on WeChat? Of course you can. Knowing that she is not Su Qingwan's real daughter, Chen Shu found her even cuter and prettier. Naturally, he would not refuse such a trivial matter. He took out his WeChat QR code and held it in front of her, saying, just scan it. Daida. Another QR code scanning sound rang out. Su Qingwan looked at the account number that was scanned and raised an eyebrow at him. A small account? Chen Shu. Ha, ha. I was careless. Without the slightest precaution, Su Qingwan found out. But one is in the world, how can one not have a small account? Chapter 13, a tired ox will lie down, and a tired horse will graze. A tired ox or horse will make itself a cup of coffee. You scared him. In the car. Su Qingwan looked at Su Qingyu, who was teasing their daughter, and her expression was as cold and indifferent as ever, but if you looked closely, you could detect her hidden worry. Something had happened in his family, and he had had a hard time in the past few years. Su Qingyu placed the baby in Lu Xinghua's arms, lifted her hand and pinched Su Qingwan's cold face, muttering. The older she gets, the more like an ice cube she seems. She's not cute at all anymore. Su Qingwan pulled down the hand pinching her face and looked at her helplessly. Sister, I'm telling you something important. I'm telling you something important too. Su Qingyu smiled and patted her head, reassuring her gently, don't worry, if Chen Shu could be so easily defeated, then he wouldn't be worth you thinking about for so many years. But that brat is slippery and you can't catch him out. I reckon even you, the CEO, can't deal with him. Chen Shu has fallen from being a rich second generation to a stall boy, enduring the hardships and the cold stares along the way. It was her, Su Qingwan's sister, who had also been in a daze for a while after learning that her younger sister had become successful. Not to mention Chen Shu, who had fallen from a life of luxury to the slums. From the conversation just now, Chen Shu had obviously known Su Qingwan's identity, but her eyes were still clear and unclouded, without a hint of calculation. Just this look was enough for Su Qingyu to value Chen Shu. Not to mention. Su Qingyu mercilessly pointed out her petty thoughts. Don't you want to know if he regrets breaking up with you? Su Qingwan silently fixed her gaze on the window and was not prepared to respond to her. Su Qingyu laughed lightly. Go ahead and pretend. Su Qingwan. Does Chen Shu regret it? She didn't know. But she did. If she had tried a little harder, just a little bit more, would their reunion have happened a little sooner? Human adaptability is undoubtedly strong. From a luxury restaurant with thousands of dollars per capita to a street shop with plastic tables and chairs in the city village. From a small, cramped and damp studio to a shiny office building in the city center that costs tens of thousands of dollars per square meter. The huge gap always makes people feel dazed. Drip. Successful time card punching. Successful site surveillance. Chen Shu couldn't help but yawn. Then he covered his left shoulder with his right hand, rotated his left arm to relax the joints, and stretched his body. He had nightmares for 2 days. 2 whole days. Do you know how I've been? Chen Shu? Lin Shanshan came out of the pantry and bumped into him, seeing the big dark circles under his eyes. In the past 2 days, he looked as if he had been drained of all energy. Lin Shanshan was a little worried and said, You don't look well. Do you want a cup of coffee to refresh you? I just so happen to have some here. Looking at the super strong black coffee handed to him, Chen Shu was shocked and stared at Lin Shanshan in disbelief. Lin Shanshan blinked, no? Chen Shu waved his hand and declined politely. No. A tired cow will lie down, and a tired horse will graze. And you, my dear cow and horse, will make your own coffee when you're tired. Wow, it's even imported coffee you bought yourself. How much is it? Lin Shanshan. I'm being nice to you. Why are you repaying my kindness with hatred? It's bad enough that you work for that loser, but you actually spend your own money on yourself to get strength to work for that loser. This is fucking. Lin Shanshan only felt like she had been hit hard. Just as she was about to say something, she caught a glimpse of Su Qingwan standing behind Chen Shu at some unknown time. President Su. Su Qingwan. Chen Shu was startled. He had just been wondering why the footsteps behind him sounded so familiar, but his slow mind had not yet reacted. Lin Shanshan in front of him was the first to straighten her back, presenting an image of a capable and professional urban elite beauty. TSK. Women really can change their faces. Do you like coffee? Su Qingwan glanced at the bag of coffee in Chen Shu's hand and thought to herself, Chen Shu has really matured, he actually likes black coffee. She immediately announced, tell the purchasing department to buy 2 coffee machines and some black coffee beans, and provide unlimited supply throughout the day. Lin Shanshan was overjoyed, thank you, President Su, for the company-wide benefits. She won't have to buy coffee anymore. She can even drink freshly ground coffee. Statement is simply her treasure. Her treasure, statement, immediately went dark. The capitalist has strengthened the cow. What benefits, in the end, are not going to be earned back from these cows and horses? Moreover, Su Qingwan is not subtly damaging his business. How can he invite people in the small group to buy milk tea? If people don't buy milk tea, how can he make a profit? If he doesn't make a profit, how can he survive in this cruel world? Rely on the other 28 part-time jobs I'm doing at the same time? Su Qingwan. You owe me. How will you pay me back? Seeing Chen Shu's sad face, Su Qingwan frowned. You don't like it? Lin Shanshan immediately nudged Statement, who was daydreaming, quietly. They can't let Statement, who is just one person, ruin the black coffee for the whole company. Although Su Qingwan had arranged for them to get a coffee machine just for Statement. Statement lifted his eyelids and glanced at her, then replied listlessly. I like it. I really like it. I like it a lot. Su Qingwan had a panoramic view of the little actions between the two of them. Her eyes couldn't help but twinkle. She said to Lin Shanshan. Come to my office for a moment. Yes, Ms. Su. Lin Shanshan replied subconsciously, a little puzzled as to why Su Qingwan had asked her to come to the office. She was the assistant to the general manager, and there were some areas where their work intersected, but it was more often the general manager who interacted with Su Qingwan. She saw Su Qingwan about to leave. Lin Shanshan handed the coffee she was holding to Chen Shu and whispered, take it back for me for a moment. Oh. Chen Shu nodded in agreement, but suddenly Su Qingwan changed her mind again and said to Lin Shanshan. Come back in 10 minutes. The coffee tastes better when it's freshly brewed. The coffee in Chen Shu's hand was taken away by her and returned to Lin Shanshan. Chen Shu, who was at a loss, asked. Women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea. It's really not easy to be Su Qingwan's employee. Oh, I'm also her employee. Then it's really not easy for me. Lin Shanshan, who was slow to realize things. It's over. I actually told my boss's wife to bring me coffee. Am I going to get fired? QAQ. Chapter 14. You guys sure know how to put on a show when you're in a relationship. 10 minutes later. Inside the office. President Su. Lin Shanshan stands respectfully in front of Su Qingwan. I have already taken care of the coffee machine you asked me to purchase. The pantry should be ready for use in a few days. Su Qingwan nods and then hands her a document. Although you are only an assistant, you are the assistant to the general manager, and you are required to mediate many internal company matters. Therefore, I think you should know the company's employees relatively well. Now I need someone to go with me to negotiate this contract. Who do you think is suitable? Is that what you wanted to ask her to come here for? Lin Shanshan muttered to herself, but said with a smile, Ding Xiaoming, the head of the business department, has always been very capable. While she was talking, she carefully observed Su Qingwan's expression. Obviously, this candidate did not impress her. That's right. If she really wanted Ding Xiaoming to go, she wouldn't have asked her. Could it be? Lin Shanshan had a flash of inspiration and tentatively said. Why don't you let Chen Shu go? He's been with the company for 3 years, and he's always worked diligently and hasn't made any mistakes. Him? Su Qingwan pretended to think about it for a moment, and since you recommended him so strongly, let him try. Lin Shanshan twitched the corner of her mouth. Your boss, who is in a relationship with you, is quite good at pretending. She thought. Lin Shanshan reached out and picked up the file. I'll give it to him then. Su Qingwan, however, raised her hand to hold down the folder, reminding her. Do you know what to say? I understand. Lin Shanshan nodded. The assistant's main task is to sense the urgency of their bosses and think what their bosses are thinking. Su Qingwan let go of her hand. Your end-of-month bonus will double. Thank you, President Su. Lin Shanshan's eyes lit up. Starting today, I will be the most loyal assistant between Su Qingwan and Chen Shushi. Leaving the office, Lin Shanshan directly handed the documents to Chen Shushi. General Manager Gu gave them to you. Chen Shushi? She clearly took the documents out of Su Qingwan's office, but said that General Manager Gu gave them to her? Does she think I'm blind? Lin Shanshan is more manipulative than Su Qingwan. Don't you want to see the negotiated bonus? And the project entertainment expenses. The bonus is based on a percentage of the cooperation fee. The project entertainment expenses, on the other hand, are more fixed. If you can entertain party well within the limited funds, the remaining entertainment expenses that have not been spent will be yours. This can be considered an invisible benefit from the company. Then I won't take it either. Statement. The last project just ended and closed, and Su Qingwan suddenly parachuted in, and then disrupted his entire magnetic field. Who knows what kind of hot potato this contract is that he got from Su Qingwan's office? Besides, he was thinking about resigning. How can he show his determination to leave without slacking off or goofing off? He can't work. It's not possible to work at all. Ha? Lin Shanshan looked at Chen Shu strangely. Why was he different from her impression? Did he have a falling out with President Su? Once this thought occurred to her, Lin Shanshan suddenly understood. No wonder Chen Shu would have messaged her to say that he was not going to the hot spring resort for team building. President Su followed suit and didn't go either. It seems that President Su didn't succeed in appeasing him. Otherwise, why would he specifically ask her to give Chen Shu the contract today? After understanding what was going on, Lin Shanshan looked at Chen Shu with the kind eyes of someone who has been there and done that, as if she were looking at an immature primary school kid. Chen Shu, I'm a few years older than you, and I've seen more than you've walked. Take my advice, this contract. Chen Shu. Chen Shu couldn't help but interrupt her. Is it possible that the reason you've seen so much salt is because you have a strong palate? Lin Shanshan. Fuck you. Is that what I meant? Lin Shanshan, who had originally wanted to give some heartfelt advice, rolled her eyes directly. I'm just asking if you'll take it. No. Chen Shu expressed his firm resolve. If you're so capable, just fire me. Pay me 2N plus 1 in compensation and tell me to get lost. I'm begging you. Lin Shanshan sneered, pulled out her phone and said. Fine, I'll just mention in the group chat that we have a milk tea shop's paid shill in the group. They order milk tea in the group chat every day, but they've never drunk it themselves. Who is this person? Do you know him, Chen Shu? Chen Shu. You win. Chen Shu took the contract directly from Lin Shanshan's hands and gritted his teeth, saying, I'll take it. I'll take it, okay? That's it. Lin Shanshan had been a colleague of Chen Shu for at least 3 years, and of course knew how to handle him. This boy Chen Shu is top-notch at his job, and also top-notch at all kinds of tricks to make a profit. As soon as the afternoon started, he started screaming in all kinds of groups to order milk tea. People are all susceptible to the herd mentality. As long as one person takes the lead, the others will follow. That's it. Chen Shu relied on the various coupons he had collected to help order milk tea and made a fortune. Similarly, the number of milk tea orders in the entire building skyrocketed. Within a month, only 22 days into work. But Lin Shanshan drank a full 30 cups of milk tea. The moment she got on the scale at the end of the month, her world came crashing down. It was only discovered at the end that the culprit was the most obscure probationary employee in the company. Chen Shu. Oh, yes. Lin Shanshan seemed to remember, you also have a partner. Chen Shu? Suddenly, I had a bad feeling. Outside the company, Chen Shu looked at Su Qingwan, who was sitting in the driver's seat with the window half down. Why am I not surprised at all? Get in the car. Su Qingwan looked at Chen Shu, who had a blank expression on his face, and a trace of a smile crossed her eyes. She pressed the horn with her hand. What are you still doing? They still have a lot to do. There's no time to waste. President Su, why don't I drive? Chen Shu asked hesitantly. Su Qingwan drove. He was afraid that he wouldn't survive the journey. Back in college, he was very outgoing and didn't have a good temper when teaching students. Especially when facing the timid Su Qingwan, he had no good temper at all. Then, he watched as Su Qingwan crashed straight through the school wall. He was also badly injured, and had to stay in the hospital for half a month. After that, Chen Shu was afraid to teach Su Qingwan to drive again. At that time, he thought, there's still him. The worst that could happen is that he would drive for her for the rest of her life. But now he is really driving for the rest of his life. As a designated driver. This is the price. You really shouldn't make promises lightly. The person involved now regrets it very much. If he were a teacher now, he would definitely adopt an encouraging teaching style. I can see that you are a good learner. You are the smartest learner I have ever seen. You made a great turn. You crashed into that wall really hard. Yes. Why didn't he think of becoming a driving instructor? With his skills, wouldn't he have had a lot of students? Perfect. Simply perfect. Chapter 15. I'll punish myself by resigning voluntarily. Don't believe me? Su Qing looked up at him late at night. She also remembered that when they were in college, almost the entire class had signed up for the same driving school to get their license, except her, who had declined due to financial constraints. The driving school teachers arranged the lessons according to their class schedule at fixed times, so whenever there were no classes at school, the students who wanted to get their license would go together in groups. She, on the other hand, had to go to the library alone to work part-time. Su Qingwan didn't feel anything about it herself. But in Chen Shu's eyes, it looked like she was being excluded. She kept shouting that if others had it, she should have it too. She even dragged her to learn to drive. She didn't reject learning to drive. But who has a novice practice car that is a limited edition worth tens of millions of dollars? The most important thing is, she, as a novice, is not even panicking yet. Chen Shu, on the other hand, panicked first. He was taught to use the accelerator like a brake. Su Qingwan had never seen a pig run before, but she had eaten pork before. Suspiciously, she asked, "Are you sure this is the brake?" Of course. Chen Shurdy's face was full of confidence. Then the two of them were sent to the hospital together. Then a hot post appeared on the campus network about a rich second-generation student who was caught by his schoolmate for cheating on two girls at the same time, and then they drove together to their deaths. That day, a notice was posted at the school gate. School students are not allowed to practice driving at the gate. Su Qingwan. Statement. How can this not be considered a remark, and the school is allowed to re-establish the school rules for me? Just thinking about this matter. Su Qingwan said with a sigh, "Don't worry, I won't mistake the accelerator for the brake." Statement. What do men fear most? It's not women crying, women making a scene, or women hanging themselves. It's opening old wounds. He quickly opened the car door, sat directly in the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt, and did it all in one go. Then he flashed a flattering smile. "Thank you for your hard work, Ms. Su." Su Qing was a very steady driver. She was even at ease behind the wheel. The car was very quiet. Chen Shu didn't look away. But in the corner of his eye, he was secretly watching her. When she drove seriously, she lost some of her cold and fierce demeanor. It exudes a softness. It seems to be able to wrap up all the storms. It makes the tiredness in Chen Shu gradually melt away. A weak but firm voice rings out, floating through time to Chen Shu's ears and landing in his heart. "When I learn to drive, I can take you anywhere in the world too." Unfortunately, they were never meant to be together. Half an hour later. "President Wang, have some tea." Chen Shu attentively handed him a cup of Snow King sweet tea. Not knowing your taste, I took the liberty of making it half sugar, normal ice, and added some tapioca pearls, coconut jelly, pudding, and sago syrup. If not for the shop assistant stopping me, I would have added some grass jelly too. It's a pity. What a pity. The bald boss Wang, over 50 years old, looked at the cup of fresh porridge in his hands and asked with a soulful voice. Is this tea? Mr. Wang, don't think of milk tea as just tea. Chen Shu took a happy sip and advised. Young people like it now, and your business is all about young people. If you want to attract young people, you have to know what they like. This milk tea is the first step towards understanding young people. Not to mention, the pearls in this milk tea, chewing, really add a lot. Chen Shu. Su Qingwan quietly tugged on Chen Shu's clothes and whispered, I told you to prepare tea, but you prepared milk tea? You said to prepare afternoon tea. Chen Shu looked back at Su Qingwan with innocent eyes. This is how I usually prepare afternoon tea. Oops, did I misunderstand? President Wang, I messed up the contract. President Su, I feel so guilty. I'll punish myself by resigning voluntarily. Show your true colors. Su Qingwan instantly realized what Chen Shu wanted to do. Want to be fired? Dream on. She was about to speak. Pop. The sound of the straw piercing the plastic film drew the attention of the two. Mr. Wang took a sip and sigh. The taste is quite chewing, good. Indeed, I should cooperate more with you, chewing, young startups. Come on, let's talk about cooperation. Statement? Ha? No. This script is wrong. Mr. Wang, shouldn't you be frowning and thinking that I don't respect my partners? Then you angrily slap the table and tell Su Qingwan to properly discipline her subordinates, and Su Qingwan directly fires me for holding things back. In the end, only I am left hurt in a world where a deal is reached. How can we still talk about cooperation? Statement is dumbfounded. Mr. Wang, you're not following the script. Su Qingwan was amused. She patted him on the shoulder and whispered. Well done. This Wang is a difficult character in the industry. I didn't think that on the first meeting, you would get him to talk about the contract. I didn't expect it either. Chen Shu raised a stiff smile. It's all because you, Mr. Su, are a good leader. I'm just taking advantage of your light. I don't believe it. I can't get fired yet. The 2 hours passed in a flash. Chen Shu said that this was the first time he had seen Su Qingwan working seriously. The sunlight outside shone through the glass and slowly fell on Su Qingwan's body, illuminating every strand of her hair. Her full red lips uttered sentence after sentence of professional vocabulary, her long hair falling behind her, occasionally a mischievous strand running to her cheek, which she then nonchalantly tucked behind her ear, revealing a slender, white swan neck. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. It was as if he was seeing the scene he had repeatedly dreamed of over the past 2 days. Again. She was reading a book with her head bowed intently, while he was sitting next to her. Well. Making trouble. He would wait until Su Qingwan had been bullied until her eyes were red and she was begging him in a small voice not to tease her anymore, before he would obediently flick through the pages of the book a couple of times. Then, within 5 minutes, he would start staring at her again. He kept staring at her until she gave up reading. She gave in and went out with him. What a fucking bitch. Luckily, Su Qingwan has a good temper. If it were him, he would have slapped the other person twice to make them behave. The scene changed. He saw Su Qingwan hugging a child. The father of the child was not him. An indescribable feeling of soreness welled up in his heart. A heavy feeling of suffocation made Chen Shu directly wake up from his dream with a gasp. The iron bed made a sound as he breathed heavily, and it also brought him back to reality in an instant. Back in the cramped, run-down rented room. Over and over again, he reminded himself that he was not the same person as before. The present Chen Shu no longer had any future. Even if they had once kissed and embraced at a desk, even if they were now in the same room discussing the same contract, and then returned to the gleaming office building. But when the end-of-day bell rang, and night fell, everyone would return to their own place. His place was here. His heart still ached dullingly. The pain was so intense that it was difficult for Chen Shu to ignore. It was like watching a long tragic movie. The movie had already ended. But he still hadn't been able to escape from the plot. He was even shamelessly reliving the happy moments. In a daze. He heard Su Qing's voice in the distance. Chen Shu. What's the next arrangement? Chapter 16. I've made money again. You two leaders have worked hard. From now on, you just need to relax and enjoy yourselves. Statement laughed obsequiously and led them to the entrance of a restaurant. This is a restaurant I reserved by phone several days in advance. I guarantee that it will give you a novel and comfortable experience. This is. President Wang looked inside from the entrance and saw long, half-meter-high tables winding through the restaurant, with a caterpillar track attached to the top, driving the trays on it to slowly move in front of each guest. Su Qing's eyes narrowed slightly in the evening light, revealing a hint of coldness. She really underestimated Chen Shu's desire to get rid of her. It was milk tea just now, and now it's spin, happy. President Su. President Wang's expression was serious, and his small, green eyes made it impossible for the two of them to tell what he was thinking. Furious. Kick back. Fire me. Thinking about what was going to happen next. Chen Shu just wanted to open his arms wide and welcome the coming storm. Yes. Let the storm come even stronger. Wang Zong tried hard to suppress his emotions, but his calm tone revealed a few ripples. I didn't think your company would arrange to have dinner with a business partner in such a place. Yes, that's right. Come on. Don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower. Chen Shu slightly raised his lower jaw, with a smile of relief at the corner of his lips. Want to be relieved? Su Qing looked at Chen Shu's expression, which did not even try to hide it. She sneered repeatedly. Dream on. Even if Chen Shu messed up the company's business, she could still maintain the company's standing. Think that a little trick will make her angry? No way. So many years have passed. Chen Shu is still as naive as before. Really? President Wang suddenly choked and his eyes filled with tears. That's so sweet. Statement? Ha? What's going on? President Wang, did you get the wrong script again? In shock. President Wang wiped away the tears in the corner of his eyes, looked at Su Qingwan and said with emotion. President Su, don't laugh at me. When I started my business, I was poor and had nothing. This merry-go-round was still a new thing at the time. Back then I wondered how happy I would be if I could go in and have a big meal. I never imagined that after all these years of hard work, I had almost forgotten about it myself, and your employees knew about it all along. They must have put in so much effort for our contract. President Wang simply didn't believe that anyone would be stupid enough to take a business partner out for a turn and tumble. Not to mention bringing along the company's boss. Unless they didn't want to stay at the company anymore. Otherwise, could a normal person do such a thing? Chen Shu didn't expect it either. What the hell is this? A fluke? What good family boss has his heart set on Zhuan Yu? There's not enough good stuff to go around? The statement person is dumb. Especially when he saw Su Qingwan's expression, which wanted to laugh but managed to hold back. The statement person felt even more embarrassed that all his thoughts had been seen through. Damn it. This Wang always is an oddball. Su Qingwan is no good either. Bah. Su Qingwan nodded seriously. Chen Shu is indeed a very hard-working employee. Therefore, I am prepared to promote him and give him a pay rise, so that he can become a role model for our company. Chen Shu. You're repaying kindness with hatred. You're worthy of the name. Su Qingwan. You win. Chen Shu cursed in his heart, but his face was pure and innocent. Thank you, President Su. You're welcome. Su Qingwan laughed lightly, satisfied as she watched Chen Shu's dejected appearance. He continued to say to Mr. Wang. In that case, Mr. Wang, let's reminisce about the past together. Mr. Wang nodded repeatedly and strode in. Yes. As he passed by Chen, Su Qingwan gave him a look and reminded him. Hurry up and arrange the seating. Okay. Chen's voice came out as if it were being forced through his teeth. Mr. Su. Mr. Wang. This way please. Brother Chen. The young girl sitting at the counter saw Chen Shu and a smile immediately appeared on her round face as she immediately went up to him. I've saved you a seat. Thanks. Chen Shu responded listlessly. Seeing this, the young girl reminded him in a low voice, the store is having an event these few days, so remember to buy a ticket before you pay. You can save about 10 yuan. Oh. Chen Shu nodded listlessly. What a good plan. It was obvious that he could leave right away. But why did he have to meet this strange person, Mr. Wang? Brother Chen, are you feeling unwell? Yu Lingling looked closely at his face, and apart from the darkening of his forehead, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. Then why was Chen not even bothered to make money? This was really strange. Su Qingwan's prying gaze fell on Yu Lingling. Yu Lingling had a round face, and apart from her bright, clear eyes, everything else about her was ordinary and unremarkable. It seems that she noticed her scrutinizing gaze, and the young girl gave her a sweet smile. Hello. I've reserved your seats, right by the food outlet. Shall I take you there? Su Qingwan looked towards the end of the carousel and declined. Thanks, that's not necessary. Okay, then, what kind of soup base would you like? Yu Lingling handed them the menu and introduced, this super spicy hot pot is our signature dish. If you like spicy food, you must try it. No. Before Su Qingwan could say anything, Chen Shu took the lead in refusing. She can't eat spicy food, so just give her 2 clear soups. Su Qingwan immediately fixed her gaze on him. He remembered that he couldn't eat spicy food. Did that mean that he hadn't forgotten about her at all? A trace of secret joy arose in Su Qingwan's heart involuntarily. Even the little girl with the round face in front of her began to look more agreeable. After stating his opinion, he realized that he had said the wrong thing. How could he order a pot base that made him seem like he still remembered his ex-girlfriend's preferences and was unable to forget her? He quickly handed the words to Manager Wang. Manager Wang, what flavor do you want? Manager Wang looked at the menu in front of him and said, I'll have a sour soup. Then these 3. Chen Shu handed the menu back to Yu Lingling, then stiffly led Su Qingwan and Manager Wang to their seats. He looked at Chen Shu, who was at a loss for words. Su Qingwan was in a good mood, and even the anger and confusion she had felt when he had just tried to escape from her side were beginning to fade. Those 3 years between them. 3 years that could never be erased or forgotten. The soup base came up quickly. As the only one of the 3 who was not a general, Chen Shu very tactfully took out 3 stem glasses and took out a bottle of 24-year-old Dior silk drink and filled them up. President Su, President Wang. Come, try the national cellar. In other stores, they can sell a glass of water with 2 slices of lemon in it for 10 yuan. If you change the glass and stick in a mint leaf, they can charge you 30. He personally opened this freshly brewed Dior silk drink in the past 2 or 3 years in such an upscale setting, and just the corkage fee alone must be huge, right? When you do the math, it's a bloodbath. I'd been fucking made money again. Chapter 17, The Beauty Strategy. Where is the bottom line of morality? Looking at the orange-yellow liquid with bubbles in the glass, President Wang showed great interest, shook the glass as if he were tasting wine, and then gulped it down in one go. Hiss. Not bad. Chen Shu poured another glass. That's right, I even chilled it specially. You'll definitely like it. Who can resist the charm of Master Kong's iced black tea? Especially iced black tea. That's the real deal. He watched as the small hot pot in front of him began to boil. Chen Shu used a rack to hold the food in place and said with great confidence, Mr. Wang, today you can eat as much as you like. Don't hold back. I'll pay for it, so you can enjoy yourself. This caused the passers-by sitting opposite them to stare. Isn't this the 58 yuan buffet? Why does he make it sound like 58,000 yuan? Has he gone to the wrong film set? Chen Shu didn't care what anyone else was thinking. He raised his glass and brought it to Wang's face. Wang, I'll drink this, you can do whatever you like. Brother Chen Shu is a real drinker. Wang couldn't help but praise him, and followed suit, drinking half of his glass. This is the taste of wine. He saw the cold dishes being wheeled in, so Chen Shu picked up some and put them on the plate. Wang, let's eat some food to settle our stomachs. We'll drink slowly. Mr. Wang nodded, raised his hand and placed it on Chen Shang's shoulder. Yes, let's drink slowly. The 2 men's relationship was visibly growing closer. Su Qingwan watched. She couldn't help but lift the glass in front of her. Yes, that's right. It's iced tea. But why do these 2 people look like they've been drinking fake wine? But they did say it was a business dinner. It really was just dinner. After dinner, they saw Mr. Wang off to his car. And they were left alone. The moment their eyes met, Su Qingwan looked at him with a half smile and said, I didn't think you would have finished the background check on Wang so quickly and know everything about him. And you even thought to bring him here to eat at Zhozhuanla. Chen Shu. Do you think you're praising me? There's no topic that doesn't require a hard conversation. Thank you. But Su Qingwan knew that if she didn't give him a hard time later that day, he really wouldn't get used to it. Chen Shu wore a fake smile on his face and said in a cooperative manner, You should. So, work hard in the company in the future. Su Qingwan didn't want him to think about leaving. She was no longer the poor, self-deprecating Su Qingwan who could only eat one vegetable in the cafeteria and wore clothes that had been washed until they were white. She could easily give Chen Shu what he wanted. As long as she has it, as long as he wants it. It's just like what Chen once did to her. There was a momentary freeze in the smile on Chen's face. Damn it! It's bad enough that I have to work like a dog today. But she actually wants him to keep working like a dog. Su Qingwan, you really are something. Just as expected. Once a person has escaped poverty and become an employer, they will automatically evolve into a capitalist. Where is it more expensive? Have wages gone up over the years, and have you worked hard? I wonder how it would feel if these words came from Su Qingwan's mouth. At this thought, Chen Shu felt like laughing a little. And he lowered his head to hide the expression on his face. Okay. Work hard. My ass. If I don't goof off at work, how can I be considered to have earned money from the capitalist? Su Qingwan listened to his obvious prevarication. And Chen Shu said to Su. Chen Shu glanced at the high heels at her feet and then looked at her heels again, and sure enough, they were tinged with a hint of red. He looked up and scanned the area. Then he pointed to the milk tea shop not far away. Do you want some milk tea? Ha! The topic changed so quickly. Su Qingwan hadn't reacted yet, but her body nodded first. It would be nice for the two of them to sit down and chat. With that in mind, Su Qingwan sat down in the rattan chair in front of the shop and looked at Chen Shu with some anticipation. Who knew that Chen Shu didn't seem to see her anticipation and excused himself for a moment. Without even sitting down, Chen Shu straightened up and walked past the milk tea shop and into the mall. What was he doing? Su Qingwan hadn't thought about it yet when Chen Shu returned. This time, he had an extra white bag in his hand. When she got closer, she could vaguely make out what it seemed to contain. A pair of shoes? Looking at the slippers Chen Shu had placed on the ground in front of her, Su Qingwan asked in confusion. Where did you get the shoes? I asked you Lingling to get them. Chen Shu said, pointing at her ankle, and advised her to avoid wearing high heels in the future, as they were torture. Su Qingwan wanted to ask who Yu Lingling was, but was distracted by his next sentence. It wasn't until Chen Shu reminded her that she felt a dull pain from her calves to the soles of her feet, especially where the skin had been rubbed raw. In fact, she had become used to it over the years, but this strong habit of ignoring physical pain made her feel a little sour and aggrieved when she was cared for. Especially since the person she was facing was Chen Shu. He had been overbearing and childish, but he was good to her, and he tolerated her. Su Qingwan's voice softened suddenly. It really hurts. It will feel better after I change it. Chen Shu took another band-aid out of his pocket, which he had gotten from the girl at the service desk of the shopping mall. Here, it will heal faster if you put it on. You put it on for me. Su Qingwan didn't take it, but instead said matter-of-factly, anyway, you've done this kind of thing a lot before. What do you mean by this kind of thing? Chen Shu was a little uncomfortable by what she had said. He admitted that Su Qingwan's feet were very pretty, and there were a few times in the past when he couldn't resist. As he thought about it, Chen Shu's gaze fell uncontrollably. Underneath the snow-white skirt, slender calves were faintly visible, and a pair of porcelain-like little feet were wearing high heels, with the black uppers contrasting with the snow-white skin. Are you really unable to help? Su Qingwan threw off her high heels and slightly raised her foot, seemingly casually brushing against Chen Shu's calf. Chen Shu's breathing stopped. His whole body felt as if it was on fire. It was hot. His heart was in turmoil. Su Qingwan seemed to be seducing. I'm not sure. Let's see. No. That's really not right. Chen Shu's mind started racing. Su Qingwan was the type of person who would blush if he held her hand on the street, but now she was making such suggestive gestures in public. This was completely unlike Su Qingwan's style. Unless she was setting a trap. She wanted to harm me. The images of the past few days with Su Qingwan flooded into his mind, and made Chen Shu feel even more that Su Qingwan wanted to harm him. And she had changed her tactics. Yes. It must be because Su Qingwan discovered his firm intention to resign today, and she didn't want him to leave easily while she was still torturing him, so she used the beauty tactic. To make him fall in love with her, be crazy about her, and crash into a wall for her. So as to achieve her revenge on him. Damn it. Damn it to hell. Su Qingwan has even learned such despicable tactics. Where is morality, where is the law, and where is the bottom line? It's terrifying, really terrifying. Ha! Su Qingwan's heart was about to jump out, but her face remained calm and unruffled. Especially when she saw that Chen Shu was also expressionless. Her heart was pounding even more. Damn it. It's just a pair of shoes, right? If Su Qingwan isn't afraid, then Chen Shu is even less afraid. Fuck it. Just do it. Chapter 18, I'm the unlucky one. Damn it. Fuck it all. Chen Shu covered his face and rolled around on the bed wildly, causing the iron frame to shake violently. The thought that he had chickened out in front of Su Qingwan and run away made him clench his fists and pound the bed angrily. Damn it. After all these years, he had ended up being manipulated by Su Qingwan. Where did this little girl learn these tricks? Using these to test cadres. This is too inhumane. Chen Shu hit his head in the quilt and shouted in exasperation. Ah. Followed. A faint sound of jealousy came from the window. Fuck. It's finally over. Damn. So awesome. Chen Shu. Fuck. After hearing so much about the scene, I actually became a part of it. Don't mention it. He lasted quite a while. Statement, who had been feeling depressed, felt a little pleased with himself. Sometimes a man's happiness is that simple. As for Su Qingwan, it seems she is determined to waste her time with him. Then I can only fight back with all my strength. Who's afraid of whom? It's still not certain. Come on, Lu Xiaokui. Statement clenched his fists and cheered himself up, imitating the protagonist full of energy. Afterwards, he couldn't help but laugh to himself. Now, all the depression in his heart has completely dissipated. Drip, drip. The sound of the ping-pong reminder of a new message from the penguin. Chen Shu touches his phone and opens the chat window. Sunshine Boy, same old rules. Sunshine Boy, document. Same old rules, received. He likes this kind of straightforward communication. Chen Shu quickly downloads the document and then climbs out of bed and starts working with a grunt. Early the next morning, Chen Shu was fully armed, wearing a mask, and waiting by the back door of the experimental No. 2 primary school on his electric moped. In a short while, a primary school student in school uniform came running out of the school building, looking around. He approached Chen Shu mysteriously and said, "Heaven covers, the earth hides. We're in the same boat." Chen Shu quickly picked up the next sentence and quickly slipped the exercise books in his bag. Seeing Zhu Yunfei open it as if he wanted to check every single one, Chen Shu shrugged. "We've worked together so many times, you can trust me to do the work." Zhu Yunfei said seriously. "You can never be too careful. The villains on TV are stabbed by their familiar partners." Chen Shu. "I'm just copying the homework, and it's all about stabbing. Is your school so full of intrigue? It's too social." Okay. Zhu Yunfei pretended to flip through a few books before saying, "To prevent being caught red-handed, I've left the money for you under the 5th tree from left to right on the crosswalk." I hate middle school students. Chen Shu found 100 yuan wrapped in a plastic bag under the stone. Looking at the security guard, who almost considered himself a dangerous element, he sighed with emotion in his heart. This money is really fucking hard to earn. Elementary school students still have so many twists and turns. It seems that I need to be more careful about accepting orders in the future. But after finally developing the business of ghostwriting for experimental second elementary school, Chen Shu really doesn't want to lose this vast blue ocean. Forget it. Let's go to work first. Chen Shu took out his phone to check the time and took the opportunity to open up crowdsourcing and accept another order. Absolutely not going to waste a single opportunity to make money. 9 o'clock. Time to go to work. Another day of hard work begins. The whole office is filled with the smell of coffee. A sip of coffee invigorates the spirit, and the sound of typing is louder than usual. Chen Shu scanned the large office and noticed that some time ago, the place in the middle where a potted plant had been placed had been cleared out and a desk had been placed there. He nudged Wang Jiwen and asked in puzzlement, "Why was there a desk there?" "I don't know, it was already like this when I arrived," Wang Jiwen said indistinctly, taking a bite of pancake fruit. Chen Shu made a sound of disbelief and guessed, "Could it be that there's a new colleague? That would be a really unlucky seat." It's directly behind Su Qingwan's office. The computer screen is clearly visible. It's a 360-degree anti-goofing desk. Whoever sits there is doomed. Geez. Poor guy. The new colleague is really unlucky. Chen Shu sighed. He reached out and grabbed Wang Jiwen's toilet paper, and was about to use his work time to solve his physical problems. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lin Shanshan walking out of the office. She clapped her hands and shouted, "Everyone, stop what you're doing for a second. Our CEO has something she wants me to announce first." Chen Shu could only wait patiently. He waited until everyone's attention was on her. Lin Shanshan's gaze pierced through most of the office and landed directly on Chen Shu in the corner. She continued to smile and say, "Chen Shu, the contract you followed up on yesterday, news came early this morning that it can be signed. This is the first case of cooperation after President Su acquired the company, and it has a different meaning for President Su and all of us. Especially Chen Shu, he is a great contributor to our company. Let's congratulate Chen Shu." With loud applause. Everyone's attention fell on Chen Shu. Wang Jiwen next to him even whispered while applauding, "Holy shit! You kid or something. You closed a deal in one day. When the bonus is paid out, we have to treat you to dinner." Chen Shu. Eat, 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 eat. I haven't done much. It's the company that has trained me and given me this opportunity. That's a good one. Chen Shu felt hypocritical even saying it. But his boss loves to hear it. He pursed his lips and was about to sit down again when he heard Lin Shanshan's sinister voice. "Chen Shu, don't sit down yet. Come over here." Chen Shu suddenly had a bad feeling. After all, he had known Lin Shanshan for several years. They weren't exactly friends. But she really shouldn't make things difficult for him. It's just Su Qingwan. After this night is over, does Su Qingwan want to torture him again with some trick? Chen Shu walked over with a death-defying attitude. Lin Shanshan pointed to the desk in the middle and gestured for him to sit down. Chen Shu. The bad feeling got even stronger. Lin Shanshan looked at him, her smile harder to suppress than AK. President Su said. Chen Shu has been diligent and hardworking at the company for so many years, and now he has also won the cooperation case of President Wang for the company. He is practically the backbone of our company. In the future, Chen Shu will be officially promoted to supervisor and be responsible for coordinating the cooperation with President Wang. In the future, you will be sitting here doing office work. After these words, the gaze of everyone looking at Chen Shu was full of envy. He had just won a cooperation case and was directly promoted to supervisor. If they had also won, everyone's mood instantly heated up. Chen Shu. I'm the unlucky one. Chapter 19, Subordinates can be screwed, but so can superiors. What a screwball. Goddamn Su Qingwan. It's annoying enough being treated like a cow or a horse. And now she's pulling this on me. Who wants to be a supervisor? It's so stressful being a supervisor. The subordinates born in the 2000s can be screwed, and the superiors born in the 1980s can also be screwed. And there's also Su Qingwan, born in the 1990s. In that case, it's obvious that he, caught in the middle, is a screwball. Sister Shan. Chen Shu tried to discuss it with Lin Shanshan. But Lin Shanshan simply patted her on the shoulder and whispered, "Do a good job. President Su is paving the way for you. You can't let President Su down." Paving the way? Paving what way? A dead end? Chen Shu had a vague feeling that Lin Shanshan had misunderstood something. Lin Shanshan, however, turned around without a trace and glanced at Su Qingwan in the office. She couldn't see clearly through a curtain, but she could sense that Su Qingwan must be in a good mood at the moment. And then she looked at Chen Shu. Again. Damn. The child is so happy that he's dumbfounded. His face is frozen in a smile. Especially this position is simply a treasure trove of feng shui. It's so exciting to make eyes at each other under the gaze of so many people in the office. Gee. You capitalists really know how to have fun. Statement. What are you looking at? Hey. Statement trembled as he put his hands around his chest. It's tingling. There's a pervert here. He got a new workstation. Statement felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, with a thorn in his back and a lump in his throat. He always felt like everyone's eyes were deliberately or unintentionally glancing at him, especially his back. The big boss, Su Qingwan, was also sitting there. He guessed she was staring at him surreptitiously. This feeling is like when I was at school, and the teacher picked a prime spot right next to the podium. Back then, it was to supervise us at school, and now it's to supervise us at work. Damn it. I can't do this job anymore. I'm resigning. I have to resign. Once again, Chen Shu's soul protested. He grabbed the keyboard and started writing his resignation letter. Just then. Buzz. Chen Shu glanced at his buzzing phone. It was a voice call from a WeChat message he wasn't familiar with. He subconsciously wanted to reject it. Then he remembered that the avatar seemed to be Nan Nan, Su Qing's younger sister's daughter. Today is still a weekday, so she should be in school. Why did this little guy call him? He hesitated for a moment. Chen Shu still picked up the phone. Uncle. The little girl's soft and sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. What are you doing, uncle? Hearing the little girl's guilty conscience, Chen Shu raised his eyebrows. Something wrong? The girl didn't beat around the bush and pleaded directly, Uncle, can you come to my school? Statement instantly understood, did something wrong and was called parents? Well. The girl was a little embarrassed by being penetrated by Statement. Uncle, can you help me? Don't tell them. What exactly is the matter? It's actually found its way to him. Don't be a big thunder. Statement rubbed his chin and quickly thinking. Wait. If this is really a big deal, wouldn't it be just the thing to anger Su Qingwan and get her to kick him out and get him the hell out of the house? He might even get 2n+1. After all, this isn't a work-related matter, is it? She'll have to pay him compensation if she fires him. Wonderful. The magic frog seed has entered the Mickey Mouse magic house. And is home. If you're sleepy, someone will bring you a pillow. It smells good. Yes. The rejection that had been on the tip of Chen Shu's tongue instantly turned into consent, and he stood up straight and walked towards the door. Wait, I'll be right there. Nan Nan was still racking her brains for a way to get Chen Shu to come over, but she never expected him to agree. She suddenly let out a surprised cheer. Thank you, Uncle. You're so nice, I'll definitely try to matchmake you with Wanwan's mom. Holy shit. Chen Shu had just taken his first step outside the company and immediately stopped, instantly not wanting to go. I was just trying to help. How can you repay me like this? But. Chen Shu looked at the location information that his daughter had sent him via WeChat. This little girl is actually a student at the second experimental primary school? He had thought that she was at most in kindergarten. In the office. As Lin Shanshan had expected. Su Qingwan was in a really good mood. She could see Chen Shu sitting not far away as soon as she looked up. She had a clear view of every move he made. It was as if they had gone back in time. In her barren life, she had either been working part-time or studying. Especially during her time at university, she needed that scholarship. The scholarship was linked to her grades. So apart from working part-time, she spent the rest of her time in the library. When she was in the library, Chen Shu, as usual, stuck to her like glue, without disturbing her. But he wasn't the type to stay put. He would often hide behind a book and play with his phone. When he got tired of playing, he would just sleep on the table. People around her came and went, but Chen Shu, sitting opposite her, stayed put, no matter how boring it got. Whenever she looked up, she could see him. He would tilt his head up stupidly, his eyes shining with admiration. "You can study for such a long time. That's amazing." His tone was so sincere. It made Su Qingwan feel a little proud of something that she had taken for granted. Suddenly, time and space intertwined. Looking at Chen Shu's back, Su Qingwan's eyes suddenly welled up uncontrollably. Then she saw Chen Shu answer a phone call. It seemed that someone said something at the other end of the line. She saw him frown as he got up, and then leave the office without looking back. Where was he going? Su Qingwan's eyebrows furrowed. She quickly got up and followed him. Back to the beginning. Standing in front of the school, Chen Shu stopped his moped in front of the school gate and took out his mobile phone to call his daughter. The next second, the little girl poked her head out of the security room, like a secret agent, looking around before waving at Chen Shu. Seeing Chen Shu approaching, she whispered, "No one else knows about us, right?" Chen Shu's mouth twitched. "No. Is this some kind of tradition at experimental number 2 primary school?" "That's good." The girl let out a long sigh of relief and took Chen Shu by the hand and walked towards the school. As they walked, she said, "The teacher found out that we asked someone to copy our homework for us and told us to get our parents to come. If I ask my mom to come, she'll definitely spank me. So, Uncle Chen Shu, you'll have to help me deal with this today." "Wait." Chen Shu sensitively picked up on one word. "You guys? Forming a group and asking someone to copy your homework for you? Great. Someone is actually trying to steal my business from me without my knowledge. Humph. But that person's skills are so poor that they have been discovered. It seems that in the future, this experimental secondary school will still be under my control." Chen Shu thought happily. It seems that he has already seen himself completely controlling the experimental secondary school homework assignment business in the future. Tut tut. It's going to be great. Chapter 20. When did you get such a big kid? You mustn't tell my mother. Seeing Chen Shu's surprised face, Nan Nan hurriedly took him by the hand and explained nervously. "I didn't want to do it, but everyone else was getting their homework done for them, so I just..." "How could you do that?" Chen Shu interrupted her seriously, and continued in Nanan's nervous expression, "You're not being a good friend. How can you make me do your homework for you? You can't let other people take advantage of you, do you understand? Here. This is my business card. If you ever need help with your homework, just give me a call." "Nav? No. I thought you were going to give me a lecture. I didn't realize you were going to help me cheat." Nan accepted Chen's business card, feeling a little dizzy. She thought she'd made the right decision by asking Chen to come over. Before long, the two of them were at the office door. The girl had skipped a grade. Although she looked young, she was actually in the 3rd grade. Outside the corridor stood a line of dejected primary school students. Seeing this, Chen Shu was a little stressed. Damn. When I was young, I was scolded by my teachers. When I grew up, I was scolded by my boss. Now I'm being scolded by my child's teacher. I've been scolded my whole life. Chen Shu sighed to himself, and followed his daughter into the office. Seeing his daughter, her homeroom teacher Zhang looked heartbroken. He asked Chen Shu, "Why didn't the child's father and mother come?" "I'm not saying that I understand that you are busy with work as parents, but you can't just leave your child at school. If you want your child to grow up well, it requires the cooperation of parents and teachers." This incident was caused by the parents' lack of supervision at home. When you go back, you must tell Lu Jiajia's parents to supervise their child properly. Don't underestimate the harm of a small evil. Chen Shu nodded like a garlic clove and even nudged Lu Jiajia, who was obviously not paying attention. The little girl showed no signs of admitting her fault. She wants to write a self-reflection. She's much more arrogant than he was at her age. It's true that the younger generation is pushing the older generation out of the way. The younger generation is not afraid to write self-reflections. Wait a minute. If only he could get a job writing them. He could make some money again. What's the one thing schools never run out of? That would be essays. Dear parents of student Lu Jiajia. Teacher Zhang was ranting on and on about his educational philosophy when he caught sight of the two of them, their minds wandering off to the ends of the earth. He choked on his words. What did I just say? Did you listen? Yes, I understand, I know, I will cooperate. Yes, that's right, you're right, I'll definitely change. End of story. Chen Shu's eyes are sincere, and his attitude of kneeling down to admit his fault is particularly sincere. Especially the girl next to him, who is clearly daydreaming, but still manages to say alone. Teacher Zhang, I know I was wrong. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang knelt down solidly for Chen Shu. This feeling of a veteran who knows the ropes. Hiss. I bet you were a bad student in the past, weren't you? I have to say, Teacher Zhang got straight to the point. Teacher Zhang took out his thermos, sipped some tea, and spat out the tea leaves. He was about to say something earnestly when he heard a knock at the door. Hello. Teacher Zhang turned his head to look. At the door stood a woman wearing a black suit, with long chestnut hair loosely tied behind her head, with a few stray strands of hair falling down her ears, adding a touch of lazy beauty to her. Teacher Zhang hesitated and asked. Are you? I am the sister-in-law of student Lu Jiajia. Su Qingwan smiled faintly. It was as if she hadn't noticed the impact her arrival had had on the other two people in the office. Why is mommy here? Her daughter's round, little face was full of surprise. She subconsciously looked at Chen Shu, who was standing next to her. Could it be that Chen Shu had ratted on her? Otherwise, why would Su Qingwan be here? Chen Shu had expected Su Qingwan to find out, but he didn't expect it to be at this time. And then he looked at his daughter's eyes again. She definitely regarded him as a traitor. I'm not, don't look at me like that. Auntie? Zhang looked at Chen again, and who is this? Chen couldn't say that he was the father, could he? Zhang was obviously Lu Jiajia's homeroom teacher, and had met Lu Jiajia's parents at a previous parents' meeting. Chen felt Lu Jiajia's little hand tug at his shirt. Chen said with a straight face. I'm Lu Jiajia's brother-in-law. As soon as he said this, Chen felt Su Qingwan's gaze on him grow even more intense. This was really irritating. Spreading rumors in front of the person involved. That's really something. Lu Jiajia's mouth fell open in surprise. I never thought that Uncle Chen Shu would be the one who does great things in silence. Brother-in-law? Teacher Zhang looked back and forth at Chen Shu and Su Qingwan. You two are interesting, actually separating. However, excessive pampering is not a good sign for children. Spending money to have someone copy your child's homework is something I don't want to happen again. Su Qingwan glanced at her daughter, who was covering her face as if she didn't exist, and at Statement, who was desperately avoiding her gaze. Her face darkened slightly. Copying homework? And paying for it? Oh, no. It's all over. And now there's the added problem of being a fake parent. Statement's expression was distracted, his mind racing. Little Lu Jiajia, you're finished. And I'm about to be expelled too. I'm on top of the world. Chen Shu thought happily, and added, yes, how can you pay someone to do your homework for you? You should ask him. If you ask her, there's no way the teacher will find out. Yes. Nowadays kids are exposed to outside information too early. This time it's homework, but what will it be next time? Teacher Zhan was a little heartbroken. As for the student who did the homework for you, Zhu Yunfei, we will also pursue this to the end and resolutely crack down on this kind of immoral behavior. That's right. No? Chen Shu was taken aback and asked in return. Zhu Yunfei? Zhu Yunfei from class 2, grade 3? Teacher Zhang looked at Chen Shu strangely. You know him? It's this student. He sells one assignment for 20 yuan and has organized a lot of classmates to join. Writing assignments can become a business. Look at these kids, I don't know what they're thinking. Chen Shu didn't know what Zhu Yunfei was thinking. But Chen Shu knew what he was thinking. About the business that had been wiped out. It was his own damn business. I'm screwed. I've eaten melons until they've ended up in my own home. I can't believe I was just laughing at the other guy's business skills. The next second the boomerang stuck me. And he only charged 10 yuan per copy. I thought I was pretty shrewd. I didn't realize Zhu Yunfei was even shrewder than me. He actually charged 20 yuan. Chapter 21, Grown-ups are really strange. 20 bucks. He makes 10 bucks just by passing it on. Without lifting a finger. These intermediaries are so crooked. It's all my hard-earned money. He guessed that he already knew how Zhu Yunfei was discovered. With such expensive and deceptive fees, it was bound to become a thorn in the side of some students. It's a wonder it wasn't reported. I'd fucking report myself. Teacher Zhang continued, fortunately, the school discovered it early, and you parents should also educate your children properly. I understand. Su Qingwan nodded. Ever since she was young, she had always been the child that others compared to others, and the teacher loved and regarded her as a pride, and this was the first time she had been criticized and educated by a teacher. She immediately glanced at Chen Shu and Lu Jiejia. Chen Shu suddenly felt a chill, and vowed, Teacher, don't worry, Lu Jiejia will definitely do her homework herself in the future. Lu Jiejia followed suit and expressed his loyalty, I know I was wrong. Zhang felt relieved as he watched the two of them admit their mistakes with an attitude that made it seem like they were two different people. Sure enough, it was because of his teacher's authoritative manner that they realized their mistake, and not because Su Qingwan had arrived late. It must be so. Zheng suppressed his legs, which almost wanted to jump up and stand in military posture, and casually swallowed his saliva. In that case, that's it for today. Thank you for your hard work, Zhang. Su Qingwan nodded slightly, and teacher Zhang subconsciously stood up and nodded and smiled. It's not hard at all. It's all part of the job. Damn. Even the authoritative teacher Zhang has bowed before Su Qingwan. Not to mention them. Chen Shu and Lu Jiejia, the two little shrimps, glanced at each other. My life is over. Fend for yourself. As they left the office, the two of them walked slowly the whole way. Su Qingwan let them dawdle, however. But no matter how long the journey, there is always an end. Nan. Su Qingwan opened the car door and said, Wait for me in the car. There was silence. Nan, who had been acting like a quail, climbed into the car quickly and obediently took the passenger seat. With a click, the door closed. Chen Shu shrunk his head and tried to get out of this mess as soon as possible, so... Okay, Chen Shu. Before he could finish, Su Qingwan spoke first, How come I didn't know that my daughter has a brother-in-law? I have a husband? Aren't you going to explain? Well... Chen Shu didn't dare to look at her at all, and his wandering gaze met the pleading expression of the girl in the car, her hands folded on her chin. It's not that I'm not willing to help you. It's just that I'm in a difficult situation myself. Ignoring the shocked expression on the girl's face, he said directly. I don't know either. It was the girl who first called me uncle. I had no choice but to help. Just because the girl called him uncle? So he came to help? Does this mean that Chen Shu actually loves her daughter? And he still has feelings for her? Just thinking about it. Su Qingwan felt her heart pounding wildly, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. Since Chen Shu still liked her, then she also liked him. They could be together again. Just thinking about it. Su Qingwan couldn't help clenching her hands and squeezing her skirt. She opened her mouth. The next second, she heard Chen Shu say, If I don't say that, then in the eyes of the teachers at school, my daughter will be a dishonest and bad child. At worst, when teacher Jing asks about me in the future, you can just say that I died of illness, or that we got divorced. See? He's so considerate. He's even thought of a way out for you. What? Su Qingwan's heart was shocked. Her heart, which had just been burning hot, instantly cooled down. It was as if she had been splashed with cold water. Her face instantly turned cold. Her heart also became astringent. So everything was just her own imagination? Chen Shu didn't have any romantic feelings for her? So what? Seeing Su Qingwan's increasingly cold expression, Chen Shu couldn't help scratching his head. Women's hearts are really like bottomless wells. They change their moods all the time. Since everything has been clearly explained, Chen Shu raised his smile and said, So, Miss Su, I just remembered that I have to go back to work. I'll be going now. Su Qingwan's dark eyes looked at Chen Shu's relieved expression and a faint smile appeared. Okay. Clatter. A gust of wind blew by. Chen Shu inexplicably felt a chill behind him. Why did it feel like Su Qingwan was gritting her teeth at his face? It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. He tilted his head and waved at Lu Jiajia in the car. Bye, Lu Jiajia. You're on your own from here on out. You've really messed with the wrong person if you mess with Su Qingwan. Lu Jiajia glared at Shu Chen, who had just sold him out, and said, "Bye, brother-in-law." Shit. Shu Chen stumbled and almost collapsed. What a vindictive little girl. No wonder she's family with Su Qingwan. Chen Shu ran as if a dog was chasing him, and he didn't even have time to get on his electric moped before he took off. Su Qingwan stared at Chen Shu's fleeing figure. For a long time. Only then did she turn back to look at her innocent-looking daughter. Who told you to call him brother-in-law? Chen Shu's attitude of wanting to draw a line was obvious. He wanted to quit his job and leave. It was all because he didn't like her. Now. And because of the way Nan ran away at the mention of her name. He was afraid she had misunderstood something. Nan blinked. Of course it was Uncle that told me to call you that. He also asked if I wanted an extra uncle. He also said that if he became my uncle, he would buy me lots of snacks. And he also said that he had actually been my uncle for a long time, but that you were embarrassed and told me not to tell you. But, Mom, I'm definitely on your side. Su Qingwan's pale neck slowly flushed pink, and her cold expression gradually melted away in the spring warmth. Did he really say that? If he really thought that, why didn't he just tell her? Why did he avoid her so desperately? Why did he have to draw a line with her? Of course. The girl nodded vigorously. Then, without Su Qingwan noticing, the phone and watch clicked and she exited one of the web pages. What should she do if she made a mistake and was found out? Sure enough. Mom doesn't have time to clean up after her now. But Mom looks really good right now. The girl looked at Su Qingwan. She had always been cold. The occasional tenderness was fleeting. But she was never afraid, and she even felt very close to Su Qingwan. And now, Su Qingwan is like a cold, hard oyster that has opened its shell to reveal the softness inside. Adults are really strange. The girl sat in the driver's seat and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Chapter 22 Second Spring. The Other Side. Chen Shu returned to the office out of breath. As soon as he entered the door, he bumped into Wang Jiwen. Wang Jiwen gave him a glance. Where have you been? You look rosy, it seems like you're going to get lucky today. Chen Shu rolled his eyes. I've fucking run away. It's a terrible thing to be targeted by Su Qingwan. He had never tried so hard during his physical examination in college. Su Qingwan. You're something. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Wang Jiwen gave a huff. I'm serious, don't you believe me? Ah yes, yes. Chen Shu casually responded, and when he picked up the quilt on the table, he glanced unconsciously at Su Qingwan's office. And saw that there was no one inside. Logically, she should have driven faster than himself. The boss had gone somewhere, and just now, he had hurriedly left with the keys. Wang Jiwen saw him looking at Su Qingwan's office, as if he had discovered something new. You two still left at the same time, could it be? Could what could be? We are not even in the same league. Statement flatly denied. Cut it out, you dare say you don't like the boss? I don't like it. The person who told a lie got his tongue pierced. Su Qingwan is simply the perfect goddess in their minds. Wang Jiwen didn't believe that statement, didn't like it. He's just being stubborn. Pop. Chen Shu's tongue was scalded by the water in the thermos, and a mouthful of water sprayed directly onto the ground, causing him to gasp in shock. See ya. See? Wang Jiwen looked at the embarrassed Chen Shu and laughed. Here's your retribution. Get out. Chen Shu rolled his eyes and directly pushed him away from his desk. Today has been so unlucky. First, his workstation was moved to the middle of the room, and his goofing off had to be suspended. Then the ghostwriting business was raided, and the Blue Sea of Experiment 2 has directly turned into a Dead Sea, so it is definitely impossible to continue in the short term. Money. How the hell can I make money? Looks like I have to find a new business again. But where do I start? As I pondered. It was almost time to go home. Ding ding. A reminder popped up in the WeChat chat box. Yu Lingling, I don't think we'll sell much food today, so remember to take one when you come back. Yu Lingling, picture. Chen Shu looked at the neatly arranged, richly flavored dishes on the picture and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. What do your parents want? Yu Lingling's parents are Chen Shu's landlords. They own several buildings. The locations are all very good. The rent they receive in a single month already exceeds 7 digits. It can be said that they are very wealthy. But this is such a couple. They have fallen in love with starting a business. They opened a pig's trotter rice fast food restaurant. I don't know if it's a matter of positioning, or if the couple really can't run a business. Not many people patronize it every day. The food that can't be sold is given away cheaply. Yu Lingling guessed and replied, maybe they have too much money to burn? Chen Shu. I'll compete with you landlords. That's heartbreaking. But Chen Shu had a flash of inspiration. He seemed to know how to make money. He was grateful to Zhu Yunfei, the black agent, for the inspiration. Statement typed and asked. If I help you sell, can I get a commission? I'll give you half of the money. Yu Lingling didn't need the money, and she was only working to pass the time. She thought of something and said. Oh, I quit my job at Zhuanzhuanyu. Boss Sha Bei. Statement was actually not at all surprised to see her quit. He even saw a bit of his former self in her. It's good to be rich. You can fire your boss whenever you want. Unlike him, if he wants to fire his boss, he has to kill himself first. Sigh. Chen Shu sighed twice, and then said, wait for me, I'll definitely take all your pig's feet rice today. After saying that, Chen Shu stretched and stretched his body. He glanced at his colleagues sitting in front of the computer again. It was almost time to go home. Those who weren't working overtime had already started packing up and getting ready to leave. Those who were working overtime were still unhurried. Chen Shu rubbed his hands together and clicked on the company group. Chen Shu, I heard that the pig's trotter's rice at the fast food restaurant downstairs is delicious and spicy. Chen Shu, Jiwen, do you want some too? I'll order one for you too. Wang Jiwen was confused when he saw the message in the group chat. He thought Chen Shu had sent it to the wrong place and quickly poked Chen Shu in private chat. Why did you send it to the group chat? And when did I say I wanted pig's feet rice? Chen Shu glanced at the message and ignored Wang Jiwen. Of course he knew where he had sent it. How else was he going to set the next step in motion? Chen Shu continued to say in the group chat, 2 people get 10% off, and if there are 3 people, they get 20% off. Jiwen, ask the others if they want to order together. Wang Jiwen? He had just sent the question mark when Chen Shu added. Oops, sorry, I sent it to the wrong place. Since it's all been sent to the wrong place, I'll just blurt out one more question. Does anyone want to order a steaming hot, deliciously spicy, mouth-watering pig's trotter's rice dish together? A bit of tea. Not sure, let's see. Wang Jiwen scratches his head. Looking at the group, Chen's message pops up again. The boss said that new customers get 10% off their first order. There are a lot of us working overtime, and we can get 25% off. 25% off. Although it's not a big difference. I don't want to be a cheapskate. Wang Jiwen replied. Anyone else want to order? Lan Miao Miao, I'll have one, and I'll send it to the planning department. Seeing that someone was going to order, Chen Shu added fuel to the fire. Now I have to cook for myself after work and go home, and sharing a kitchen in a rented room is a hassle, so I might as well work a little longer and eat after I'm done. After this remark, Chen Shu's eyes were drawn to several colleagues who were originally going to leave work with their bags. After hesitating for a moment, a flood of messages started popping up in the group chat. Suli, I'll add one to the order. Hulan Lan, I'll have one too. Weekends, +1. In the blink of an eye. There were about 20 people who had ordered. Statement, could it be that he was being so nice? He had been working at the company for 3 years, and his overtime record was 0. Now he was advocating overtime? And he accidentally sent the message to the wrong group? No one would believe it. Lin Shanshan, who saw through everything, couldn't help but let out a double take and said in the group chat. I want one too. There was no choice. After all, Chen Shu was now on the top of Sue's list. She had to support her boss in everything. That was the way to survive in the workplace. After thinking about it, She also ordered a copy for her boss, manager's son. Support the boss. Everyone has a responsibility. Chapter 23. The business failed before it even got started. On the other side of the room, Chen Shu is counting the number of people who have ordered food. He is in a good mood and is about to take off. If only he had known that it was so easy to earn extra money by working overtime. He should have worked overtime more often in the past. What a waste! What a big waste! Chen Shu feels a pang of remorse. But it's okay. This business will be his second spring in the future. He sends the number of places that have ordered food to Yulingling. Hurry! Yulingling? Yulingling, so many. That's right. Who do you think I am? Chen Shu replied smugly, SOSO. Can you deliver enough meals? Yulingling replied after a few seconds, not enough. Shit. Will the business fail before it even gets off the ground? Chen Shu was worried. Yulingling's message came again. But don't worry. I've bought all the pig's feet from the restaurant next door. Chen Shu. Damn it. I hate landlords. They never make any money, but they benefit others. Half an hour later, Yulingling appeared at the office door. She directed 2 workers to deliver the steaming hot pig's feet rice one by one. When she saw Chen Shu, she waved enthusiastically, her round face full of a warm smile, and she directly picked up a lunchbox and walked up to Chen Shu. Here. This is on me. My parents' shop has never sold so much before. They're so happy, they're celebrating at home with Moutai, and I'm the only one they let bring someone. Chen Shu. You celebrate when you make money? The rich are so simple in their pleasures. Chen Shu looked at Yulingling in front of him. She was dressed simply, even unremarkable. There wasn't a single big-name logo on her. But just the crystal hairpin at the side of her ear was enough to cover the expenses of an ordinary family of 3 for half a year. Not to mention the pair of inconspicuous but limited edition earrings on her earlobes. Compared to other landladies, Yulingling could be considered very low-key. After all, she did go to work for real. Next to her, Lin Shanshan, holding her own pig's trotter's rice, peeked her head out and dithered for a long time before leaving. President Su. If you don't come soon, the man will be taken away. Lin Shanshan's alarm bells went off at the sight of Yulingling. This Yulingling is not only Chen Shu's partner, she has also directly dropped business and gone straight to Chen Shu. If she doesn't have any interest in Chen Shu, Lin Shanshan will be the first to object. Although, she feels that Yulingling is not just a little bit inferior to Su Qingwan. But then again, men might like Yulingling's sweet smile and energetic appearance. She looks like a soft-spoken, good-natured young girl. Su Qingwan is beautiful. But she's also cold. Just standing there, it feels like you don't even need to turn on the air conditioning. Any man would know which one to choose, right? Looking at it this way, President Su is in danger. This won't do. President Su is her benefactor and savior. How could Lin Shanshan let her fail? Eureka! Lin Shanshan had a flash of inspiration. She sneaked back to her workstation, took out her phone and casually pointed it at the rice with pig's feet she was holding in one hand. Behind the rice were Statement and Yulingling, who were chatting away. Snap! Lin Shanshan sent the photo directly to Su Qingwan. She continued. Su, the employees in the group chat recommended this rice with pig's feet. The delivery was fast too, it arrived in half an hour. Do you want me to order one for you to try tomorrow? Sent. Lin Shanshan looked at the picture she had taken and the words she had written. If she had been in ancient times, she would have been the head of the imperial kitchen. The picture was so well taken, and the hint so subtle. Wow! Manager Su, you can't expect me to keep working for no pay. It was an hour later before Su Qingwan saw the message. She stared at the photo on the screen, which she had enlarged. In the background of the photo, Chen Shu was sitting at his workstation, tilting his head as he spoke to the woman standing in front of him. The woman was smiling broadly. Looking down at Chen Shu's face, she felt a surge of tenderness. Although she couldn't see Chen Shu's expression, she felt that he must be equally happy. And the girl looked a little familiar too. Su Qingwan continued enlarging the photo until both people were in focus. She saw the hair clip by her ear. It suddenly dawned on Su Qingwan. That this person was none other than the young girl at the front desk who had taken statement, her and Wang Zong to the restaurant that served Zhuan. No wonder she had felt that the two were familiar with each other's attitudes. Friends? Or? Su Qingwan pursed her lips, turned off the photo and opened the group chat. To read the messages one by one. She went to the top and read the two that statement had accidentally posted. She remembered that in addition to delivering packages and food, Shen also sold her son's products at the park on weekends. That was a really hard life. No wonder she had asked the group to combine orders to get a discount. After all was said and done, she, as the boss, had been too inconsiderate. She had even made them combine orders for meals. Otherwise, Yu Lingling wouldn't have been able to deliver the meals. Thinking about this, Su Qingwan gave a quick wink of her eye. She quickly gave Lin Shanshan her latest order. Starting today, the company will order free dinners for all employees working overtime. The meal cost will be set at 30 yuan per person. 30 yuan. That's enough to eat well with meat and vegetables. Lin Shanshan, who was working overtime, was the first to see this message from Su Qingwan. She was stunned. Did she see the statement in Yu Lingling, or did she not? She had taken such obvious pictures. How could Su Qingwan not have seen it? But if she had seen it, would she only talk to her about the food label? Lin Shanshan was pondering this in her heart when she saw Su Qingwan send another message. Try to keep dinner light, and forget about the pig's trotters with rice. Lin Shanshan was delighted. Su Qingwan had definitely seen it. This jealous little look of hers, trying to hide it with her mouth. So cute. It's true, it's more interesting to watch other people talk about love. Lin Shanshan received. After sending this message, she opened the document directly and started writing the announcement. After checking for typos, she clicked publish. The quiet atmosphere in the office was suddenly set off. What the hell? I don't have to buy dinner anymore? Not only do I get overtime pay, I also get free dinner. This is great. Since President Su came, our treatment has skyrocketed. What the hell? Zhang, who was wearing headphones and surreptitiously fishing, heard a noise next to him. He raised his hand and clicked on the large group of flashing dots. With trembling fingers. He was right, as usual. The business had not even started and it had already collapsed. There would be no more free dinners. How would he make a profit? Where was the capitalist he had promised to be? How could he give free dinners to his employees? Chapter 24. Could it be that they're being fired? Every night. At the dinner table. Su Qingyu looked at Su Qingwan, who was frowning, and asked, "What's wrong? Has something happened at the company?" It's surprising that it can make Su Qingwan look like this. No. Su Qingwan shook her head, turned off her phone, and looked as if she didn't want to say anything more. She just picked up the food in front of her and put it directly in her mouth. She looked so lost. Su Qingyu found it hard to pretend she hadn't seen it. The child had grown up. She didn't like to communicate with her sister anymore. Suddenly. Poof. Su Qingwan's face crumpled as she violently spat out the food in her mouth. A large piece of ginger. Even after spitting it out, her mouth was still burning, filled with a smell that made her feel a little uncomfortable. Drink some water. Su Qingyu poured a glass of water in front of her, and she was already an adult, but she couldn't even enjoy a meal without worrying. Su Qingwan drank a few mouthfuls of water, barely diluting the ginger taste in her mouth a little. Nan, who was sitting nearby, however, saw through everything. She exclaimed. Mom must be thinking about her brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? This remark piqued Su Qingyu's interest. Who is he? My daughter obediently said, You've met him before, Mum. He's Uncle Chen Shu. My daughter already calls him uncle? It's only been a few days. My daughter's already changed her address. Su Qingyu thought, looking at Su Qingwan, where are things between you two? What things? It's nothing serious. Su Qingwan felt a little annoyed. She couldn't figure it out. Who was the woman who seemed to be laughing happily with Chen Shu this evening? The things he said to her daughter clearly showed that he liked her. But in the evening, he was laughing and chatting with another woman, and showed no sign of resistance. Perhaps they were just ordinary friends. Su Qingwan picked up her phone and wanted to ask, but then she realized that she didn't have the status to ask. What was she? A superior? An ex-girlfriend? Perhaps, in Chen Shu's eyes, their previous relationship was also just an exchange of money and people. She needed money, and he had money. That's why they got together. When money is mixed in a relationship, is that relationship still pure? Is that why Chen Shu didn't want to be with her? Su Qingwan felt her head about to explode. Her usually clear mind was now like paste, unable to think or guess. In particular, her heart in her chest felt as if it had been soaked in vinegar. It was so sour. If he didn't like her, why did he say those things to the baby? One moment heaven, the next moment hell. It was just like that. Every night. Su Qingyu raised her hand and slowly placed it on her shoulder. She was her only younger sister. Ever since she returned from university, she had become this cold and indifferent. In fact, Su Qingyu understood it all too well. A woman, and a beautiful woman at that, who wants to make her own achievements in society has to work even harder and persevere even more than a man. Being cold is just her way of protecting herself from harm. But because of this, it made Su Qingyu feel even more distressed. This is her younger sister. Su Qingyu made up her mind and gritted her teeth and said, "I'll go find Chen Shu and ask him if he still likes you." Sister. Su Qingwan helplessly pulled her back and asked, "What's the point of asking?" "Of course it's useful." Su Qingyu said matter-of-factly. "If he still likes you, you'll be together. If he doesn't like you, you don't need to think about him. I'll introduce you to someone better." Su Qingwan was silent for a moment and said dreamily, "But that's not Chen Shu. No matter how good he is, he's not Chen Shu." Su Qingyu's heart ached. She really had fallen for him. What a jerk. Su Qingyu couldn't help but ask her, "Is he really that good?" "Actually, he's not that good." Su Qingwan thought for a moment and said very sincerely, "As far as I can remember, he is a male chauvinist, very domineering, very childish, and very unforgiving. He is not mature at all. With so many flaws, how can you still like him?" Su Qingyu couldn't believe it. Could it be that Su Qingwan is so shallow that she has fallen in love with Chen Shu's face? That shouldn't be the case. Su Qingwan just smiled. The TV in the living room, which had not been turned off, played a song at the right moment. "Someone asked me what is so good about you. After all these years I still can't forget. No matter how beautiful the spring breeze is, it can't compare to your smile. People who haven't seen you won't understand. Whether it's infatuation or karmic ties from a previous life. However, all of this is no longer important." In the silence, Su Qingyu let out a long sigh first. "In that case, let your sister help you. It's just a guy, right? Your brother-in-law is already under my control. Trust me, you can't go wrong." Su Qingwan's head, which had been low, lifted again, and she looked expectantly at Su Qingyu in front of her. "Really? Of course it's true." It was the first time Su Qingyu had been looked at with such a look by her younger sister, and it made her feel useful all of a sudden. She couldn't help but raise her chin and said with a strategic plan, "You go first. To what stage have you developed?" "Boss and subordinate." "So there hasn't been any development at all." "That's not right." Su Qingyu keenly sensed something, then why did the girl call him brother-in-law? "Well." Su Qingwan hesitated, "and we went to the girls' school together." "What do you mean, we went together?" It's obvious that Lu Jiejie is trying to stir up trouble. They've even learned to call each other fake parents. If you don't correct a young tree, it won't grow straight. If you don't correct a person, they won't improve. Su Qingwan immediately understood what was going on, and let out a loud yell. "Lu Jiejie!" The girl saw the situation was not right and had long since scampered back to her room. Chen Shu sold her out to Su Qingwan, and Su Qingwan sold her out to Su Qingyu. This couple will always take advantage of their little child. Wow! The next day. Another busy and hopeless workday. Countless people streamed out of the subway and buses like ghosts. Pancake fruit. Pancake fruit. Chen Shu waved the shovel in his hand and yelled at the crowd, "Mom, I want to eat pancake fruit." "Eat. Eat big bites." Yu Lingling, standing next to Chen Shu, felt the curious stares of the crowd. She couldn't help but tilt her head up straight and pretend that she didn't feel it at all. She couldn't help but ask Chen Shu, "Won't we get kicked out of here if we set up a stall here?" If they call the urban management, won't we be finished? This is under an office building. Are the security guards not yet at work? There is no place where you can't set up a stall, only people who are afraid to. Chen Shu used one hand to crack open an egg and spread it on the pancake, then whispered. Don't worry, the security guard from the building opposite is an acquaintance of mine. I even introduced his girlfriend to him. Just as he said this, a group of people came out of the building, and a middle-aged man in a security guard uniform was walking towards their stall. Yu Lingling's heart tightened. Could it be that they've come to drive them away? Chapter 25, Oh dear. You really are someone's grandfather. Don't worry. Chen Shixin said firmly, quickly finishing the pancake fruit in his hands and handing it to the security guard who had already walked up to them. Brother Sun. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Have a bite. Sun Baoan smiled and showed his white teeth. No. I haven't thanked you for helping my father chase after Auntie Wu in the square. You really are something, kid. Chen Shu stuffed a pancake in his hand and smiled. You're a nice man, Sunday. Otherwise, even if I talk until I'm blue in the face, there's nothing I can do if Auntie Wu doesn't want to. Sun Baoan laughed even more heartily. He waved his hand. It's settled. You can set up your stall here for as long as you like. If anyone gives you any trouble, just say I told you to. Chen Shu's eyes lit up immediately, and he took another bottle of mineral water from Sun Baoan and put it in a plastic bag. Thank you, brother Sun. Then I won't be polite. What's the point of being polite? Sun Baoan waved his hand, opened the mineral water, and turned his head to go to work in the office building. Yu Lingling looked at him and saw that he was not going to work in a hurry. It was not even as leisurely as on vacation. Are you sure he is a security guard? On. Chen Shu nodded, but this was only one of his identities. What about the rest? Including the National Intangible Cultural Heritage holder of Mahjong, the national people of Qingbei University, the owner of the Golden Face, the live video member, the Special Forces soldier who served in Peace Elite for several years, and the one who fought in King's Canyon. I suspect you're pulling my leg. Yu Lingling stared at him. Chen Shu finally slowly replied, the building belongs to his family. Case solved. Yu Lingling had a feeling that this was indeed the case. Otherwise, how could a small security guard possibly risk his job by letting Chen Shu set up a stall under the office building? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Shu flipped 2 more pancakes and said, What are you doing here so early in the morning? Does seeing me work make you so excited? Who's to say it doesn't? Yu Lingling shrugged, helped him open the bag, and said, I just want to be the first person you think of when you can't help but take a shortcut. Holy shit. The shocked gaze of the customer, reaching out to catch the pancake, went back and forth between Chen Shu and Yu Lingling. Mom, I got melon. Freshly baked melon. Chen Shu. Very good. Another legend of the building. Yu Lingling couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight of the man's excited departure. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Assistant Shin drove Su Qingwan to the bottom of the office building. He quickly got out of the car and opened the passenger door. He reminded her, Miss Su, you have a meeting at the headquarters in 3 hours. I'll pick you up then. What's that? Su Qingwan interrupted him, squinting her eyes and looking at the long queue not far away. It seems to be. Assistant Shin's gaze followed it, and he saw that the people in the queue were holding bags in their hands. Someone was selling breakfast downstairs. Ha! Su Qingwan's mind automatically conjured up the figure of Chen Shu. For some reason, she always felt that this was something that Chen Shu could do. President Su? Seeing that Su Qingwan, who was standing next to him, was actually walking directly towards the queue, Assistant Shin hurriedly lifted his leg and followed. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, when did Su Qingwan get into the spirit of things? When he saw Chen Shu at the stall. Assistant Shin was suddenly taken aback. Chen Shu? Shouldn't he be working at the company? This person had made a deep impression on him from the very first time. It really was him. Su Qingwan pursed her lips, and her gaze fell on Yu Lingling next to her again. This was the second time she had seen her standing next to Chen Shu. It's a bit of an eyesore, she thought miserably. No. It's a very big eyesore. Buy me too. Su Qingwan commanded Assistant Shun. She hadn't yet tried the pancake fruit that Chen Shu had made by hand. After saying that, she suddenly froze. Watching Chen Shu's deft movements as he spread the pancakes, Su Qingwan felt a pang of sadness. He had never cooked before. When the two of them were together, he could barely even tell the difference between oilseed rape and lettuce, which had shocked her, but when she first entered his home, she realized. Oh. It turned out that the fish was served with all the bones removed. The grapes had no seeds. No wonder Chen Shu would not recognize even the most common vegetables. But after they broke up, he even learned how to make pancakes. From a young master who had never touched a pot, to now braving the elements and selling pancakes downstairs from his workplace. How big of a gap must there be in his heart? Su Cheng lowered her eyes late in the evening, and a shadow fell from her long eyelashes. Chen Shu. How on earth did you survive these past few years? Why didn't he come looking for her? She had obviously tried so hard to let everyone know about her. You really didn't see me? President Su. Assistant Shen had returned with the pancakes, having bought them without Su Qingwan noticing. There were a lot of people. But as Su Qingwan's assistant, he was naturally skilled at using his bargaining power. Let's go. Su Qingwan took a deep breath to calm herself down. If he couldn't sell all of them later, you can buy them all back and give them to the people in the office to eat. You can take the money from me, no need to reimburse it. An excellent assistant. Even if she is inquisitive, Assistant Shen will only say, yes, Ms. Su. President Chen always feels like someone is staring at him. It's not the kind of stare that expects food. It's a kind of indescribable heartache. Heartache? That's ridiculous. Do you know how much money I can earn from selling pancakes this morning? It'll shock you when I tell you. Ha ha. What are you thinking about? Yu Lingling glanced at Chen Shu, who seemed to have suddenly gone into a daze, and couldn't help but give him a nudge. People are waiting. After coming back to his senses, Chen Shu couldn't help but glance towards the entrance of the office building. A car was slowly driving by. In the lobby, there were only the hurried figures of the workers going to work. Okay. It seems that he has overthought it. Chen Shu dipped the chili sauce and brushed it on the pancake. Here it comes. A fragrant and crispy little pancake is here. The company starts work at 9 o'clock. It's 8:59. Chen Shu closes up shop on time. He takes out his card and punches in the code directly downstairs. Then he prepares to ask Sun Boan for the key to the warehouse downstairs when he hears Yu Lingling say, I have a suite across the street. You can move your stall there in the future. Chen Shu. I'm going to fight you rich people. How can there be a place for a stall anywhere? God. You really are someone else's grandfather. Chapter 26. Doesn't General Su give you money to spend? It's hard. Very hard. Chen Shu stared intently at the dark screen in front of him. Lin Shanshan passed by again. She noticed that Chen Shu had been maintaining this position for a long time. She couldn't help but glance curiously at the computer screen. This glance suddenly made her realize. The screen was directly facing Su Qingwan's office behind her. With the right angle, you can see the reflection of Su Qingwan perfectly. Damn it. You people in love are really something. You'll do anything to observe your partner. Lin Shanshan expressed her admiration. However, Chen Shu's brows furrowed even more tightly. What should I eat for lunch today? I had pig's feet rice last night, and pancakes this morning. How about braised chicken for lunch? That's it. After deciding the biggest problem of the day, Chen Shu finally started moving. Lin Shanshan subconsciously glanced at Su Qingwan's office, and she didn't know when she had pulled up the blackout blinds. Sure enough. He loves it. Lin Shanshan raised her foot and walked over to Chen Shu. Hearing the noise, Chen Shu slammed the screen of his phone onto the desktop with his back hand. The screen flickered. Lin Shanshan vaguely saw Su Qingwan's avatar. Wow. If the timing was wrong, she was sure she would have whistled. They could see each other when they looked up, and they were still chatting on WeChat. Sheesh. You guys are so in love. Sister Shan Shan. Chen Shu tilted his head slightly and looked at Lin Shan Shan, who was smiling with a strange expression on her face. Had she gone crazy at work? Or Did she want to borrow money? Why had she suddenly been paying so much attention to him these past few days? Chen Shu was not narcissistic enough to think that Lin Shanshan was in love with him. At the mere thought of this possibility, Chen Shu immediately grabbed his phone. No, not to borrow money, but to kill someone. Seeing Chen Shu's defensive actions, Lin Shanshan's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of look is that? I'm afraid you'll borrow money from me. Chen Shu said matter-of-factly, of course I won't lend it to you, so don't even think about it. This is all my hard-earned money. I'm not lending it. Lin Shanshan looked at Chen Shu, who looked like a miser, and couldn't help but mutter, does President Su not give you money to spend? That's good. Chen Shu was relieved, and he didn't care what she muttered next. As long as he didn't borrow any money, everything was negotiable. His expression of relief made Lin Shanshan can't help but roll her eyes. Miser. I've never seen such a stingy man. Why did President Su fancy him? Lin Shanshan thought to herself, and then remembered the important matter that Su Qing had told her yesterday. Right. Where did they get the pig's trotters for the rice yesterday? What? Chen Shu was in a good mood and asked excitedly, do you mean that the company needs to order this for the evening shift? If so, I can make some money again. Lin Shanshan looked at Chen Shu, whose eyes suddenly glowed with excitement, and her mouth twitched even more. Didn't she hate pig's feet? Chen Shu subconsciously responded. Then she met Lin Shanshan's inquisitive gaze. Lin Shanshan deliberately lengthened her voice and flirted with a hint of flirtatiousness. Oh. What does President Su hate eating the most, and how do you know? Chen Shu was a little flustered. Lin Shanshan looked like she knew something. But that's impossible. I guess I'm just paranoid. Chen Shu explained seriously. Didn't I take the client to dinner with General Manager Su? That's when General Manager Su told me. Pretending. Still pretending. Why would I not know that you were having dinner with a client together? It's really awesome to feel like you're God. Lin Shanshan gave a small smile. I understand. I understand everything. Chen Shu. What kind of expression is that? I feel like you don't need to understand everything. But this time, it was General Manager Su who specifically asked for the pig's trotters rice. Lin Shanshan said, hinting again, and she also wants the female employee from yesterday to deliver it. Female employee? Chen Shu paused, remembering who she was talking about. You mean Yu Lingling? She is the daughter of the owner of that restaurant. She was just helping out yesterday, so I don't think she will deliver it today. TSK. Where is the cleverness that normally makes her a good at fleecing people? Lin Shanshan gave Chen Shu a reproachful look. Is this about whether the boss's daughter helped or not? It's Boss Su who's angry. Jealous. Why don't you quickly explain yourself on your hands and knees? Otherwise, you'll be going home to scrub the washing board on your knees. But never mind, I'll just tell her. Chen Shu massaged his jaw, thinking that Yu Lingling didn't have anything to do anyway, and if her family's pig's trotters rice could be noticed by Su Qingwan, perhaps she could even directly invest. And open branches, a national chain, and then go public in the US. Yu Lingling would remember the favor she had done him, and give him a few 100,000 yuan. He would be so happy. So happy. At the thought of the money he was about to get, Chen Shu couldn't wait for Yu Lingling to deliver the food. Lin Shanshan felt like vomiting. It was such an obvious hint. Did Chen Shu really not understand, or was he just pretending to be stupid? He was really spoiled. Wasn't he afraid that President Su would get tired of him? At his age, it would not be easy to find another rich woman as wealthy as President Su. Lin Shanshan was at a loss for a moment. Chen Shu was also at a loss for Lin Shanshan. She frowned, then she gave a little sigh, then she looked at him with a pitying expression. It didn't seem like she was asking Ling Ling to deliver the pig's feet rice, but rather she wanted to sell him like a pig. Sure enough. Lin Shanshan is no good either. This company is getting more and more unbearable. Chen Shu looked at his reflection on the dark computer screen. Sigh. He has a handsome face, but there's nothing he can do about it. Regret. The person involved is now especially regretting it. The breakfast stand is making a fucking fortune. Just thinking about how much time he wasted makes Chen Shu feel so much remorse. Although it was a bit hard work. But the money is real. Chen Shu deposited the cash he received into the bank, counted the balance again, and then got on the bus with his bank card in his hand, feeling very satisfied. Today was the weekend. There were basically no people left in the office building. Chen Shu also followed suit and took the morning off, instead of going to the stall. Although he didn't go to the stall, it didn't mean that he didn't have any work to do today. He took the bus for half an hour. The first hospital stop is approaching. Passengers should exit the bus before boarding, and please do not push your way onto the bus. We're here. Chen Shu got up and got off the bus, and took a shortcut to the hospital department. As soon as he entered the building, he was hit by the pungent smell of disinfectant. No kidding. This smell was much better than the musty smell of the rented room during the rainy season. Chen Shu rubbed the tip of his nose and stepped into the elevator. Chapter 27 Mother. This is really my mother. The ward. Wei Xiaoxia was making her rounds. Warm sunlight shone through the window and fell gently on the person in the bed, illuminating her porcelain-white skin and giving it the appearance of being gilded. Even Wei Xiaoxia, looking at the frail but beautiful Song Wanbai before her, couldn't help but feel that beauty comes from within, and that a truly great beauty, even when she is sick, is so beautiful that it makes people feel sad. She is stunning every time you see her. Even the sound of her checking on the patients in the ward has become softer. How are you feeling today? Not bad. Song Wanbai half lies on the bed, smiling at Wei Xiaoxia. It doesn't hurt as much as before. Maybe the painkillers are working. Wei Xiaoxia checks the drip, which contains painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs, and says, after these 3 courses of medication, if you still haven't improved, you'll have to consider surgery. But judging from the current physical examination, Wei Xiaoxia felt that they should prepare for the worst. It's just that the surgery fee and subsequent recuperation would be so expensive. Could Song Wanbai's family afford it? Over the years of treatment, Song Wanbai had used the best imported drugs, and millions of dollars had been invested. Which family could be tossed around like this? If it had been the previous Song Wanbai, the wife of the Chen family and the wife of a wealthy man, she naturally wouldn't have cared about the money. But the Chen family had already been seized and declared bankrupt. Where would they get so much money for the operation? Wei Xiaoxia couldn't help but worry for her for a moment. But when she saw Song Wanbai's composed and indifferent appearance, she felt that she had worried too much. A skinny dead camel is still bigger than a horse. The Chen family had so many connections, they wouldn't be unable to come up with the medical expenses, would they? Mom! A vibrant voice came from the doorway of the hospital room. It woke Wei Xiaoxia from her reverie. She turned her head and looked. She met the smiling eyes of Chen Shu, which were curved like a crescent moon. Wei Xiaoxia was dazzled by his bright smile. This mother and son. Their faces are practically identical. One is a beautiful woman, the other a handsome man. Damn it! Why didn't I get such good genes? Dr. Wei, are you doing your rounds? Seeing Wei Xiaoxia in the ward, Chen Shuixing greeted her cheerfully and asked carefully. How is my mother doing? Has she had any rejection reactions to the new medication? Have the blood tests been normal in the past few days? And that's enough. Song Wanbai interrupted Chen Shuixing's rambling. You're asking so many questions, how can Dr. Wei answer you? I don't even know what your first question was. Chen Shu scratched his head a little embarrassed. Hee, it's not easy to see Dr. Wei once in a while. Doctors are really busy. After checking the ward early in the morning, he has to go to the outpatient department to see patients. And then go to the operating room for surgery. Plus the occasional training duty. Plus the fact that Chen Shu doesn't come very often, so he doesn't get to see her much. He has heard more about Song Wanbai's specific condition from the responsible nurse. But that's it. Song Wanbai was in critical condition twice, but Wei Xiaoxia took the lead in resuscitating him both times. It can be said that if it weren't for Wei Xiaoxia, Chen Shu would have long since lost his mother. Therefore, Chen Shu was very grateful to Wei Xiaoxia. Oh, by the way, Dr. Wei, I brought you a gift. Chen Shu said mysteriously, you'll definitely like it. What? Without regard for the hospital's rules, Wei Xiaoxia was also infected by Chen Shu. She couldn't help but be curious about what Chen Shu's gift was. However, Wei Xiaoxia pointed to the sign posted at the entrance. Bribery of doctors is not allowed. I assure you it's not. Statement Wington assured her that it was the hard currency of the hospital. You said. Wei Xiaoxia thought of something, reached into the pocket of her white coat and felt around, then pulled out a handful of pens. Is this it? Red, blue, black. A whole bunch of pens. Judging from the sound in Wei Xiaoxia's pocket, there were quite a few. I'm lost. The interviewee was dumbfounded. He had thought that no one would touch the money left on the hospital table, but a few pens left on the table would be gone in 5 minutes. So, all the pens on the table had been taken by Wei Xiaoxia. 6. The interviewee gave a thumbs up. He didn't need to give any more pens. All the pens in the hospital were with Wei Xiaoxia. Wei Xiaoxia couldn't help but laugh. Occupational diseases. They were all occupational diseases. She said, I think the other doctors will still need your support. He nodded in agreement. Chen Shu nodded. For some reason, he felt a little sorry for Wei Xiaoxia's colleagues. They were always looking for pens. Hey! After checking the rooms, Wei Xiaoxia left with the box of pens that Chen Shu had given her. Chen Shu moved a stool and sat by Song Wanbai's bedside. He asked, Mom, where's Dad? He just went out to buy breakfast. Didn't you see him? Song Wanbai looked at her son. He had grown a little darker in the past few days, but his skin was naturally pale, so she felt that her concern was purely maternal. She couldn't help but frown. You say you can't even get a tan delivering food? I don't know where you get it from. Statement picked at the orange in his hand and said nonchalantly. Whatever. And I usually deliver food in the evening after work, right? How would I get a tan? Not to mention, I also work part-time as a hospital guide and care worker at the weekend, so I don't get any sun at all. Song Wanbai thought that sounded about right. Chen Shu continued, but now I've developed another project, selling pancakes in the morning downstairs from the company. I'm not saying that the profit margins are really high. I make more money than delivering food, but I can only do that for an hour or so a day. What about the rest of the time? The rest of the time, he's slaving away at his workstation like a horse. There isn't a single hair down there. What's he grumbling about? He thought. Chen Shu opened his mouth to eat a piece of tangerine. My God, it's sour. It was so sour that he let out a gasp. Song Wanbai felt sorry for him. That's a shame. Otherwise, you could have earned your mother some money for medicine. Chen Shu's mouth twitched, and he spat out, You really are my real mother. That's for sure. Song Wanbai looked at him with a smile. Chen Shu pulled the corners of his mouth, looked at the orange in his hand, and suddenly beamed. Mom, have an orange. I peeled it especially for you. Song Wanbai glanced at the orange and waved her hand, saying, I don't like sour things. It's sweet. Chen Shu made a solemn promise. Then you try it first. Okay. Chen Shu peeled another segment and stuck it in his mouth. Who bought these tangerines? They're so sour. But in Song Wanbai's presence, he remained unruffled. Sweet. Really? I'll try it. Song Wanbai took the tangerine and pretended to stuff it in her mouth. Chen Shu watched, his lips curling up faintly. The next second. Open your mouth. Ha! A large piece of tangerine was stuffed into his mouth. The acidity made Chen Shu's tears flow directly from the corners of his mouth. You little brat is still playing mind games with your mother? I've seen more salt than you've walked on the road. Song Wanbai snorted. My own mother. This is really my own mother. Chapter 28, The Debt of Love even chased her to the hospital. Mom. This is really Mom. Chen Shu looked at Song Wanbai, who had successfully played a prank on her, and was so sour that her teeth were chattering. She continued to swallow the mandarin oranges. Song Wanbai looked at her son's funny and weird appearance, and the corners of her pale lips curved up. She didn't eat the sour ones. It's a shame to waste them. Chen Shu slurped his mouth and said, but these were all bought with money. It is only when you are poor that you understand the meaning of the saying every grain of rice is hard-earned. That is true. Song Wanbai nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly with Shu's words, and then reached out to open the drawer, discussing. Son, why don't you eat the rest as well? Shu. He looked at the drawer full of tangerines, speechless. This is definitely not the right time to come. Son? Shu? Shu. Song Wanbai kept calling him, as he didn't respond after a long time. Then she continued to complain. Your father picked them all from the orchard. They're obviously sour, but he still insists that they're natural and pollution-free, without any pesticides. I think your father is just being greedy. I agree. So let's just leave all the tangerines for my father to eat. Chen Shu quickly closed the drawer. It's too sour. Song Wanbai's eyes crinkled as she saw his impatient little gesture. The window in the ward was cracked open a little, and the mischievous wind came in, blowing the curtains and bringing the summer heat right in front of Song Wanbai's face. It dispersed the strong smell of disinfectant in her nose. She couldn't help but say, Chen Shu, let's go downstairs for a walk and greet your father on the way. Okay. Chen Shu glanced at the empty drip bottle, rang the bell to ask the nurse to remove it, and then borrowed a wheelchair from the nurse's station before pushing Song Wanbai downstairs. At this time of day, there weren't many patients downstairs. There were only a few scattered cleaning staff and accompanying family members walking between the inpatient department and the cafeteria. Chen Shu pushed Song Wanbai onto the lawn to soak up the sun. This location also happened to be Chen Yueng's path of travel. It was convenient for the three of them to go upstairs together after he returned to have breakfast. Let's stay here. Okay. Song Wanbai nodded. Her health was poor, and she couldn't go anywhere far. Not to mention, she still needed to receive treatment every day. She was already very satisfied to be able to go downstairs and take a seat. A long-lost rest. Chen Shu sat cross-legged on the grass without a care in the world. Even when Song Wanbai tugged at his ear and scolded him, he didn't get up. Instead, he leaned directly against the armrest of her wheelchair and whined like a big dog. If I get dirty, I'm not your son anymore? If I get dirty, you'll start to dislike me? Dislike. Song Wanbai turned away, but she could see the gazes of many people downstairs directed straight at her. And it's just his stupid son, who doesn't seem to notice at all. Especially that little girl across the way in the outpatient building. She's been looking for quite a while. Could it be that she's interested in his stupid son? After all, Chen Shirty's face definitely isn't vegetarian. It's only natural for a little girl to come up and talk to him. It's just that his son looks like this. Tut tut. Song Wanbai can't even bear to look. If a little girl sees you like this, she'll run away. So what if she runs away? Chen Shu shrugged and didn't care much. It's the year 4202, there's no way anyone would want to get involved in a love affair instead of making money, right? Right? Son. Song Wanbai kept an eye on the girl at the entrance of the outpatient building in the corner of his eye. It's been a few minutes, and she's still looking over here. He frowned and looked at his silly son with a serious expression. You didn't get into some kind of love debt outside and come here today just to avoid trouble, did you? What? Chen Shu felt that his mother's imagination was quite wild. He was such a pure young man, how could he have any love affairs? People were chasing him to the hospital. Song Wanbai pursed her lips and gestured for him to look to his right. Chen Shu looked in the direction she indicated, confused. At first, he didn't notice anything. After 2 or 3 seconds, Chen Shu's gaze froze. His eyes widened. Oh my god. Why did I run into Su Qingwan again? What is she doing at the hospital? Is she sick? Doesn't a CEO like her have a family doctor, and doesn't she need to go to the hospital herself? Statement's mind flashed with a lot of questions. He didn't start to hide until Su Qingwan had walked right up to him. Statement. Su Qingwan stood by the gravel path, looking down slightly at Statement, who was sitting on the grass, stunned. She had seen someone who looked a lot like Chen Shu in the window of the infusion room in the outpatient building. Unexpectedly, it was really him. There was no way to avoid it. Chen Shu had to grit his teeth and greet her. Ms. Su. What a coincidence. I never thought I'd see you in a hospital. What a small world. Su Qingwan's gaze swept from the face of Song Wanbai, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and finally landed on Chen Shu's body, frowning. Are you in the hospital? Huh? Oh. Chen Shu glanced at Song Wanbai and then at Su Qingwan, and blurted out. This is my client. I'm a nurse at this hospital. This is my client. My own mother has become my client. Song Wanbai glanced at her son. Chen Shu gave her a secret wink. My own mother. You mustn't blow my cover. For some reason, Chen Shu didn't want Su Qingwan to know about Song Wanbai's situation. Otherwise, What would Su Qingwen say back to me? Seeing this, Song Wanbai nodded with a smile, implying, yes. Xiao Shu is very good at taking care of people. Su Qingwen had a panoramic view of the little gestures between the two of them. This intimacy did not at all resemble the relationship between a client and a caregiver that Chen Shu had described. She was suspicious, really? Yes, don't believe him, just look at his caregiver ID. Song Wanbai patted Statement on the shoulder, and only then did she notice that he had been sitting on the ground the whole time without getting up. Still sitting? You're filthy. Get up now. Oh. Statement got up from the grass and patted the grass clippings off himself. Whenever she saw a place on him that she hadn't been able to reach, Song Wanbai would reach out and help him get it off. Su Qingwan watched the two of them happily together. In front of Song Wanbai, Chen Shu was like an obedient child. And Song Wanbai, looking at Chen Shu, and then at Su Qingwan. Chen Shu is tall and handsome, and Su Qingwan is cold but slender and beautiful. If they stood together, they would look like a perfect couple. Song Wanbai had a crush, and asked with a smile. Miss Su, why are you at the hospital? Are you sick? Or, my daughter has a slight cold. Su Qingwan's voice was flat, and thinking that Song Wanbai didn't know who Nan Nan was, she added, she is my sister's daughter. They are not at home today. After she finished speaking, Su Qingwan was also taken aback. She didn't know why she was explaining to Song Wanbai. Unwittingly, she subconsciously glanced at Chen Shu again. Chen Shu stood next to Song Wanbai, like a tall bodyguard. The most important thing was that their eyes were the same peach blossom eyes. Serious and deep. When looking at someone carefully, it's as if they want to drown the other person. Chapter 29. I see, so you don't want to leave at all? So that's how it is. Song Wanbai suddenly realized, nudged Statement, who was standing still, and said, just let Statement accompany you. He knows this hospital very well, and has been here as a patient's companion on weekends. Statement, why don't you hurry up and help Miss Su? Statement was dumbfounded. He suddenly turned his head and gave his own mother a series of winks. You're pushing your son into a den of tigers. Is this how you behave? Song Wanbai pretended not to see, because a pretty and graceful young lady like this, if she doesn't act now, it will be too late. On the contrary, her own son didn't have the slightest idea how popular Su Qingwan was, and was completely unmoved. She couldn't help but urge Chen Shu. Go! Before Chen Shu could say anything, Su Qingwan spoke first. No need. I've already finished. Auntie, you need to go back to the ward later, right? Girls are considerate. Song Wanbai couldn't help but soften her gaze at Su Qingwan. The little girl may seem cold, but she is quite caring. No wonder she brought her sister's daughter to the hospital for a checkup. Buzz buzz buzz. Su Qingwan's phone in her palm started vibrating. She glanced at the caller ID. Then she said to Song Wanbai, my daughter called. Auntie, let's meet again next time. Song Wanbai nodded with some regret. If you have something to do, just call Xiao Shu. He'll come whenever you need him. Chen Shu. Am I a donkey? I'll come whenever you need me. But when he thought about Su Qingwan coming to the hospital alone with a sick child, Chen Shu said to Su Qingwan, not very naturally. She's right. Okay. Realizing what Chen Shu had said, Su Qingwan smiled slightly, her cold expression melting away. He watched Su Qingwan's receding back. Song Wanbai tugged at her son's arm, her face full of excitement and curiosity. You're treating this young girl very differently. Isn't she the young girl you liked at university? Chen Shu didn't expect Song Wanbai to be so perceptive. If she really found out, wouldn't that be a mess? He said firmly. No. Don't pretend. Song Wanbai pursed her lips. You're my son, and I know what you're up to as soon as you fart. Chen Shu's mouth twitched, and he kindly reminded her, you were a rich wife before, so can you please watch what you say? What? You don't have an ass? You don't fart? You can't say anything anymore? It's the 21st century. For the first time, Song Wanbai felt that her son was pedantic. Chen Shu. Okay. You can't help your own mother. Song Wanbai watched Su Qingwan disappear into the outpatient building. Regretfully, he withdrew his gaze and continued. Not bad, not bad. With a face like that, the best thing you've got from your father is your discerning eye. Song Wanbai said this, then touched his own face and sighed, "Hey, beautiful women like us are just going to be remembered by smelly men like you." Statement. Mom. You're starting to scare me. Song Wanbai didn't care what kind of impact her son was experiencing, so what was the situation between you two now? You broke up before and now you're getting back together? It doesn't look like it. Son, are you impotent? Song Wanbai started to worry a little. If her son was impotent, she didn't have time to fool around with her husband. Where are you looking? Chen Shu jumped 3 feet away. He said that nothing good would happen if he met Su Qingwan. Even Mom is starting to go crazy. I was just wondering when you were going to bring home the girl you like. Song Wanbai was furious when she saw the hopeless look on Chen Shu's face. How could she have given birth to such a useless son? Her husband wasn't like this. How dare you even think about asking me to bring her home? Chen Shu was shocked. When he was courting her, you were the one giving advice behind his back. I don't know what's going on between us. Speaking of which, Song Wanbai was even more indignant. I told you to go after her, find out what she likes, do the things she wants to do, but you went and got her a wallet. Besides, girls her age have self-esteem, and she's not some gold-digging woman looking for money. There you go. Chen Shu said reasonably and convincingly, so you still want me to bring her home? Aren't you afraid that she'll know you're my real mother and pull your oxygen tube in the middle of the night? Even a clay figure has its limits. Not to mention Su Qing, who now has hundreds of billions of assets in her hands. If she really has the idea of taking away the 3 of them, they will probably drift away to the Pacific Ocean tomorrow. Song Wanbai? So ruthless. Seems like it. Song Wanbai took a moment to compose herself and said directly to Shu Chen. Then you'd better not call me Mom in the future. Shu Chen. Okay. I'll call you stepmom in the future. Hey. Mom was just joking with you. Seeing Chen Shu's wooden face, Song Wanbai smiled and patted him. Then she said seriously. But I don't think she hates you when she looks at you. Not to mention that she even tried to take my oxygen tube. I think this is love. Chen Shu rolled his eyes. Love my ass. Mom, do you know what love is? When you reach my age, you might understand what love without material things is. Working like a horse has nothing to do with love, it's called being compatible. Most importantly, she is now the president of a company, a member of the entrepreneurial generation. She is not like me, a spoiled second generation. You don't know how she torments me at work. As soon as he mentioned this, Chen Shu couldn't help but shed a tear of bitterness for himself. He told Song Wanbai everything that had happened to him in the past few days, and finally said angrily, "Resign. I have to resign. But it seems that she won't fire me too rashly. She deliberately gives me a high salary and shifts my workload, giving me a sweet potato and then a stick. Anyway, I will take advantage of the situation and reap the benefits first. When she doesn't want to play anymore and wants to fire me, she will still have to pay me in +1. No loss. She's got a lot of tricks up her sleeve. Even outer space can hear them." Song Wanbai, however, saw right through her son's ploys. I see. You don't really want to leave, do you? Chapter 30, Am I really adopted? I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. Chen Shu's entire body was like a cat with its tail stepped on, all its fur standing on end. He simply denied it 3 times in a row. He clearly wished he could be fired by Su Qingwan right away. How could he not want to leave? No way. Seeing Chen Shu's expression, Song Wanbai knew exactly what had happened. Her son had screwed up. He had screwed up the moment he came home all flustered, asking her what he should do to woo a girl. He had screwed up ever since, and still hadn't managed to get out of the hole. He thought he could hide it from her? Right. Song Wanbai unceremoniously exposed his little game. You may say you want to quit, but your eyes are glued to her like they're stuck to her. You're just like your father back then, a wimp who only dares to spy on her from behind. If I hadn't taken the initiative, you might not even exist. If you like someone, just say so. If you don't, do you really want to wait until she's with someone else and then regret it? Do you really think the world is a giant romance novel? What the hell is this wife-chasing crematorium? 2 men fighting over 1 woman? No way. My son really doesn't plan to do this, does he? Shoo! Shoo! Song Wanbai's words were like sharp swords, stabbing Chen Shu's fragile heart one after the other. He covered his chest and looked at Song Wanbai shakily. Mom? Song Wanbai gazed at him with an expression of unprecedented seriousness. I might as well tell you the truth. Chen Shu looked at Song Wanbai's serious expression and stiffened slightly. What? Song Wanbai said, in fact, you were picked up from the trash can by me. Chen Shu? What the hell? This news came as a complete surprise. Chen Shu couldn't digest it for a while, his eyes widened uncontrollably, and he shouted. Mom? Not Auntie? Could it be that he is the real young master who was mistakenly taken away? Song Wanbai looked at her son's silly face and couldn't hold back anymore, laughing out loud. Ha ha! You really believed it? Damn it! I've been tricked again. Chen Shu rolled his eyes in exasperation. You're playing with me again. Who told you to be as still as a quail, not even moving when poked? After experiencing so many hardships, her son has matured a lot and shouldered a lot of burdens. Song Wanbai feels that this is a good thing, but when she thinks about how he grew up, she can't help but feel distressed. This is her son who grew up in the palm of her hands. He never asks for anything, but he has never been sensitive or inferior. And now, he obviously likes someone. But he dares not go up and express his feelings. Song Wanbai's heart ached with worry, but there was nothing she could do. Mom, I have my own plans. Chen Shu shouted helplessly, whispering her current identity. What status she has now can't stop you from liking her. Song Wanbai raised her hand and slowly stroked his head, speaking gently. Your father and I started from scratch, and although we're broke now, we don't feel inferior to others. Besides, with two parents who have successfully started their own businesses, you have the earning genes inside you. Unless you have a genetic mutation. Having said that, Song Wanbai gave a rare glance up and down at Chen Shu, who was crouching next to him. Chen and I are both good at starting businesses, but you can only do various part-time jobs and work like a hired laborer. You're not really my son, are you? Did I really hold the wrong baby in the hospital? Or, just as he was saying this, an exaggerated male voice suddenly interrupted. Great, I knew it was definitely not my son. Back in the day, my nickname was Bill Gates of Jiangqing City, a genius entrepreneur. But in the end, all he does is eat, drink, and have fun, and is obsessed with making money. Song Wanbai looked at Chen Yenghua, who was carrying a thermos and returning from the canteen, and said with his jaw hanging open. Why don't we go get a paternity test? We don't have the money for that. Chen Yenghua shrugged, looking at Chen Shu a little disgustedly. What else can we do now that the cat is out of the bag? Keep him. That tone. That look. It's as if he were talking about an unknown cat or dog. Damn. I really was adopted, wasn't I? Chen Shu couldn't help but doubt himself. After all, who would have parents who disliked their only son so much? He didn't even notice when Chen Yenghua pushed Song Wanbai away from the grass. Seeing Chen Shu standing there dumbfounded for a long time, Chen Yenghua pondered. Could it be that the boy really believes it? Song Wanbai said with a smile, maybe. Then he's really stupid. Chen Yenghua felt a little disgusted and muttered, after all, our family goes to the hospital for a physical examination every year. If he really isn't biological, we would have found out when he was born. Chen Shu. Damn it. The two of them are old and impish. Fooling him again. The other side. Outpatient building, children's infusion room. Mom, what are you looking at? Leaning halfway back in her chair, Lu Jiejia tried to follow Su Qingwan's gaze, but the infusion set in her hand restricted her movements, and she could only vaguely see the swaying leaves outside the window, with two birds hovering and then falling. But she knew that Su Qingwan was definitely not looking at the birds. It's nothing. Su Qingwan snapped back to reality and fixed her gaze on Lu Jiejia. The blush on her little face had faded, and her forehead wasn't as hot as it had been. As long as she waited for the medicine to drip, she could leave. Mom, are you thinking about your brother-in-law? Lu Jiejia leaned against Su Qingwan. Unlike her cold face, Su Qingwan's body was soft and smelled fresh and fragrant. He's not your brother-in-law. Su Qingwan corrected sternly, at least, not now. So it will be in the future? Lu Jiejia keenly perceived the difference and said matter-of-factly, since he will definitely be my brother-in-law in the future, Why don't I call him early and exercise my rights? Su Qingwan was speechless by what she had said and could only say, what twisted logic? It's obviously very reasonable. Lu Jiajia muttered. Su Qingwan helplessly scratched her little nose, but her mind unconsciously drifted to Chen Shu and Song Wanbai. A long time ago. When the two of them had just confirmed their relationship, Chen Shu proposed to take her home to meet his parents. However, she felt that the gap between the two of them, both in terms of status and psychology, was too great. So she directly rejected Chen Shu. Who knew that later Chen Shu simply dropped out of school and chose to leave without saying goodbye? She had even less of a chance to meet the Chen family. And now, that beautiful woman in the wheelchair. Most likely, she is Chen's mother. Their eyes are practically identical. And Chen is still trying to hide the fact that he knows nothing. Thinking about Song Wanbai's poor cooperation, Su Qingwan couldn't help but smile softly. However, this speculation still needs to be verified. As for how to verify it, Su Qingwan remembered that her company had a resort town for the elderly that would soon open. The air was fresh and the facilities were complete, so it was suitable even for patients.